Welcome.
today.
We're announced at the end of the year,
Huh?
but
No, we're
I'm
not
setting
getting
up
Melvin. Melvin's
Oh,
Okay.
Melvin comes in 1 to 2 weeks.
Yeah, because if you look at the
yeah,
thing, he said soon, but not yet.
Yeah, he so
someday, but not today.
for those who are joining us today, on session 17, apologies, it's like 80 degrees out, so it's hot as fuck. Yeah, we will be having Melvin joining us in about 1 to 2 sessions, depending on his work schedule shift. And we're gonna see how things kind of go. As far as it goes, we come back to Saturday's Ironheart Merchant Company session 17. Where last we left off, we kind of had, I wouldn't say a
We were in the air.
rush session, but it was very much a lot of traveling. With a very simplified combat due to the help of one Zilpip. Yeah, so where we left off, the party had started the session with having spent about a week of downtime, with Rollman kicking back the entire week, training, relaxing, and really taking in that true TLC that he needed. With the party kind of spending their time in Cror Castle, acquiring a single drift, as well as a bit of information. And an unfortunate hitchhiker, as the party would come to later realize at the end of session. Though with that in mind, the party would return with a new potion crane, enclosure set up for that
Terrarium.
had terrarium. That's what you called it. Terrarium all set up. The party had decided to take in the new Toth craftsman and transport him as his mother had asked. Unfortunately, Kind Hen did not live up to her name, as the individual they would be later finding out they were transporting would be the first Papool himself. Though,
And James doesn't remember this.
as the party would unfortunately find themselves in a bit of a kerfuffle with this individual, a bit of memory changing, a bit of misunderstanding, the party would find themselves back in Gregsmar, Tom's territory at the Diamond's End. Diamond's Death. Hold up, wait, let me make sure. Yes.
Diamond's death, yes.
Man, today is one of those days.
No, your own city.
Dude, I swear, I haven't even started smoking yet.
Look,
Ugh.
it's okay. This isn't as bad as the amount of times at the start that he forgot how to pronounce Purser's last hold. A city that he named himself.
I know. Well, to be fair, I named it. I did based on the Norse name. I did not name it based on my pronunciation. I don't half the time try to pronounce these until I need to read them out loud, and then I go and write their pronunciations in the lore because it saves me time later. With that being said, so having traveled to Diamond's Death during the giant magical UN meeting that the world leaders were calling it, as you can check on the world, or what will become the world news later, a bit of information would be spilled on what was going on, but as the awakening of the world stage, the event that would be held, the party would find themselves in the midst of seeing a couple world leaders working and dealing with each other, though choosing to pretty much avoid most of that situation, instead focusing more on the going after a smaller hunt of Ironhide armadillos, as well as a cavalry unit that they had heard about that had been in the area. Though with the help of Zilpip, the party would use a little bit of white gas that was a very unstable bottle, which had a very good chance of exploding in their hands, to manage to wipe out the encampment and steal most of their mounts without even having to slay them, while at the same time cutting off the ears of the remaining soldiers that had been killed during the attack. Party would find themselves... Yep, the party would find themselves retreating from there, heading back to the city, and parking as they watch the big bout go about, as the world news will explain later. But as we come back to you lot arriving back in the city, at this point I believe it's late into the evening, as you see a ship in the distance kind of flying away. As you come into a landing, the storm clouds overhead starting to kind of really heavily spew down rain. The cold weather now almost dropping down to about 30 degrees. The slight stickiness of snow mixing in with the rain seems to kind of start to show a slickness and sheen kind of across the land. as you lot come into a landing. One of the portmasters standing at the floating skyship port kind of looks over at you lot, and you see a familiar face, a very long-necked goose-like Toth creature. With their very heavy furs, a lot of thick golden jewelry and chains kind of throughout it.
This asshole.
As they come waddling over, no guards to either side, a little book in their hand, and they come over to you lot and go, as you come into a landing, and go, "Excuse, Rain," and as Rain kind of just seems to kind of turn and look at the individual, you see the goose kind of like a long swallow, and as if they're kind of like trying to catch their tongue, and their mouth looks like it's drying a
Yes,
little
sir,
bit.
what you need?
Your Ironheart Merchant Company, as he kind of like shakes his head and looks to you.
Yes.
James, the owner?
Yes.
Okay. How long do you plan to be in town, and are you transporting anybody of note?
We'll be coming and going quite frequently as we do jobs for our company. But we'll be probably coming back at the end of every time. So roughly the next month, give or take a day. And no, not that I can think of.
He kind of writes that down and goes, "Alright, well, we were informed that there was someone who was transporting a very dangerous individual into the area, and so I've been told to look after it. Thanks to the great Royal Guard and Royal Knight herself, Essa has given me this post and this opportunity, and she has also sent me to welcome you into the city. She also said to, and you see him kind of just stares at you and goes quiet for a second as he like slowly bows, and you can hear the hinges in his back as he does this, as this is not something normal. As he starts to bow deep enough, he drops to his knees and puts his head to the ground and goes, "I accept my apology for assuming you are a slave to Essa."
James will nod and go, "Apology accepted." I wouldn't make the same mistake twice, though. It seems like the world's opening up.
Stands up and just kind of brushes himself off and looks at you with a glare and goes, "It seems so. Enjoy yourself while you're in town. I have other duties to see to," as he kind of turns about and starts walking away.
Rolliman, I'm gonna go ahead and arrange for the sale of the fulfillment and sale of some other things. I'm gonna bring the Ironhides and the Eaters, and Zells, make sure you come for your cut.
You see Zell just kind of look over to you and go, "Sure. It's late. I was gonna. All right, whatever. I can sleep in
if he wants.
I'll sleep in the tavern, I guess. At least that'll be a nicer bed than sleeping in the bunks."
As James will snap, casting the spell Mountain right off.
Okay. As you do, you see I assume the the large or light horse of BK kind of running off.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Alar.
I love when things go to plan.
As you sorry, just reading something. Someone just pinged me real quick. All right, we'll jump to James first. James, as you start heading into town, it's night. As you kind of follow the road you had come out of town from last time heading out here, it's about a mile's trip, but you managed to cover this in about 20 minutes with the horse kind of speeding as fast as he can. As the guards kind of see you, seeing your emblem, because I assume at this point in your armor has the Ironheart Merchant Company design into it.
on the shoulder.
Yeah, kind of seeing this, you see them kind of nod, and kind of as the gates are opened, as you come running through, kind of as you pass through without any issues. The city seems to be quite alive with festivities, drinks, though it seems to be mostly indoors, and much of the streets themselves are kind of starting to clear out due to the cold rain that's coming down and the snow kind of starting to mix out.
James is happy with the cold weather. It feels nice to him.
I say you watch as like a kobold who looks like they've been very into their cups kind of walks out into the street, staggers and slips on some muddy ice and goes flopping onto their butt and looks to be completely just conked out, enjoying as they hold a cup or now an empty cup in their
Having
hand.
fun.
Yeah, but as you head kind of into the city, it takes you another 30 minutes at top speed as you manage to kind of weave in and out throughout to get to the T junction, and another 20 minutes to get all the way down to Gardens Grace. As you finally get there, you see as Essa and Ice seem to be kind of sitting, talking at the tavern, joking and laughing about something or other, as a couple of other adventurers seem to be drinking at the tavern themselves. People seem to be pretty warm as inside as you walk in. Door kind of, as it opens up, a little bell seems to jingle, and you see Ice kind of stands up and looks over. And then seeing Essa kind of recognizing you, kind of turns and just goes back to working with the customers and walks away.
I will walk right up to Essa and go, Essa, how have you been?
She kind of looks at you for a second and eyes you up and down for a moment, and there's almost a strangeness to the look for a moment as she does so. As she kind of stops, she just kind of nods, realizing that you're not some doppelganger or a necromancer in disguise. Um, you see as Essa just kind of smiles and goes, "Fine."
I have some extra business. The Ironhides and 10 of the, well, I think 13 of the Hobgoblins have been dealt with, along with 10 Ironhides are coming in. And we have the son of Zell, by his own admission.
She kind of perks up a little bit at that, seeming almost disinterested until you mention that, and goes, "Really?
Zell's, by his own admission, is the son of Zell. With everything going on, I can't really have him on the ship endangering another crew. So, I'd like to
Get
fill
rid
out
of
this bit of
your."
information and let you guys handle the problem."
She kind of eyes you up and down for a moment and goes, "Didn't think you had it in you." She just kind of
changed.
She nods and goes, "Bring him here, and I'll have Ice take care of it."
He's on his way here right now. He's assisting with the delivery of the Ironhides and the Hobgobliniers. They should be here in roughly the next hour.
She nods and goes, "Okay." You see, she kind of turns and heads into the back of the tavern, passing through a couple of doorways and heading up some stairs. As you hear the clattering of her feet on the loose wood upstairs. Ugh, I can't talk, but there we go. As she kind of leaves you there, Ice kind of looks back over at you and kind of smiles and goes, "Oh, this is going to be good."
Yes, it is. I hope I get paid at least somewhat worth of what he is.
You have no. You see, Ice just kind of smiles.
James will look at Ice and just smile. He's a real annoying bastard, though. Be warned.
Have a drink. And kind of goes and pours what looks to be this very thick brown liquid. You'd recognize this as snow.
Dwarven ale.
Yes, a snow beer, or as it's also known in foreign lands, snowbeard whiskey.
Oh.
As dwarven ale, as the world will note, is always aged a lot longer, so it doesn't really fall into the ale concept fully. But as he kind of pours it over, handing it to you and smiles, he pours himself one, starts drinking as he starts chatting with you just about local rumors and jokes about what was going on during the big UN meeting that was going on in the last day.
I avoided that like the plague. I can use both Arcane and Divine. Some of those fuckers would be interested in me.
You hear him kind of mention something about someone absorbing a spell from Greg's Marathon, but kind of as that gets cut off, we're going to jump over to Olar and Rolliman.
The Karsus and Rolliman. I haven't changed yet.
That's true. You are still in your. And are you still under the influence of Karsus?
Until the next day?
Yeah, because
Okay.
I don't get to do a new vestige until tomorrow.
Okay.
You already expelled, right, as well?
I expelled to change to Karsus to uncurse.
Yeah. So you're stuck with us for a while.
I'm stuck with Karsus for the day.
All right.
I mean, you can change again, but as we've discussed, but you'll just end up with a different attitude.
Yeah, what are your plans? You've got the Ironhides, you've got the Zels, who looks to be getting his wagon together, kind of packing his stuff up for the most part and getting it together. Kind of realizing he doesn't want to take the wagon fully with him, he just kind of sets his stuff in a backpack and packs on his traveling shoes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess because I think I'm the one that got the Ironheads to calm down originally.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm gonna wrangle the Ironhides because they should be a little more lenient with
Okay.
Do
me
we
leaving them.
have the ears like separated from the bodies yet, or no?
During the travel, I assumedly you would have.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll make sure we have all those, and I'll help Karsus get the Ironheads ready.
Okay. Give me a handle animal for that, Carsus Alar.
Hello.
Yeah.
Karsus / Alar.
Mm.
All right.
Carlar.
Karlar.
Carlar.
Carlar.
Or you have to come up with a half
That's a-
of Alar in any
For all of them.
Alarsis.
You mean
Yeah, for all
a
of them.
ship name? Oh God,
I'll think
no.
about it.
Alarsis.
That's a 19 for handle animal.
Yeah. As you
7. I'm helpful.
As Rollman heads down, kind of with you, seeing that the ears are already kind of set in a bag and set aside, you follow kind of shortly after him, and as you watch him kind of go over to the creatures, the smell of the blood from the hobgoblin's ears on Rollman's hands immediately causes many of them to start yipping and like moving, trying to get away from him as they kind of huddle up on the back of the pen, scared to no end as they look at him. But as you kind of push, slightly kind of shove Rollman off to the side, you going into the pen, managing to calm the creatures by getting down their level. They seem to answer almost immediately and follow, almost like as if they're charmed by your appearance. They seem to orderly start to line up and follow right after Karsus Alar, Karlar, if you will.
Alarsis.
No. I'm gonna start a list. This is Kalar. There.
All right.
I mean, I'm doing my job.
I'm attempting to help.
You're doing your best.
Give me a second just to write
Okay.
something. I'm gonna keep notes for this later. All right. As they start following after you, so they start following you guys up? Are you just heading up and heading straight out? Just the two of you with the beasts and Zells?
I would assume so.
Okay. All right, as you, with Rollman grabbing the bag of ears, you kind of start heading out. The creatures seem to follow after Karlar Kalar, sorry. As you head out into the port, heading down the... people kind of watching you as you pass by there, as they're heading up onto their ships, most of them kind of retiring for the evening or getting ready to go on a late night travel. You can find yourselves walking along the sleek, snowy and ice-covered streets as the snow starts to kind of pick up a little bit. After about an hour's worth of walking, you finally do manage to get to the outskirts of the city as the guards kind of looking over at you. This small little black kobold walks over to you a lot, looking up at Rollman and goes, seeing the mini Ironhide armadillos, goes, are you an invading force?
No, a merchant
We
company.
probably have an insignia too, just not on his armor. Probably on a medallion.
We
or something.
are here to complete the Ironhide turn-in quest that was requested at the guild.
Oh, yes, the Garden's Grace. Understood. Apologies. Enjoy yourselves. Please make sure to keep those beasts within a certain area. We do not want to watch them eat, well, any of the locals. Thank you and have a good travel. As he kind of bows and the doors kind of open up.
I thought they'd anybody. They're afraid of blood.
I'll bow back. It's a respect thing.
As you do, kind of heading through, the Ironhides continue to follow after you. As you lot head through the streets, people at this point have now kind of almost cleared the streets completely. Those few that left out are mostly passed out and have fallen over some way or another. Many of the merchant shops and carts have been cleared out, but left standing. Many people seem to have kind of packed into every building that seems to have a glowing window and a hearth going. As you can hear the partying, singing, and dancing, but it seems to all be very muffled as people seem to be staying indoors. As you go through the cleared streets, it takes you another hour of walking with these creatures. Though thankfully they seem to be almost charmed by Kalar's abilities, the two of you finally manage to get to the outskirts of Garden's Grace. Zels kind of looks at you two and goes, I'll just go ahead and catch up with James. I figure, why don't you get those creatures into the stables behind Garden's Grace, and that way, me and him can get our cut.
I'm actually gonna look at Roloman. I think they're still scared of you. If you just want me to lead them into the back,
You sure?
and I'll lead them back.
Oh, he just walks away, not even giving Rollman a
Pied
response.
Piper leading his prey away.
Zell's just kind of, yeah, good.
I'm handling it. It's fine.
Zell's just kind of looks at
handling
Rollman
animals.
and just shrugs and goes, Iron, I guess it's me and you. You've got the ears anyway, so just to make it easier.
All right.
And you guys, as you two kind of head in after, as you see Kalar kind of head behind, kind of turn down one of the wider alleyways and lead these creatures kind of single file, watching as they pass through, making sure they don't bite or chew on any of the big iron bins on the sides of the buildings. As they seem to disappear around the backs of the buildings, Zels kind of walks up to Garden's Grace. Seeing James in there drinking with ice, looks in and kind of opens up and goes, James! My boy, did you already get the rewards for the creatures, or?
I'm gonna wave him to come in.
Oh, I mean, shoot, this is a better place than most places. Is that dwarven? You see him light up with his eyes glowing as he looks at the drink in your hand. He goes, Rollerman, drinks are on me. I'll take it out of my cut. Come try this. It's really good for you. As he comes
Have I had
and
Snowbeard Dwarven Ale before?
Assumedly, I imagine James probably would have done it mostly on celebrations, as this stuff's pretty rare outside of the Snowbeard lands. But yeah, it wouldn't be uncommon that he'd have a barrel stored away of his own.
There's a small
times
barrel
has
in
it
his
had
room
this?
constantly that's just magically refilled because that's how the fucking room works.
Well, the drink wouldn't be because it can't respawn food thing.
Yeah,
But
You
as
got
you,
an empty barrel in your room.
yeah, you have an empty barrel.
it's now empty.
But as you kind of sit down, he kind of walks over to the booth sitting. He looks over at Ice, who pours him a heavy glass. As he goes to pour Rollman a glass, he looks over at Rollman and James and goes, or Ice does, and goes, you gentlemen should show the young man here the rest of the tavern. We got some of the best herbs in the area. As far as your wealth, it'll be we'll have Essa bring it into the private room. As he kind of points over, as all three of you kind of look. I'm gonna roll something real quick.
I don't think Grumpy actually knows what's going on at all fully.
As the three of you kind of look over at the door, Ice looks over and goes, Essa will meet you in there in about a few minutes. If you want to go enjoy yourselves, the private room already has a hearth lit, and it's under a silent spell, so nothing inside can escape, as far as what you say. And he kind of looks, as you kind of look back, and he kind of hands Rollman a glass, hands Zels back his glass, and goes, looks at Zels and goes, I think I'd recommend it as well, given the unfortunate atmosphere across the street. As he kind of looks over, and you see the very hefty, a very large monster tavern, beastkin of all races, beholders, what looks to be a weird tentacled-like creature walking about. Many beastkin themselves walking about. So a few Toth that kind of catch your eye seem to be visiting that tavern. Zell's just kind of seeing this and looks back at James and seems to look at James funnily and goes, I didn't know you were that kind of into Snowbeard, James. Hey, no worries. Let's go enjoy ourselves in a private room, I guess.
I'll nod and say, go ahead of me for a moment. I have one more thing to discuss with Ice here. He's an old friend. I'm catching up with him.
The legend of Dragon Lair spreads from misunderstanding.
He just kind of nods and goes heading into the room. As he walks ahead, he goes to sit down, or he heads in, opening the door, kind of looks at you two and goes, kind of shrugs and just kind of closes the door behind him as he walks in and sits down.
And that's the son of Zell. I will whisper to Ice.
Ice just gives you a blank stare. And just kind of waits for you to, like, as if, waiting for you, like, as if you were going to say more.
He's now in the private room.
Ice just looks at you and goes, wow, Essa was right. Those stories.
I'm very blunt.
Yeah, well, you're definitely a blunt tool, sir. Definitely a blunt tool. He kind of just nods and goes, I guess we'll go with this. He kind of look as he rings a little bell, or he grabs a little bell from underneath the counter and rings it, and you hear as what sounds like a couple of or some heavy footsteps coming from inside the room. As a little bit of what you can hear almost like sounds like shouting for a moment, and it's cut off. As the other guests seem to look about for a moment, worried. Seeing the sign on the door says Bounty Room, many of the guests seem to kind of suddenly look about and nod as the illusion on the door seems to dissipate. Ice just kind of smiles. What's up? Go ahead.
James.
Fake private room.
Mm-hmm.
James smiles back. I wasn't stepping in there with him.
Ice just shakes his head and goes, I'm not... It's not... He just kind of slides over a sack of coin and just puts his head in his hands as he goes, I need a stronger drink.
James will take the sack. How much is in it?
As you open it up, give me an appraise check.
Thanks for the ad, World Anvil. I don't need it right now. I'm just going to do an appraise check, please.
Man needs an ad blocker.
Appraise the ad.
Motherfuck. A nat 1.
He
James
can't
is
see
not
coins well
doing
right now.
There's more than one coin in there. You're almost 100% sure. No. As you open the bag, James, it's weird. As you stick your hand in, you find your hand going further and further in, and there's just more and more, like, things your hand is hitting. As you finally, like, pull the bag all the way up to, like, near your shoulder and pull it back out, you can't tell how many coins are in there, but you pull out a handful and count 20 gold coins in your hand.
James will take the sack and put it with his own, going to count the money later.
Okay.
The Ironheads are out back, and I do believe Rollman has the ears.
Sack of
Go
ears.
for those bounties.
All right.
Sack of ears.
Kind
Put
of-
it on the table.
As he kind of opens it and starts counting them out, and then you see as he pulls out a scroll and waves it across. I imagine around this point, Kalar comes back around into the kind of heading into the tavern now, with the creatures secured away in these small stables in the back. As you come in, seeing this lot, you do immediately notice the door over off to the side with the large rune that. On the door is just a minor illusion spell carved onto the door, but it's so clearly obvious that it's a minor illusion spell as you see this, Kalar.
I just kind of look at it, and I look at Ice, and I just kind of raise an eyebrow, and I just kind of walk over like nothing happened.
As you do, Ice is counting hobgoblin ears as he pulls out this scroll and seems to wait or say something in Draconic. As he does so, the scroll seems to activate. The ears start seemingly connecting or kind of connecting to each other, almost as they seem to pair up perfectly. As they seem to do so, he looks at and counts them and goes, "All right, 13 confirmed. That'll be 1,300 gold for that." He sets that down and he goes, "And you got how many Ironheart armadillos?" Yes, are you sure it's 10? He looks to
Kalar, how
Kalar.
many Ironhide armadillos were there?
It's
I'll
10.
just say.
It's 10.
At the very least,
I
I'm a merchant,
just
know
looked
how
at the
to
question.
fucking count.
It's still 10.
As Kalar looks back, confirming and nodding to you, giving the confirmation, you see Ice kind of smiling and go, "I was kidding." It's 110,000 gold pieces. That's a lot of money we're gonna have secured. And as he says this, you hear as the door slams open and a small coin, a wide coin purse is set down. It like slams onto the back of the tavern. Seeing S's hand kind of pull back, close the door afterwards. Ice just looks at the coin sack and then looks back at you lot and goes, "Never mind."
James
think
will look
that
at
bag-
Ice with a look of I know what it's like to suddenly see that she has a bunch of money.
Where do
Just-
you find 110,000 gold pieces at this hour?
The pockets of rich
James
people.
will look at her, look at Ice and go, "Don't question S's ways. She finds ways to make money faster than I can, and it's terrifying sometimes."
He kind of walks over, and as he goes to try and lift this thing, he is
I'm
like
actually gonna walk over.
body
Buddy,
squatting this thing, like like walking like a gorilla as he's holding it
Lift with
between
your
his legs. And it's like swaying slightly as he walks forward. Yeah,
I
go.
have my bag of holding on it. Would that amount of coins overweigh my bag of holding?
Do you want
My personal one?
Well, you see,
you
you have
find
another
out?
bag. Wait, hold on,
I'm
James.
already-
Remember,
You know
remember
what?
the
Let's see how well this small bag can hold.
Cameron,
Yeah,
I'm
you were
gonna
just
warn
handed
you,
a bag.
If you overload a bag of holding, it does break.
Yeah. Rollman, do you think you can carry that?
Let me attempt. I would like to lift the bag.
How much can you carry at this point before you're
Let me see. I could carry 460.
I mean,
Let's
that's
see.
technically. There is no technical
drag,
encumbrance
I think,
that
4 times
can't
that.
carry. But
You can have a carry capacity still.
let's see.
Is there a chance you're gonna need Kalar's lifting? Because I know I can lift even more.
I am just
Pilar.
checking
Yeah, you
what
are
the
stronger,
actual
Large.
weight of a gold coin is, because I have to double check this. Alright, so it'd be half of a pound is what the D&D coin is considered at minimum. Or half,
Oh.
sorry, half of the coin
Oh
would be
my.
considered gold, sorry. So
okay.
that means it's, that would make it at least half a pound or a quarter of a pound. No.
What?
I'm doing my
think a
math wrong.
coin's a pound.
Give me a second. I'm doing my math wrong. We're gonna find out.
I'm gonna go check this the easy way. 1 second.
If man pulls out a gold coin and weighs it, I'm
It
gonna
weighs
have.
According to official D&D, gold coins are considered to weigh approximately a third of war deploy ounce each, which equals about 50 GP, being an Ard voice pound.
So 50 GP at 110,000.
1
Give me a second. I want to see
It's,
exactly.
it's going to be more than 460. To tell you that.
That is 2,200 pounds.
We're a bit shy.
And Ice is just kind of gorilla walking over to you.
Do I feel? You know what? Can I roll another appraise check on this fucking bag of coins that he initially handed me? Can it hold
Yeah.
more?
Let's see if you can. Go ahead. I'll give you a shot.
Yeah, I got better by
Okay.
fucking 1.
Hey, that's better.
It's a 6.
You stuck your whole shoulder in this thing, and you couldn't manage to find the bottom. Either this thing has a certain amount of coin, like going pieces it can hold, and it can just stretch to however large it needs to be based on the individual who's putting their hand into it, or this thing is infinite. Those are the
Hey,
two
hey,
things
Pilar.
you've come to a realization on.
I'm not gonna believe it's infinite because nothing in this world is infinite.
That bag's magical. Kolar, do you know how much this bag could hold?
Kalar, you try.
I
Uh,
guess the
James
great
holds up the bag of coin.
Let's see,
Great
can
Kolar
Karsus
is going to-
determine?
I'm gonna look it over.
Give me a knowledge arcana.
I don't see what my plus is. I think it's a +3.
Oh, very good.
No, yeah, but as long as I don't nat 1. 17.
17. Okay. As you kind of look at this thing for a moment, you realize it's definitely a bag of holding. The spells are identical, but it seems to be a tweaked version as it's been designed to hold only a specific kind of item, allowing it to have a higher carrying capacity than what you'd expect. You'd roughly guesstimate this item itself to be able to be almost identical otherwise. Probably able to carry somewhere around 3,000 pounds worth of gold coins.
I mean, Kalar will do the calculation in his head and go about 3,000 pounds, but only coins.
And
do have a
it's already
chest
got
of
some
holding.
Points in it.
We have a chest of holding.
Yeah,
that can hold
that's
5,000.
back on the ship right now.
Oh, shit. Damn.
With the wagon, yeah.
We can go grab it.
Ice is just kind of standing here holding this thing like a dumbbell between his
You
legs.
can put unless you want to keep holding it, you can put it down.
He kind of finally sets it as it kind of, you hear it the floorboards underneath it creak and cracking a little bit, and he goes, I'm not, you know what? I'm gonna take 2 steps back and stand over here as he kind of goes to the other portion of the bar.
Is there anything below us, or is it like air, or is it ground beneath us?
Don't know.
We'll find out.
If it falls
I don't
through,
wanna
you're gonna
find
have an
out.
answer. I heard there were tunnels across the street, so
God damn it.
I mean,
About
just
how
go
full
grab
would you
the
say the
chest and
point
hold it.
sack was that you handed me, Ice?
he looks at you and goes, "What? The one that the one that you were
Yes.
rewarded? I don't know. I wasn't even told how much is in it. I was just told to hand this to whoever came to with information that proved useful for the Zelmer Mills thing. And so there you go."
All right.
Kind of thinks
I'm
for
gonna
a
grab the
second.
chest holding.
Roman turns and starts walking. It's going to be a 4-hour trip. I hope you understand.
4 hours?
Yeah, it's an hour to get out of the city from where you're at, and then another hour to get to the ship, and then another hour to get back, and then another hour to the city, and then get back here. This is a massive city.
Never mind.
I say it's already in the evening now. I'd say it'd be like
James,
roughly
take
like
a look
5 at
outside.
this
Is
point.
there just a loose cart somewhere?
As you look about, there are no any that are loose. There's a couple that are guarded across the street for other merchant caravans that are stopping
That's
in.
not what I want. I'm just looking for a loose one that no one's gonna miss, really.
As you look
I
up and
don't-
down the street, you don't see any.
A merchant city. I don't think it's really going to happen.
You can buy one.
Well, waste not, want not. James is gonna go start shoveling money into the bag until
Oh my god.
How much you can fit?
into his own bag until it's basically full. Because I know the
Oh,
carrying
your
capacity of that one.
your personal one.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I have a tier 1.
So a tier 1 can hold, for your own note, only 250 pounds.
It's a
And
little bit of the
then-
money.
So that would be about in total.
There is a problem here though. There is one.
Well,
other thing.
12,500 gold pieces in that.
That is.
Ice will just kind of look at you and go, "If you can't take the money, you could just invest and buy a business or something here, or a supply place or somewhere a house." I mean, I've heard the rumors about the great dragon lair on the ship. From the ship, I figured you'd be looking to settle down with Essa with that kind of cash. And you hear
I'm
the
expecting Essa
slightest
to come and
grumble.
Grab him.
As
James has
I look
vehemently
at
denied this for so long, and Essa knows that. Come on.
I look at James's collar and go, "Wow, I didn't know you had it in you."
James is gonna go, "It was a wrestling match, I lost. We're leaving it at that, nothing else happened."
Well, I think I've called that wrestling before. Yeah, is that what the kids use nowadays?
Ice just looks at you and goes,
Beat somebody with a paper bat.
"You could try and buy land from Greg's Maritime. It's not like he doesn't have a bunch that he's not selling."
Yeah, but the thing is,
No.
I'd be more interested in having a mine, but I also don't want to be too tied down right now.
I also don't think it's very stable.
Add it up
Current
with someone
circumstance.
else in charge at that point, then. Basically, you run it in your name. Then you can do it as you will. You come in, you do keep business. You've got connections here with Essa, so you'll know she'll keep them right and on commission. As you could buy buildings here and invest in a business, make your own. He goes, "Shoot, with this kind of money, you could buy an airship."
Airship, you say?
I'll say
James
out of
will actually smile.
We could buy Rain's airships so she can get her business started again. Or not Rain's, fucking
Drifts.
Drift.
Drift airship. There is an airship I'm kind of interested in. It was ran by it was belonged to a merchant company ran by somebody named Drift.
Thirsting Vale, I believe.
You kind of see him think for a second and goes, "Yeah, We haven't had any ship that sounds familiar. We had some ugly long vessel. She definitely a merchant vessel, I'll tell you that much. She's built to store a lot, but she's got no magical capacity besides the fact that she flies really fast. All the rest of her looks like she was stripped down to just basically fly and carry. Other than
For
that,
that one then.
the only other one I can think of is the creepy chained one, but that one has a bunch of cages and it looks like a horror show from the bottom. There's bits of viscera, bones everywhere. It's not pretty.
How much for the sleek one?
I think Greg was offering it for like 60,000 gold pieces.
James will nod towards it. The amount nods towards the giant sack. Take 60,000, and I'll take that one if possible.
Sure. Whose name am I putting it in?
We'll be putting it under the Ironheart Merchant Company. James.
He nods and goes.
Uh-huh.
You see him
I'll
kind of like
register
digging.
the rest of the crew for it that there will be at a later time.
Yeah, he pulls out a bag and starts digging into it and pulling like handfuls of coins, shoving in. You watch as the purse that he's pulling coin into seems to change with different symbols as it does so, as like more coin is shoved into it.
I'm checking the coin purse he gave me in correspondence to those symbols.
Yeah, it looks like it
I
seems
spot a matching one.
they seem to. Well, they do not have a similar symbol in the slightest. The one that you have seems to just be a simple leather sack. There's no symbols on the outside that you notice.
Oh, you don't have a fancy one.
As he kind of finishes pulling out, and kind of looks at it and goes, "All right, that's exactly what I needed." And kind of ties it off and goes, as it looks to be now, as he ties it off, it shrinks down to the size of like a little tiny pocket. As if he's just carrying a small pair of dice basically in a bag. He kind of waves it around with his two fingers and goes, "This should do for it. I'll have this sent over to Greg's Maritime immediately for the purchase. I'll inform Essa and she'll write up the paperwork so you don't have to deal with it."
What's the weight left of the current bag now that a lot of gold's been taken out of it?
Oh,
Yeah, maybe me, Kalar can double team this.
So that would be...
Yeah, it's like-
Actually, if it's to a certain point, James is just gonna walk over and pick it up and walk out,
The
not
two of
even
us
slowed
gorilla
down by the
carrying-
weight of it.
It is now 1,000 pounds. Before James takes out the 12,500 gold coins.
We might not need to. How much can you lift?
800.
No, he does need to take it up. Well, no, he
If you
doesn't.
are working together, it's additive, so you two together could lift
Yeah.
over.
I'll say he
1,000.
can get. James
There
said
we
he
got
could
it.
get 250 more gold pieces out of it, so that would
A
drop it
little
down.
less than that actually, because I do have that big ass hammer. So I'd say lose 30 pounds. So
Oh well, then yeah, never mind. Yeah. All right, as the two of you are gonna go for it.
Yeah.
Together we can lift more than the thing weighs.
Ice kind of looks at you as you two go to start lifting it. Give me strength checks.
All right.
don't fumble this, please.
5. What the fuck?
We're all
Roll,
rolling
why
shit
would
what
you
we
do
normally
this
roll
to
good
me?
at.
Just, compensate.
I got a 24.
There, see?
As the two of you go to lift, one side goes up and the other goes down, and as Kalar feels himself lifting almost the entire bag, struggling, immediately drops it back down to the ground. Ice kind of just looks at you lot and goes, "I mean, you could buy a crew on top of the ship. That might help."
No, I ignore him. I just look at Rollman, not lifting his
James is
side.
gonna sigh, yes, get it crude, and then for the rest.
Look, it's hard to get a grip on a bag.
Kind of
James is
leans
just looking
in,
at these two.
kind of pulls out and goes, "Okay, so 10,000, 20,000. 20,000 should work. I'll get you a crew that'll listen and obey orders regardless." Kind of shoves it away into another bag and goes, "That should be a little less, gentlemen."
At this point,
There's 30k in there. that'd be
James is
easy to
actually
lift.
gonna walk over and
600
lift up the bag
pounds
and just
now.
walk out.
Oh no, I'm not letting go of it, James. Nope.
Yeah,
It's
he
my
can
Okay,
just lift
okay.
it on his own.
Kalar can lift it, so 2,000 less.
Also, if it's over
600
your total
pounds.
carry capacity, you can't move, even though you're a dwarf. That means if you can't have a heavy encumbrance other than if you were
You're just
overweight.
standing there, like I can hold it, but
Yeah. That puts us at 30,000 colines still left in the bag.
yeah, I think I can lift it on my own now.
As you pick it up at 600 pounds, lifting it off the ground, you see Ice kind of smiles and goes, Nice doing business with you.
Nice doing business with you too.
As he watches you lot head out of the tavern out into the cold streets.
Yeah, I'll look to James. So what? We bring the coins back. You set up your contract with Drift in the morning.
I'll get it written up tonight. I already have most of it actually filled out. It's just I want to work out some finer details. Especially since now I'm providing ship and crew.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good.
All right. As you lot start to head off. For a moment, as you start to turn and start heading back towards the exit of the city, back towards the eastern gate. You see a young kobold comes running out. Black scales, bright green eyes, about only 2 feet tall. They look to be kind of thin and wearing very thick leathers, as well as furs on top of that. As they come running up to you, lot from behind, shouting as you hear them shouting and stomping pretty much in the rain or in the mud and muddy ice as they
What
run.
are they
going,
shouting?
James, James, wait!
I will stop
Do you-
and turn.
Do you know him? Do you know?
Do I recognize this kobold?
You can give me a knowledge history check, but upon immediate appearance, you don't recognize them, or you can give me an intelligence check.
I tighten my holder on the entrance of the bag that has the coins in it.
That's a 20 for knowledge history.
As you look this kid up and down for a moment, you realize you've never seen this individual before, though maybe not this age. They do look arguably similar to that kid that was said to be some world leader's son that you lot rescued, but this one has different colored scales. Or were they the same? It's hard to remember, and they have their both arms.
I think that I had the room regenerated.
James will hold and move to get a good five step in front of them, so a 5 foot step
Mm-hmm.
in front of the other two, back towards the kid. What you need, lad? And how do you know my name? Only small dragonkin that I know that was kobold or dragonkin that I knew that was like you was someone we rescued that couldn't talk.
Kind of smiles up at you for a moment and goes, "Well, you're half right. I could talk back in the day, but
Traumatic.
my name was Siroth. You might remember I had blue scales. I was really proud of them. I also lost my hand.
Yes, to a drac.
Unfortunately, I didn't make it out of my well, doesn't matter. The city I was in didn't make it, and I got reincarnated thanks to a passerby. I serve someone now, but I wanted to hand these to you. And as he kind of hands you a bunch of quest papers up from the wall, you see a bounty notice on there. Seeing the bounty notice specifically for Voldor, the Singing Eye of Clan Ironheart. There we go.
James will nod. Thank you, lad.
Yeah, smiles and goes, "Oh, and by the way, Araxanor remembers." As he kind of looks at you and then just turns and starts walking back towards the,
James is walking away. Araxanor had nothing to do with James himself. James didn't kill him. He was dead by the time we got to his body, so it doesn't matter to James.
As you, as the three of you continue on down the street, the street's almost abandoned completely at this point. The few bums that were out now have kind of found their ways back to someplace warm, or at least you really hope that they did at this point, as the cold weather starts to get even colder. Now dropping nearly down to 25 as the time passes and the winds start to pick up. The rain now becoming more like snow.
How nice it is.
This
is his temperature threshold. This is good.
Roloman and Kalar, the chill is definitely not the most comfortable or pleasant.
To be fair, I lived right next to the Snowbeard territory.
That is true, but
and you have fur.
Well, Next two, they were far. They were pretty far to the north. You were south into off the river, or from south and past the river from from the territory. So
I am a furred creature that's made to live in a little bit colder area if I have to.
it's true. But just like dogs, they all have their own fur coats for different environments. But no, as you as the three of you head in with the weather kind of hitting you, feeling the coldness of this weather, though. As you walk through the streets, it seems to almost be eerily quiet. The darkness around seems to kind of be thick, and as almost the time when you know you're expecting someone shady. James, for a moment, the name of Jakix popping up in the back streets almost seems to permeate in your mind in this situation as you walk through.
I'm keeping a good eye out with my earth sense, so around 20 feet around us, I'm keeping an eye out. Someone's sneaking.
What's earth sense?
It's his weaker dwarven tremor sense.
Oh, is it really?
Yes, as long as they're touching the ground, I can know they're there.
Within 20 feet.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait, let me look up that because I don't remember.
He does have that.
Oh.
He's just never really been coming up.
It's never really come in fucking handy.
Technically, you gotta actually use this to specifically be yeah. Oh, okay. I see each one. You cannot pinpoint the location of any creature with this. So you can just tell if there's someone within 20 feet that is also touching the ground. And the direction of each of them. Okay.
Yeah. So if someone pings somebody, it's gonna be okay. Are they following us?
I will say the streets themselves are almost 50 feet wide. So while this is useful, walking down the middle of the road because it's dark everywhere and there aren't many street lamps these days due to the many attacks. I imagine you lot would be kind of focusing down the main street, kind of trying to avoid standing in the darker areas
as fast as possible.
You see,
I will state the mount is still around too because it has like 3 more hours.
You just got a horse walking by you.
We have a phantasmal horse here. It's nice.
You see as a shrouded figure kind of comes walking down the main street, same as you in the center of the street. A heavy green hood over their head, a slight shorter height than Rolleman, standing about 7 feet in height in total. Or sorry, 7 feet in height in total. And looking to be completely covered in this green cloak. You can see some hefty brown boots that look like travel boots that are kind of barely shrouded by the cloak as they walk. They seem to be kind of walking right towards you lot without even stopping. Not raising their head, no visible lines to their eyes or anything.
We go around, as in go left or whatever.
Easily.
So not
we'll
right
take a
directly
little step to the side to go around.
Okay.
I'm watching carefully.
As you do, give me a search check to see if you notice anything on this gentleman.
Team search checks.
Yeah. James isn't about to just walk on by.
All right, guys. I'll eventually roll good. Maybe eventually today.
World Anvil has blessed me with a 19 search.
Nice. Okay.
I got a 6, or sorry, a 9.
Okay. We got 9. I'm letting James roll before I go into the full description because you'll each get a different perspective.
They're both fucking me.
4.
I am being fucked by all dice.
James, as you look this, as you look this individual up, King kind of focused and distracted by the merchant that you are. You notice the cloak has got gold in it, it's got silver in the lining. It catches your eye and you realize this has got to be a nobleman's cloak or someone who can afford a nobleman's cloak. As this person must be loaded, you're kind of that kind of catches your attention as the value. You don't notice anything else that catches your eye, but your intuition as a merchant tells you this person must be a very well-off individual or a very wealthy, aristocrat. Rolleman, as you kind of look him up and down as you're kind of passing, You notice the large scar as his hand kind of seems to go to grab the cloak and shut it more, where two of his fingers, his ring finger and his pinky, are completely missing. It looks like only his middle finger and his pointer finger and his thumb seem to be able are gloved, as the glove under or the very tight glove on the hand seems to almost be cut off for those fingers as he grabs the cloak, pulling it in. You do catch a slight glimpse of something, what looks to be silvery inside of his cloak for a moment before he closes it. Um, Otherwise, nothing else comes to you, or nothing else catches your attention.
Alright.
Kalar, as you look, kind of catch this individual, immediately you realize the cloak they're wearing has not only is it golden, but the gold and silver inlay are little magical runes themselves. This looks to be a cloak of elven kind. You notice that the boots themselves as well, those aren't just normal leather boots, but those boots are enchanted with some sort of silent spell. As you realize you haven't heard a single one of their footsteps this entire time they've been walking. Last thing that you catch your eye on is the obvious silver item that first almost you think might be a weapon or a staff, though as the cloak kind of closes, you catch a glimpse. It looks to be a giant accordion or a small accordion kind of sticking slightly out with silver inlay, and you realize this individual must be a bard of some sort, if they are, with the amount of magical equipment and what looks to be casting equipment they have.
I can check at all times. I can see magical auras as Karsus.
You can see that this individual, it does have a magical aura.
School, anything like that?
Multiple.
What's
It-
the prominent one?
The strongest.
Yeah.
Give me a second to
Maybe they're-
confirm that, because there are many. It looks like this individual is a mix of illusion and evocation between the two.
Hmm.
We have a choice here, out of game. I kind of want to talk to them, or I could just politely nod and we could keep walking.
You do you. We will stop and wait for you because you are carrying 40,000 gold coins.
Well, I was going to hand the
30,000.
coins to Roland.
30,000 gold coins. You're right.
I was going to hand the coins to Roland if I was going to talk. That's why I'm asking.
I prefer not to be weighed down with coins or the presence of someone unknown.
You could also just drop the coins if you really had to fight.
Hand them to James. I can stand
No,
with them.
No.
You need your hands too. It's
get
up
to
to
the
you if you want to
horse.
talk. What would Karsus do? Is he a social type?
It's not about social. He's very interested in magic, and these people have a lot of magic items and are hiding their appearance for some reason. They caught his attention.
Well, Roma's not saying anything.
I'll just ask as we're walking up, because they're like kind of huddled, right, as they walk,
Yeah.
hiding their appearance.
Mm-hmm.
Are you all okay?
You see the hood kind of the head kind of perks up as they stop almost immediately in their tracks. A little bit of rustling underneath the cloak as they do so, and you hear like the sounds of metal moving, sliding and moving about. As they then reach their hands out of their cloak, you realize both of their hands seem to be missing the ring and pinky finger on each side. As they go to kind of pull their hood off, you see a dark gray skin with this elven beauty. They look to be kind of very thick and muscled as they seem to. You see their skin. It doesn't take much to realize that this person looks to be some sort of half elf. And as you take a second, it's hard to tell, but you're pretty sure it's not Goliath. More, it looks to be Giantkin, though you're unsure if it's hill or stone from the appearance, given the thick muscle and very dark colored, or the grayish coloring in their skin. They kind of.
Can I guess based on their height roughly? Because I know every giant's a different height, even half. They'd be somewhat.
They are 7 feet tall.
So
that's
probably
they're fairly short. So
yeah.
Most likely a hill giant or something like that.
But
Well, Hail and Stone are pretty close in height.
yeah. But as they do so, you see the very bright colored green eyes, almost emerald green, glow as this thick smile kind of comes out. The hood coming off, the ears kind of perking out. The long hair seems to almost kind of blow in the wind as it seems to follow in the same coloration as their skin tone. They kind of smile at you and go, "Oh, no, I just don't like the fucking cold around these parts. Name's Thermos. The irony, my mother always told me I was named after a spell she heard that could keep things warm inside. Yet I'm always fucking cold."
It is chilly tonight.
I suppose I can understand that.
Apologies, I've not seen your lot through here. Are you one of the other adventuring groups that have been passing through? I just happened to see the Cryptic Cabal before they left, and man, I didn't actually think they had a turtle in their party.
Adventuring Merchant Company.
Oh, so not as famous. Oh, okay. Yes.
No.
Well, I mean, you guys don't get into, like, we're not talking, like, kingdoms and sieging, like, blowing up grand mages and taking on undead evils, right? As his eyes
No.
kind of glow slightly as he looks to you.
Lower-
Lot.
General problem fixers is what we end up being.
Lower key missions that pay decently well.
Oh, as you see his shoulders kind of droop. Well, damn. I guess you're
However,
not...
in my time as Karsus, if no one stops me, will go on his spiel.
You watch as the kid just see the individual seems to kind of focus or seems to kind of listen in and lose focus every once in a while. It's almost seemingly to fall asleep standing with his eyes open as continues on. Go ahead, James. Yes.
While Kolar is doing that, I'm checking that bounty. Does it describe the person I'm looking at?
I'm buying you time. Yeah.
As you flip over the bounty, it describes him as a cyclops.
Okay.
This individual, as you look at them, you count 2 eyes.
Dang,
But
that's one
I
more than
saw-
they needed.
But I saw illusion magic.
True. You didn't
The
say that though.
problem is, I need
Yeah, you
physical
haven't said-
contact to dispel spells.
So yeah, it might not
You
be
could
good to
grab
touch
you could
strangers.
offer a handshake.
I'll go to shake his hand and
the
introduce
spiel.
myself.
Give me a dex check.
Okay, what's my plus to dex? Okay. Oh, that's not the right button.
Man, Avray is taking no prisoners tonight.
It's saying fuck you all.
18.
As you go to reach out your hand, you see as the individual seems to almost pull out a dagger and seems to try and jumps away as they seem to slice at your fingers as you extend, managing to pull away your hand easily within time. They're almost seeing the reaction coming. The individual seems to almost wake up shocked and stares at you now, dagger in
He'll
hand.
see Kalar kind of just furrow his eyebrows. No, what was that for? And he'll kind of reel his hand back slowly.
He puts
I
his...
mean,
A handshake's a
here,
common
sir.
greeting, lad.
Thermos kind of puts the dagger back away into a little pocket of into his leather breeches as he looks over at you lot and goes, "Sorry, I fall asleep randomly when people are telling me things. It's a curse I was born with. Mother told me my name. It took me 6 months to figure it out. That was
Kalar perks up. I deal with curses.
yeah.
It's a
So
service we offer.
so does everyone else. The last guy that did that, he turned me into let's just say it took me a week to turn my hand, remove the fur from my hand.
I mean, there's not much I could do to curse you here where I'd get arrested very quickly.
You see him kind of
Also,
look you up.
I don't really cause curses. I kind of can't.
Kind of looks you up and down for a moment, and then looks over at the rest of the part. The James and Rollman, and then goes,
James will nod.
"Yeah, but
If
the problem
he does a magic
is,
check, technically Karsus lets off no magic. Like that's usable. It's all kind of just floating there.
as he looks over at Kalari, he goes, problem is, you're not, well, you.
Well, I am and I'm not. It's as he kind of thinks for a minute, a willing shared body temporarily.
weird stuff.
I am both the spirit outside and the host at the same time.
Thermos kind of looks at you and just goes, I'm more. That's not really what I'm looking for as far as it goes with a group. But thank you for the offer.
I
More,
dispelled the curse from First People himself.
I believe you, but it's nothing personal. It's just not my interest, if you will.
I'd like to sense motive.
Feel free.
I have to check something.
All right, the sense motive has been stated. Give me a minute. I need to take a hit.
Oh no, the Maya game
That's
continues.
a 23 for sense motive.
All right. While you take a second, we're gonna be right back for the viewers while the DM grabs the water.
He
All right.
proclaimed he would never go near me again as the First People.
Oh. So you had 24, was it, for sense motive?
23 for sense
23.
motive.
And what are you trying to gather from this guy?
How honest they're being in general.
The
They
sleep
seem
thing and
very
the freak
mistrustful.
out.
They're very suspicious.
He has not lied to you at all as of yet. From what you can tell, everything about him is he is being honest. As you kind of look him up and down, he does not actually look to even be a threat to you lot. Though his what? Did I lag out?
No, you
No.
good.
Okay.
No, you're good.
You're good.
Okay, making sure. Yeah, as you look on at him, yeah, he looks to be no threat at all, and looks to have said no lie to you yet as of yet.
Well, if you don't want to, if you end up wanting our services to remove that curse, I won't let it be for free at this point. He was doing it out of the kindness, and you refused. You can look us up, the Ironheart Merchant Company.
He nods and goes, by chance, did you see, there's a pretty fire giant around these parts. I was hoping to meet up with them and,
James will smile and go, the only one that I know that would be considered fair would be a crafter that works for them. That works back at their home base. In, well, their main city.
To be honest,
The next best one I'd say would be probably Kez, is the one called Kez that
Kalar
you said
chuckles
Kez was
'cause I-
oddly effeminate.
Kalar heard the things about how that is a man that keeps proclaiming they are a man, so Kalar kind of just chuckles.
he kind of looks at it and goes, huh, I'll keep that in mind. I appreciate it. And he kind of tosses a gold coin to you lot and goes, I'll keep your name on my mind if I ever decide to get rid of the curse.
Where are you off
Please
to
do.
tonight, friend? Name's Roman, by the way.
He looks at Roman, kind of nods, and goes, honestly, I'm looking for an adventuring party to tag on with and, get a little bit of notoriety with, but sounds like you're not really the type to go slaying dragons and saving princesses that my mother had always told me stories about when I was young. So,
Nope.
yeah, be honest,
No,
that's why I was looking for that other group, because I heard they were getting chased by a bunch of undead and such, and I thought, well, if I'm going to start somewhere fighting a horde of undead, probably a good quest. It sounds heroic. A bard fighting with his voice against the hordes of the undead, doesn't it?
That's rather heroic, and I'd love to hear the bardic tale sometime.
If
got-
you're looking
with
to
the
make a
rumors that I
name,
just-
I've heard of someone in town who travels alone. They're a little lesser known, but
James is about
I
to
mean-
look at him and say, there is someone that is traveling in town alone, yes. Ice and I discussed him. I think his name was Sen?
yes, he was part of the city siege.
He did work with those giants that you're discussing, so he might know how to get a hold of them again.
Or you could just work with him. I mean, if he's alone, he might
Yes.
come.
You see Thermos kind of nods and goes, what did this individual look like, do you know?
Bright
They
pink
were a
and red.
troll from,
Bright pink
yeah,
and red.
bright red
Pink and
troll.
red troll carrying a giant bow on his back.
Nods and goes, understood. I'll look into him. I appreciate your help here. He looks at Rollman and goes, and no, I'm not your cousin.
Didn't think you were.
Oh, good, because the last half elf I ran into said that asked that question, and I just can't figure out how he was that ignorant.
Anyway, stay safe, my friend.
Yes, cold night for most people.
He nods. And
James
goes,
is basically taking off his any form of winter jacket, and he's just walking around in, like, late spring, early summer clothing.
I'm side-eyeing James, really considering shaving his head.
You can shave the head, you touch the beard, you fucking die.
The beard will go when you least expect it.
In the middle of the night.
As you lot continue, oh good.
He'd rather the assassin murder him than to cut off his beard.
That is the shame of you. You caused me to have shame. I will shave you.
As you lot kind of continue through the night, through the streets in the night, the darkness kind of ebbs and flows as the wind continues, and the lights amongst the streets kind of come and go. But eventually, about an hour passes of you walking, managing to get to the gates. The kobold there, kind of from who had let you lot in earlier, kind of smiles as he ushers the gates to be opened and goes, "Alright, it's now becoming too late to come in and out. This is the last time you'll be able to enter. I apologize, but you'll have to stay outside the city if you're leaving."
I nod and say, "Thank you. We'll be staying on our ship.
Good luck!
Have a good night."
Hey, be careful of the bandits out and about. As he kind of bows to you.
Just gonna keep walking.
Okay.
For the warning.
Roman kind of says that, waving. You guys continue on your way, heading back towards the ship itself.
I'm sorry. If there's any bandit that's brave enough to approach somebody walking with a ghost, what looks like a ghost to the most basic person, they deserve to get their ass beat.
Do you?
The last
I thought right now, don't you just look like a Lar normally, just standing more upright at this point, or are you fully like your
I'm
vestige
referring
appearance?
to the horse.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
Yeah, no.
It is a spiritual entity, technically.
Yeah.
I do look different because the agreement was when I'm taking over, my clothing changes to fit the thing, and my eyes glow whatever color fits the person.
Gotcha.
So my eyes are blue, like they're just a blue flat color, and I'm wearing wizard robes.
Gotcha.
Which, like,
The
my little
ghost horse
Indian,
with
so it
us,
kinda
and
looks
we have
weird,
my
but-
short ass.
The robes are ethereal, so it's not really.
Yeah, we gotta go. We got like 2 ghosts.
With that in mind, the three of you give me, James feels confident, so I'm gonna say, James, give me a spot check. Roland and Kalar, give me search checks.
Okay. Let's see
I
if
just
roll
want to
better
put
this
they're
time.
out of game. Last time someone warned us about trouble in the night, they got beat up really bad.
They did. I watched it happen too.
You did, but you
That was a 6. It's a great day. Nat 1. Nat 2. Nat 1.
Oh,
You are
that one.
Man. All
I
right.
realize I have rolled, out of all the rolls I've done, a 4, a 2, a 3, and a 1.
There we go. At least I didn't that one.
James is also still checking his earth sense though, so if something gets within 20 feet, he's gonna be immediately alerted, and
Okay.
he'll know the direction to look.
Give me a second. Let me pull up something just to confirm something.
Exact position doesn't matter when I can turn and see your ass.
I'm just waiting to randomly see magical auras appear and not see the person and be terrified. That's all I'm waiting for.
Okay. As you look on, you see Kalar, you're the only one who manages to catch a glimpse on the city walls, a magical aura that you'd only recognize as seemingly similar size to what would be a world leader, standing far to the distance. You guys are about this point about half an hour from the city's walls, which would pretty much put you at roughly a good 30, 40 miles from the city itself, for your own notes. As you suddenly notice this, I would like a will save from James.
Are they within range?
You are right next to James in theory. I would assume James is kind of sitting on his ethereal steed in the middle with you on one side and Kalar on the other.
Great, it's not on that 1, it's a fucking 15.
May I make a spellcraft check to figure out what kind of aura it is for school of magic?
You may.
Beautiful.
A 15. Why?
Ooh. Alright, I rolled a 19. What's the modifier? I think it's just a +3 because of my intelligence, or a +2. What's my intelligence stat? It's a +2, so a 21.
You recognize this as necromancy, and powerful necromancy.
Not again.
Blood's End. Or something like that. I don't know who.
Alright, and James, you said it was a 19.
15. I
15.
wish it was a 19.
You, James, at a moment, you feel nothing, but Kalar, you see as James starts to kind of slightly glow, almost all around him, as then he actually starts visibly glowing, as Roman is now able to even see. It's a slight, like almost like as if a torch has been
recognize
lit.
the spell?
You can go ahead and give me a knowledge arcana.
Alright, I do what Alar does best in this form. I snap both hands towards him to dispel it.
Why are you glowing, James?
That's a 19 to recognize this fucking spell.
You do not recognize this spell as it's not familiar to you. I will say, for Dispel, are you just using the spell Dispel?
No, this is
it
effect when
works
he
like
touches
it,
me.
but it's not an actual spell because my hands aren't spell magics.
Okay, so your hands have to touch the spell, and you're just touching him?
I have to touch either the spell or the person affected.
Okay, yeah, as you touch James for a moment, as soon as you feel your hands do so, the magic seems to stop. James no longer seems to be glowing. But you hear the sounds of something buzzing in the distance. A lot of buzzing.
Run.
I get the horse to gallop.
Faster than gallop, fucking sprint.
That is the horse's sprint.
So, yeah, as you're running, I need initiative rolls from all three of you, and we're gonna see if you beat the necromancer's roll. Let's call it. Wow.
Why does everything want you, James?
I don't know.
Remember, James had a 120,000 platinum piece bounty on his head. You not forget that.
Yeah.
It never got revoked. It just Whitefeather didn't enforce it. Now,
Except, that I don't think I can pay that.
I know,
That's
right?
a big number.
Nice.
I got a 14, so James
14?
did fine.
Come on, Roland, you can't fail us now.
I think everyone just sees Kalar's legs tense and he just springs off and starts sprinting immediately.
Okay.
I will cast Minor Flight on my horse if I need to. Do not make me.
Come on. Hey! 24, 29.
Yo!
No, Jesus. All right, and
You're
James,
gone.
roll for your steed. I think your modifier, because you're not. It's not your initiative that I need. It's technically your steed, unless you're jumping off the steed to run, which I doubt, given you're a dwarf, and dwarves have slower running speed than anyone else.
What's the spell called, Cameron? Which spell is this?
It's
Mount.
Fine Steed.
No, it's Mount.
No, this is called Mount.
Oh, is it Mount?
It's
Oh, I
not
thought it was
Fine
Fine Steed. Oh, okay.
Nope, Mount is different.
Yeah, so technically he'd just be rolling for, I think, a light horse's initiative, which
Yep,
is...
that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, just a +1. Oh, no.
Okay. All right. So yeah. It's 14. That's still correct. The same modifier.
Let me double check. No, I have a +2, so it'd be 13.
13. Okay. You still beat the necromancer at least. Real bad. With a 7, as you take off Roman at the top of the speed, are you just running at double your speed as you hear Kalar say run?
Well, our runs are triple our speed actually, because we're
Quadruple.
not heavily...
Well, it's
quadruple.
yeah. Oh, do you not? You're only carrying lightweight.
Me? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it's 4 times 2.
As I hear run, I hear the buzzing, right?
Yeah.
Can I see what the buzzing is?
Do you have dark vision?
I have low light vision.
No. It is not.
I have
you
dark
don't.
vision.
You
Can I
can't.
see what it is?
How far is your dark vision?
60 feet, I do believe.
You just barely hit the range. You see a swarm of what looks to be scarabs. And I'm
Do
not
I recognize
talking.
the spell now.
I'm not talking like a small swarm. I'm talking. It looks like You're counting thousands of these things coming towards you, hundreds of thousands. You do not recognize this spell. You can give me
I'm
another
neutral.
knowledge.
Everything is within 1 step of me, so there's no reason for me not to be able to use an evil spell.
Doesn't mean you would recognize this spell. All right.
I guess I will be running then.
4 times.
Yeah,
So
riding
2.
the horse.
So that's what's your running speed at that point?
140 feet.
140. So 140 feet, and that's times 2, or is that just for one
That's
turn?
the full times
Okay.
4.
Okay. So 140. So if you're going 140 for your move, and then for giving up your action to move again, managing to get 280
No,
feet.
140 is a full round.
Oh, it's full
Running
round.
is
My
a full
apologies.
round thing.
My
That
apologies.
is, yeah.
Yeah.
And then as you run with 140 feet, sprinting off down the road, as you hear it, you are soon followed up by Alar in the next round.
And James.
Kalar?
What's your fucking
Yep.
speed?
Oh, okay.
The problem is, because I'm carrying so many coins, I think I only sprint at double.
How fast are you?
Only 30 feet. Knowles runs any faster than a person.
60 feet. You should have gotten your painted feet, or your feet painted with colorium.
Well, that wouldn't help us. You'd only be doing double anyway.
It's true.
It would only up me to 70 if that was the case.
That's fair. All right, as you rush off 60 feet forward, after that is James. James, what's your movement?
I'm trying to figure out what a light horse's movement is.
Oh, that should be.
A couple like
Yeah, so it should be in a goods and service, because I think they're actually outright stated.
There's literally just an SRD page for horse.
That works too.
They have a 60
Horse.
foot normal walking speed.
So normal 60
Okay,
feet.
yeah. And I'm in light, so they can move 4 times.
So,
So that's 240
well-
feet.
Well, Cameron, light horse depends also on how much you weigh because you're riding them.
yeah, how much you
Uh,
weigh?
How much do you weigh with your stuff?
Because a light load for a
see.
horse is 150 pounds.
Yeah, I'm over that. I'm into medium.
You're in the medium holds. So,
So that's triple?
I
Instead?
think that's instead of, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
'cause
180 feet's still not bad.
As you go rushing forward, as you do, as it comes to the individual's casting's turn, you see as another aura seems to almost appear, standing at that wall once more, as another one just as great with the same coloration of necromancy seems to continue. The
Go
two.
fuck yourself.
The second one is also going to cast. As that does so, you start to hear a larger swarm as it seems to grow. As this begins, these swarms move themselves, and let me double check something. James, you are going to actually be able to out fucking run it, I think. Wait, give me a second. How much did you move? What was it?
He moved 180.
180.
180 feet.
Kalar, you watch as these scarabs go swarming past you, as their little white skulls on the back of them seem to swarm past you, flying straight towards James. They manage to go. They can go up 240 feet. They seem to go rushing towards James, swarming him. I need a will save, James.
Are they doing an action? Because running is a full round action. They can't do anything.
No,
It's just like along once they get there, it does stuff.
Let me double check something.
Because if it's an action to do things, they can't do anything.
Let me double
Yeah.
check the yes.
Plus,
Oh, my apologies. I actually got the speed wrong. Thank you for correcting me. No, you said how far did you get? What was it? 180?
180.
Oh shit, nope. Never mind. I'm wrong. They do catch up to you, but they cannot attack on this round. As these creatures, I thought their movement speed was higher. As these creatures come rushing up, these scarabs seem to surround James, swarming around him, ending their turn. As it gets back up to the top of the initiative, Roloman, you're the furthest ahead as you see James getting swarmed by these bugs.
He should be ahead of me.
No,
I'm
you
ahead
said
of him too.
you said
I went
two.
the furthest.
I thought
No,
you said
James-
He said 140.
No, James the fastest.
Oh shit! I misheard you because I thought I heard 180. My bad. Or 280. My
We
bad.
got 180 for James. We got like 140, I think, for Rollman.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as you watch
you're
these
right there.
creatures go forward in front of you, my apologies. All right. Goddamn. Yeah. As you watch these creatures swarm forward, in front of you, attacking around James, what are you doing?
Now that I have seen them, do I know what they are?
It's not hard to realize these creatures look to be like giant insects, looking similar to like giant beetles. I don't know if you have ran into scarabs, especially with the fact that you lot keep traveling mostly in lands or you've been traveling during the winter. But seeing these creatures, it doesn't take much to realize these are large insects.
All right. Let me. Need to check something.
Oh no, Rollman's planning something.
I'm just saying because I have a torch and I wanted to see if it can actually do damage. No, it cannot. Oh, it's so unfortunate.
I think you can fight with a torch.
Technically, you can
No,
smack him
no,
with a
it-
torch. It just doesn't do fire damage.
I'm
like
talking about
people
the
hope.
ever burning one.
Oh no,
Oh,
It
yeah.
doesn't have it doesn't have heat. I was just confirming
Yeah,
because I remember that.
But if
Yeah.
you light
So
a
it doesn't
normal
do
torch and swing, I think it does 1 point of fire damage.
It does have a chance of igniting if you light them, if you can toss oil on them and stuff like that. Trust me, it comes in handy. Best gift a player can get is an ever-exploding ball of oil.
Gotta
Yeah.
play a game that fights with a torch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why not? So they're 40 feet ahead of me. Or like, how many groups? You said swarms, so like.
This is There from what you can count, there look to be thousands of these bugs flying towards and around James.
Okay. I will pull out a torch and light it.
Okay, as you do so, you finally get a good look at these creatures. You see at these scarabs, not only do they have what looks to be little white skulls on the back of their shells. Now, not knowing exactly what scarabs are, recognizing these creatures though as beetles that you've seen eating off of corpses and such, doesn't take much to realize what these insects do and what they favor. As they seem to chase after James. You seem to count thousands though. They seem slightly translucent as they go charging forth.
Summoned thingies. I'm assuming. Roman's assuming. Alright. I will go ahead and use a maneuver charging Minotaur, so I charge up to, I think, double my speed, which is enough to get there.
Yep.
I do an attack.
Alright, let's see what you've got.
Okay. What is the...
What is the AC of a tiny scarab? Let's find out.
Yeah.
Well, you'd have to base it on the swarm HP AC.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Oh yeah, technically swarms are treated as single.
Swarms are a creature.
Yeah, you can treat them
Yeah,
as swarms, but
single target.
there are also single target individual monsters. Don't worry, I have something. So you're gonna find out which it is today.
All
Well, no,
right.
you described them as a swarm. This is bullshit.
I know I did.
So 3, 6, yeah, plus 6, I think. No, it's more than that. God dang it! Too much to frickin' read in my sheet already.
Well,
There we go. Okay, yeah, plus 8 to hit.
Wha-
Come on,
Warblades, man.
25.
25. As you swing to hit, you manage to hit one of the scarabs, slicing into it. Go ahead and roll your
It's
damage.
the torch. What is?
Oh, you're smacking it with a
does-
torch? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The
Fire.
torch does equal to a gauntlet of the same size plus 1 fire damage.
so a D3.
Gauntlet.
Yeah, I think Gauntlet is a D3 or a D4.
Just roll.
It's a D3. I have one on James for medium.
Ah, that's fair. There you go.
Torch would be medium for your size right now.
Yeah. I'm not
You're
using a
fine.
large torch. I'm pretty sure.
Man's
Would be
gonna have
funny.
every weapon that has to be one size larger.
Yes. I do have a club. That is a lot of size.
Could have
large.
lit that on fire.
Yep, and then plus, yeah, this week plus, so 5 or 7 damage and then 1 fire damage.
7? Jesus. Alright, as you smack into the scarab, you watch as a quarter of this grouping of scarabs, this massive swarm almost dissipates as this single scarab gets cut down, splitting in half and dropping to the ground.
Well, that's all I can do.
Ending your turn.
Is the swarm entirely gone?
It is not. Only a quarter of it seems to have dissipated, as if almost evaporating into nothingness. As we continue, Olar, you're up. Or Kalar.
Dude, I can't do fire damage or anything. I'm just running.
All right. As you're just gonna run past.
My 60 feet, dude. I don't think I can catch up.
You can't. Yeah, I don't think you'd catch up. Never mind, 60 feet. Yeah, as you get up to your full 60 feet, running as fast as you can. You manage to kind of get a glimpse of what's going on as Rollman seems to be rushing and like slashing at them with the torch and smacking at the creatures.
Did the scarabs seem afraid of the fire at all, or no?
They don't even seem to be phased as they seem to continue going after James. James, you are up.
Oh, well, I'm not exactly thrilled to be surrounded.
Okay.
So, how about I just say fuck you to all of them?
Reminder, I'm here
As
too.
James actually has something for this.
Okay.
Can you just do it?
Yeah, the swarm is about to take a total of 5 points of damage instantly as James calls out an arcane word for necromancy, Death's Call.
Okay.
The swarm will also become fatigued.
Oh
wait, no. Any swarm in the area of the Death's Call instead takes 1d4 points of damage per caster level and becomes fatigued.
You watch as the creatures seem to start to glow and get slightly larger as the magic seems to expand throughout. Some of the swarm seems to pop. Two of them seems to dissipate as another 2/4 of the hives or the swarm seems to dissipate. However, as the ones that seem to survive grow larger, this swarm seems to almost refill itself back to its normal numbers as these creatures grow, replicating themselves, all looking as if they are growing them as this goes. They seem to be almost invigorated with this.
Bullshit.
Stop trying to fight and just go.
I don't have to use my move action, so...
It's a good point, yeah. James does not have to use his move action. Yeah.
So I'll be casting a different spell out backwards because I did have a different spell prepped as well. Let me just make sure.
Not
I'm
necromancy,
looking at the
please.
Right one, oh no,
Roll doesn't want to get eaten next.
Say hello to my orb of cold.
You're throwing your blue balls at the scarabs. Okay.
Yeah,
Don't take your breakup with Essa on the scarabs, man. That's fucked up.
So I'm going, and for every 2 tests will be on first. I deal. So right now I'm dealing 2d8 damage with this.
Okay, and it's a reflex save.
It is a touch attack.
Oh, it's a touch attack. Okay, yeah. Go ahead and make your touch attack.
Which is
do they have
based
spell
on my
resistance?
wisdom.
They do. Oh,
Yeah,
they do. Sorry, you have to roll spell resistance first. Thank you.
Do that first. See if it even works.
There's a spell resistance.
You beat it, just barely.
No.
Nice.
Now we shall see if you can hit. No.
Let's see what James has got.
Hopefully
We
the
do
touch
this
is not
with
good.
the... Now, touch text, I'm just adding my wisdom, correct?
I believe that's because we ruled it like that for Melvin.
For spells.
It didn't make full sense to use Dex for magic, basically touch.
Yeah, it's based on your casting stat. Yeah.
Plus your cast level, I think is what it is. Right.
You actually miss.
Their touch AC?
Yeah.
That's a touch AC, so that... What the fuck?
Because that's
Their touch AC is lower
Dex
than their
plus
Dex plus their
Nat.
size.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. Never mind.
Touch
I
AC is
forgot
the lowest
size.
always.
No, I got. Calm down, Rollman. Calm down.
Doing
Really?
leave him alone.
I was reading the fucking. If you're gonna chew my head off, I'll stop here. Like, legit, I get it. I don't mind being corrected, but goddamn. All right. Yes, I apologize. I forgot they went up a size category. So yes, that does technically fail because they lost their fucking tiny stat. So Because now they'd be considered fucking not small, but shit. There's another
Medium.
one.
Diminutive?
No, there's a. Is it tiny to small? Yeah.
It is tiny to small.
Yeah, it is small. Okay, I want to make sure my numbers are right. So yes. So
Oh,
I
okay,
lost.
small going to
Yeah.
higher.
So as they increase in size, yeah, that does hit. My apologies. So go ahead and roll your damage.
Make sure I don't have any other pluses to this. Nope, just that. Okay. God,
Nice.
I rolled near max with 1, but I got 8, so that's 8 cold damage.
Feel that. 8 cold damage. As you shoot this out, you watch as the creatures seem to lose the temp HP they just gained. And as they get the seemingly almost freeze over, the ice seems to crack and break as they flutter their wings more and warm their bodies up. The creatures look almost annoyed as they have to do so. Staring at you
I'm
now,
180
James.
feet ahead of him at this point.
As James, like any cartoon character, suddenly leaves a dust cloud of him there, waving as he's gone
horse
Do I
forward.
recognize these things as undead technically since they were empowered by necromancy?
That's a good question.
This is a legitimate question for my ability next time around.
You'll have to use it. As you end your turn, though, it is theirs. And given they can no longer chase, the creatures are going to be
You can still
dispelled.
chase.
The two auras Kalar in the distance seem to disappear almost as the insects vanish.
I'm just continuing my like casual jog because I was ignored by all enemies. I'm just
Fucking money in your hand, holding this giant coin purse.
Jog.
You robbed a bank and you're just running.
like, oh, they wanted to arrest the other guys. All right.
That's what it feels like in Payday when the cloaker ignores you.
Dude, right? It's like, oh, I'm not important. All right, I'm fucking fine. But yeah, as you continue,
I'll
I
keep walking
assume.
away with this money.
I was gonna say, I assume the rest of you after Rollman after seeing this. Now that James is headed off, are you gonna continue going after James?
I'll ask for James to slow down.
I am
the
too
spirits
far
are
ahead
going.
to hear you.
100 feet away?
I'm
He can-
180 feet away.
I mean,
I'm
it's-
You can hear further than that.
Yeah, he can shout, and I was gonna say it's not like there's a lot of foot traffic. It's like the most you're hearing are the sounds of crickets in the background and the distant wind and
James,
those,
if you can't hear that far, we need to get you medical
Man.
attention. Get you checked out.
Yeah.
I need hearing aids.
You're not that old yet. It's only been a year.
I know you have a white beard, but like,
Damn.
James would end up looking back and slowing down, though, letting the party catch up.
So you lot kind of finally, as James finds a small tree, letting the steed, or getting off the steed and letting it go to munch on grasses, would be normal for any person who's experienced with traveling with horses and dealing with them. Oh, James doesn't really, of course, doesn't have to clue into the fact this creature being a summon. It's just old habits as he waits for the rest of you to kind of catch up. Eventually, as you lot finally catch up to him. The darkness still kind of overhead. The outside of the city seems almost absolutely quiet this far away from the town. There doesn't seem to be there other than a few houses scattered about with the farm country around the town, around the outskirts of the city. There's just no one around.
what was that?
I'm going to guess, and given that it was a swarm, it was most likely a summoned monster, but a swarm variant of a necromantic beast. That spell I used initially is designed to deal with swarms.
I guess not some
So-
things.
The only things that would have been empowered by it were undead.
I just blink. I look at one. I look at the other. Are you guys blind?
To what?
To magic? Yes.
No, to the necromancers that were standing on the wall.
That too.
I did not
didn't
see
know there was
them.
necromancers.
Yeah, they were kind of just watching us for a little bit, and then they cast a spell.
Wait, we're 40 miles away. They shouldn't be able to reach that far with a spell, period.
If they were casting alone, and I just start jogging again towards the ship.
Kalar's
Yeah,
still
we're
holding
going.
the giant coin purse, really, like, I imagine
We're
going for it.
going. He's right, because if they're casting alone, that's impossible. But if there would have to be a ritual circle for that. We're leaving. We're getting on the boat right now.
Not a
Right now.
ritual circle, you nincompoop. You can just do it by locking hands. Because I just keep walking.
Kalar like pointing out like magic symbols throughout the like in the wall or in the sky like as he's like explaining this.
You can do team casting when you make like a powwow circle and you just kind of
Yeah, that's good advice.
That's still a circle, so I was partly right.
not a magic circle, you nincompoop.
At this point, we catch it back up to
Kalar's not very fast, yeah. But as you like kind of spend the rest of the time kind of talk about this, eventually getting to the boat, the port seems to almost be empty other than a few ships that have been docked for the night, and a few crews you can hear kind of, some still seemingly drunk drinking, but seem to be up on their ships themselves. Your ship you can hear and still see lights, and hear the sounds of people talking aboard as you kind of go over to the tower where your ship's kind of docked to and climb up it. I will say, Kalar, there is more stairs with this amount of coin weight. Like I'm just saying, this is a heavy cardio day. You're going up like 10 flights of stairs here.
I'm just mumbling. These idiots think I'm a fucking pack mule. This like going up
Kalar,
stairs.
thank you
Do you-
very much for carrying the coin.
Do you have a spell that could help you lift it up?
I mean, I could augment.
You think Kalar's been carrying it himself this entire time? That's why he refuses to carry. That's why it's not much weight to him.
Yeah, he's totally casting right now.
I just
It is
look at
large.
Roland. What part of I can't cast in a host's body that can't cast? Do you not understand?
That is true. Well, I apologize.
I don't have enlarge prepared. I'm sorry, but thank you for carrying the coin.
I'll assist in carrying them up the stairs.
I don't know if he trusts you with what happened last
What?
time. You
Oh.
couldn't lift your side of the coin.
Well, I'm sorry, I rolled like dog ass.
That's out of game, but out of
I just it was a grip problem. It was a grip problem. It was a grip problem. Okay, I just couldn't get a good grip on it.
Use his prestidigitation to chalk up his hands first.
Right. Grab some dirt and some mud and some snow, toss it, rubs it into his hands, gets them all gritted up. Oh man. I mean, if you want to try and roll again, roll them in.
It can't go bad again, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it can.
Totally can.
It can go even worse.
See what you got for a strength check.
Yeah, 21.
Yeah, this time managing to easily pick it up and help with it as you take half of the coin. As the two of you kind of walk, now awkwardly, hand in hand, upstairs. In a staircase that is quite wide and quite tall, but it becomes quite awkward when you're now having to hold the coin purse with one hand instead of both of them, where you're more centralized. Thus feeling the
Sideways
load now
upstairs.
more on your right hand and one of you on more on your left.
Well, we can two-handed on both sides. We can walk sideways upstairs.
Have you ever crab walked up
Yes.
10 flight of stairs? Because I have,
Crab
and it's
walk?
not fun.
You don't need a crab walk. I've lifted like doors and stuff upstairs
I,
sideways. It's not that difficult.
when you're trying to hold someone else on the other side of the coin purse,
What?
yes.
That's making it easier, so it's half the weight. Yeah, it'd
Yeah,
be
but-
easier than going up straight.
Okay.
We
I
get
don't-
it up there is all that we need to get covered. It's dealt with.
He is going to get you killed tonight. As you finally arrive up to the top, getting onto the ship, your crew seems to be quite ecstatic about you lot, with the coin you bring in. As Grandpa comes over, kind of congratulating you, handing you off to a bowl of what looks to be a thick kind of stew with some hefty meat in it. He kind of smiles as he hands each of you a bowl. As he does so, kind of tapping Alar's shoulder. Alar, give me a will save.
God damn it!
Karsus is leaving.
Swear to God, stop banishing me. 17.
You managed to succeed this time.
I
Um.
turn and look at him.
As you feel like a very strong pulse of magic kind of go through your body for a moment, the grandpa kind of looks at you for a second, Kalar, and goes, "Oh, you're a stubborn old ghost, are you? All right, we're gonna do this the hard way." As he spits into his hands.
Grandpa,
No.
leave him alone.
Don't touch me, I run.
No, he needs a whooping here. Ghost, evil ghost, be gone.
That was not that evil.
Clark's
As
Of course
Alara
it's
is
not evil.
running towards the room,
Very
dropping the
helpful.
food. Easily outrunning Grandpa without issue. You manage to dodge down below. As you see a bowl of food, a couple of bowls of food set out aside already, with no threat of Grandpa catching up. As you can hear him just managing to get to the stairs, grabbing a bowl and running into your room real quick. You lock the door and disappear.
There's a split second of Kalar like, is it a trap? No, probably not. And then he grabs the food and goes into his room.
James and Roman, you watch as Grandpa just kind of runs down below, disappearing.
What a
I'm
fun.
going to drag the coin into the captain's quarters.
Alright.
Because I can drag that much. It's
Yeah,
not
you can.
too heavy for
Dragging,
me to drag.
you can drag a lot.
You see Rain kind of smile as she walks over after standing at the helm, kind of watching what looks like having been on guard. She kind of looks over and goes, "Oh, James, I'd be happy to help you with your coin."
James is going to look at her with the look of, you're going to take some. That look of general friendly distrust.
She looks like a cat playing with a mouse as she looks at you.
Yep, that checks
You'll
out.
get your cut, don't worry.
She smiles as she goes back to sitting down on at the helm.
Mostly because I just kind of made sure that we ended up with a bigger cut by getting rid of Zells.
James
thinking
whispers
that ahead,
under.
not saying that out
I was
loud,
gonna
not
say.
But I will need Uldren to come to the captain's quarters.
You see Rain kind of like stand back up and lean over and go, "Oh, bad news! He's gone."
Yeah, that's
Zell-
what I expected.
Zell sent him on a mission to go gather a bunch of information on the homeland. Something about looking around, figuring out what happened to your family and where they were being hidden.
No, I'll expect to get that information when he comes back.
She nods.
But I'll make sure everybody gets a good cut of what we ended up getting. Although I did have to reinvest a good majority. As James there continues to drag the 30,000 gold coins, which he's been carrying on him effortlessly before this.
Effortlessly.
Because Royce doesn't do coin weight and just decided to be a dick with this one.
Well, that is coin weight.
Well,
We do coin
normally,
weight.
normally I don't do like major coin weight to you guys because I assume the fact that you're gonna take the money, like pocket money you have, and go and get what you need. But when you get 110,000 coins at once, you got to understand, you got to take into account some realism here. It's not like 20,000 gold pieces
As
where I
James
usually don't bother you
drags
about.
it into the captain's quarters. I'll be splitting it up and getting everybody at least a little money. Plus,
Yeah,
I have that other portion.
as you drag it in and start counting it out and start figuring out what you want to do with it, kind of figuring out who gets what and what cuts need to go where. All right, Rollman, what about you?
As we're eating down with the rest of the crew, I'll tell them about our interaction with some necromancers and how we're probably gonna do a rotating guard and stuff for tonight.
The crew seems to kind of accept it. Most of them seem to have already been doing so. As Grandpa kind of looks over to you and points out the fact that they've or points out Rain, who's been on guard duty for the last 2 shifts. He kind of looks over and goes. Grandpa looks at you and goes, "And what do we do about the merchant gal Drift?"
James is gonna work up a contract tonight, and I believe they'll be off with their own ship working under us.
I'm just saying, keep her away from Rain out of game. Just saying.
Yeah. Do you know where she is right now? Is she still in the captain's quarters, or?
Grandpa looks at you and smiles and goes, "Hasn't moved from the bed. I imagine James is gonna get a right surprise when he opens that thing and smells that. We found out, unfortunately, she doesn't do well with dairy.
What did you give them?
We had cheese soup, as Rain had requested for lunch, and you see the most devious smile on Rain's face as she looks at you.
We have learned the weakness of Genasi.
Is Genasi
They are
lactose intolerant by
lactose
chance?
intolerant.
Grandpa goes, "I don't know, I've never been to the lands myself."
Huh? Well, Rain, is that true?
Oh. Rain shrugs and goes, "I ate it."
Yeah. All right.
Had 2 bowls. She just gives you a smile.
I'm sure you have a stronger fortitude than most, though.
Good parentage, I hear. As she looks at her, like, elven ears.
Anyways, just mentioning it, just for the specifics of if you see any scarabs or necromancers or undead, that'd be why.
They nod, the crew seemingly kind of whispering amongst themselves, but otherwise seem to kind of accept things as they continue to chew on the food that Grandpa's kind of set out. Grandpa kind of walks over to you, Rollman, and kind of ushers for you to follow him into one of the back areas where he's got like a nice little kitchen cooking and like a butchering room set up. As he kind of brings you into this area, kind of closes. There's no real door, but closes the little tarp that's there. He kind of looks at you and goes, good news and bad news. Good news, I got all the foods that we were hoping for, all the desserts and sweets that they were asking about. Bad news is most of it won't keep past a week. So the crew's gonna get kind of fat.
We do have a preservation area.
Yeah, that's true, but I've noticed the ingredients for certain things don't preserve in the cold too well.
All right.
You know, things.
Just have to use it before then, huh?
Time to set up a workout schedule to even out all the food.
Problem is, like eggs and such, we don't want to. When they're frozen, you don't. They're harder to cook with to thaw them out, and they have a weird taste.
Is there a way you can use this in like some sort of ration? If it is stuff like that.
I can make it hard, but it's not going to taste as sweet.
No. Better than having it rot, huh?
No, he
I have a
nods.
solution, but I'm up in the captain quarters.
I'll dry it.
Start at Magic Boy.
I'll dry it, and I'll bake it together, and we'll just toss as much sweetness to it and fruit to it as we can. You'll have to eat as much of it as possible beforehand, because the fruits will go bad.
All right.
He goes, so fruitcake bread. Evan, I think I can make something. Fruitcake bread hardtack. This will be a new, I think I made something that for the boys I trained when I was young. Grew up real strong when they finally left the nest.
If it makes you strong, wouldn't mind having it.
It sits on your stomach like a pound of bricks, but tell you won't have to eat for the rest of the day. I call it dense cake.
Dense cake.
Yes, it's built for a dragon.
Okay, then if we run into any dragons again.
He nods and goes, I'll get to work. I've got nothing to do for the night anyways. And he cracks his back, kind of pushing on his lower back a little bit forward, and looks at you again, Rollman, and goes, oh, and last thing, the goose. I don't know what he's doing, but he keeps staring at us.
Well, he doesn't particularly like us.
Oh, that makes more sense. I offered him some sweetbread, and he just looked at me like I was trying to poison him.
He's very
I do believe I heard before that bread is actually bad for birds.
Oh! He goes, you see the shocked look on Grandpa's face, goes, didn't even cross my mind that that'd actually be the case. I thought it was just a kind gesture. You know, fair. Kind of nods and goes, I'll take that into account. Maybe I'll try and sweeten him up with some meat.
Perhaps.
Nods.
Could ask him what he likes as well.
I'd sooner have a conversation with that fella that was carving people up.
Yeah.
He nods.
Not a very friendly foe.
Never will be. As he kind of
Alar's
walks
going
in.
to talk to one.
Alar makes friend with everyone.
Right?
Exactly.
Grandpa kind of pulls the tarp away and lets you out. You are not
So
making
you said you
friends.
trained people before?
And he looks at you and goes, oh, a long time ago, ages ago.
Do you think you could still train now? Said you were free tonight, yes?
It
Or
looks.
we're not.
He looks down at his very rotund gut and then looks at you. and looks back at his gut and goes, "Son, I've had too many sweets in my days. I'm about as close to training shape as I'd say Alar is to sanity."
And you were chasing Alar and didn't break a sweat.
He looks at you and then looks and smiles and goes, "I almost fell over halfway down those stairs.
But you didn't.
I was red-faced when I got to the bottom of them, and I think Alar pretty much grabbed 2 bowls and came back for a refill before I got to the bottom." As you kind of look down the hallway. Yeah, you look down the hallway and see the 3 bowls just sitting outside of Alar's bedroom door.
Huh? Well, if you have any knowledge as well, it doesn't have to be physical training.
Don't eat a lot of sweets. As he pats his belly and goes, "Oh, and don't get married to a woman who can cook."
Why not?
He pats his gut and goes,
Oh yeah.
This wasn't my fault. I didn't start the problem. I'm just finishing it. It's like a puzzle my wife started. I can't stop it now. Oh, and the fact that I really enjoy the taste of food too much now.
Yeah. Well, if you ever feel inclined, I'm always up to.
I will never feel inclined to run again.
I think this character's just DM. Like, this is just...
Just kind of,
he's got bad ankles now too.
Just kind of walks forward and goes, "These young men think I can run these days. I got knee problems. I thought that was the most running I've probably done all week. I go shopping and that's my cardio. I should be happy I do that these days." As you hear him kind of cracking something. You're not sure what, but you know it's somewhere on his body as he walks.
Mm-hmm.
The only difference between Grandpa and Royce, Grandpa can cook.
True.
Grandpa cooks well. He actually just points in cooking. I forgot to put those points there, alright?
You're just using natural stats to try and...
Listen, they told me I could roll intelligence for this, and I haven't succeeded the DC yet. I'm working on it. I got close. I met DC once, I've gotten to that point,
Yeah. I'll have
Yeah, you've also nat 1 to the point where your food tried to run away.
True. You created something.
Listen, if your food doesn't run away on you once, what's the point? Like, that's the thrill of the hunt.
He's got one thing for his cooking. That's one hell of a scientific discovery. He brought something back to life.
Yeah.
I don't know how y'all haven't made your Spam or ham dance, alright? Like, in the microwave. It's really easy. But
Dance is different than run away.
Microwave. I put it in a skillet to warm it up.
who owns a skillet?
I do.
We're white trash. Not fuck. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Man,
It's a cast iron skillet that's been passed down through my family. It's a family heirloom skillet. Leave me alone.
That you cook Spam in?
You cook anything.
This is my family's artifact. This has been passed down for legend. It's a +7 item for skillet for ham. I don't know how to work a skillet. That's too bad. Anyway, sorry. All right. As we back to scene. Yes. As Grandpa kind of walks away. Mm-hmm.
The captain's quarters.
Okay. As you head back up with James, before we get to that, Alar, are you just chilling in your room for the night?
I sent an image of what I'm doing because since the room shifts.
A holy book and like almost in front of you of magical arcane runes, and the sounds of a light organ can be heard playing in the background.
I'm trying to figure out how Grandpa's able to get rid of my summons.
Alright, give me a knowledge arcana. Let's see if you can figure it out.
Carson's not happy.
No, he doesn't want to be This is a Lar 2 peeking through. He doesn't want his things to be banished. He needs those.
They are his friends. You don't banish friends.
Maybe the Demon Lord, though. Maybe we banish that guy.
He was helpful.
Yeah, he was.
He was incredibly cool. 16.
Best you can figure out is that Grandpa's hands must be holy and according to this world's laws.
Oh, that's concerning.
He's a holy man.
Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. There's no known magic you've ever heard of that should be able to banish a bound individual such as yourself. As you kind of think about it for a minute, looking back on it, you can't help but realize as well that Grandpa doesn't have a magical aura in the slightest.
He's just built different.
What are your secrets?
As you spend the rest of the night looking up every bit of information on orcs, trolls, green skin, cooking, Is there some
Ah,
sort of
yes.
recipe as you like sneak out to steal the recipe books from the shelf to look through to see if there's like an immortality or some like there's some arcane magic spell that's in there that you're just not understanding? Give me an intelligence check to see if you find anything.
You hear a voice in your head. You could just ask him.
Hear
No,
another
no,
voice. That wouldn't be as fun.
no. He'll try to banish me again.
It's the
The
devil and the
voices.
angel
They're
on the
speaking.
shoulder, yeah.
19. We're going
Night-
up.
As you get like pull in some of the recipe books, one of them catches your eye. There's a small one that's about the size of a elf's hand, which about rather tiny in the design. Um, as you kind of try to open it, it looks the cover of it just seems to be a simple black book. The binding is black leather, though it's not of this plane. You can tell that, and it has its own magical aura it gives off, and it seems to give off conjuration as the school. As you try though to open it, there's no lock, there's no like ties, no nothing. It's just a leather bound book. You can't seem to open it as you pry and try. You, with all your might, you feel yourself, even with all the arcane knowledge you try, nothing seems to work. This book does not open.
I guess I'll just take note of the title and design of the book. I'll figure this out later.
There is no title, but as you write down, it's just design. It's a little black leather bound book.
I knew Grandpa was something weird. I knew something was going on.
Well, he's Grandpa.
As you kind of sneak his stuff back out, turning his books. We'll come back to you in a minute. James and Rolliman, as you kind of sit together, Rolliman, as you head up the stairs, Grandpa kind of seems to follow after you shortly after grabbing a bowl and kind of seems to sit out on the front of the ship, just watching the night sky and seemingly enjoying his meal as he does so. As you kind of head into the captain's quarters, though, with James, as soon as you went in, the smell hit you. It was horrendous. There's no windows that you could open.
There was an immediate casting of prestidigitation to remove it.
Immediately pulls out the air.
And as you did so, basically the spell seems to almost cause a door to open up behind you, as the entirety of the wind expels out and fresh air flows in. As the door shuts almost immediately as it does so.
And for the source of the smell, I'm snapping again and it's being removed.
He's just gonna spray them like a shit.
Excrement is gone.
As you look over, you see as the passed out Drift is just laying in the bed, completely conked out, still wearing the same clothes, drooling on the pillow. She doesn't look like she's ever left that bed, from what you can tell.
As long as the smell's gone, I'm gonna be able to do my paperwork in here.
You're gonna sit at your desk, yeah, dragging the coins over. As it's not quiet, by the way, as the metal sounds like it's dragging on the wood almost directly.
I don't care if I wake her up. She's been asleep for a good fucking 12 hours.
She does not even seem phased. Doesn't even snore, change her snoring. Nothing. She continues to sleep and slightly snore as she does so. After a few minutes,
I forgot to mention that.
Yeah.
They, apparently had some bad food.
as Rolliman comes walking up, opening the door, not meaning to be loud, but as the door kind of almost slams open with the from the spell from earlier, causing the hinges to slightly loosen. You hear as it clatters against the back or the glass of the wall. As it smacks, it makes a loud sound, kind of cutting through the absolute silence of the night. And as you kind of look over, expecting this woman to wake up, she continues to sleep right through it. As you close the door behind you, Rollman, noticing the sleeping figure and looking over at James, almost, I imagine, with a look of astonishment on his face.
No, James is has already calculated the money that he has and putting it into a ship's fund to start separating out properly.
Fully focused captain, he is not at all involved. You see as you look over, eyes on the paper, writing. Without even looking up, James seems to greet you as you walk in, Rollman.
Hello, Rollman.
Heavy sleeper then, huh?
She didn't make a movement when I was dragging the coins over. So, yes. A very heavy sleeper. Beside him, James would have a blank sheet to write out the contract, which he would probably have a basic outline already for most contracts, and this one would be specific that he is writing a ship and crew for Drift to operate her merchant company under his name. The ship is registered under his name, so stealing it will come with, so that it is safe. And as well as keeping the original split, James will honor that request of hers,
Okay, sounds good.
which was. But in return, that eventually there will need to be a payment to pay off the ship if she wishes to have it changed to her ownership.
Okay.
As for and the same thing goes for the crew.
So, what do you think our next move is?
Well, we'll report that there was necromancers on the walls tomorrow to Essa, and then we will deal with everything else. As James pulls out the other sack, the bag of coin holding, as he's going to lovingly call this thing, and start taking coins out and calculating them out too.
I'll help count to make it a bit faster.
How long are you willing to spend counting out of this thing?
I do want to get some sleep tonight because I'd rather not be tired.
I was gonna say, at this
Next day.
point, it's like 7-ish, I'd say, while you're on the ship, so...
I'm willing to spend 3 hours doing this.
Okay.
I'll also roll another appraise check to see if I can figure out how many are in there.
Rollman,
Just fucking
how about yourself?
I'll stick around, and when I'm needed, I'll go do a watch, and then come back and count some more. I got nothing better to do.
You're not gonna take a rest at all? Okay.
Well, besides going to bed eventually.
Well, yeah, so if you want a long rest, so that's what I'm asking. If you were gonna keep going until... Okay, so without a long rest, or if you were gonna go and take a long rest.
I will.
Okay, so about 3 hours will be the same as James in that case, then. Okay. Alright, then James, give me an appraise check.
It's an 11. It's going up slowly. God fucking damn it.
Alright, both
If
of
you look
you...
at it, even better.
Both of you give me a T100.
Eh.
62.
80.
Okay. As you begin to pull out coins, Rollman, you count 6,200 copper pieces as you finally, as the 3 hours kind of go over, that you managed to get out of the bag. James,
copper.
as you pull out, you count 80,000 or 800 silver pieces as you continue to pull the pieces out.
I feel like this is a chunk bag.
I feel like I'm being fucked with because I provided with very good information and now I'm getting cheated. And I'm not exactly
I will
happy
say,
about
you
it.
haven't even, you feel it, as you put your hand back in the bag, you feel you haven't even felt you still pulled more coin out, you still feel more coin in there.
Yeah, you've been paid a lot just in very small coins.
Very interesting.
James takes a second and goes, did Greg really just pay me in pennies? Did he pay me 1,000,000 gold pieces and copper pieces?
Can I roll one last appraisal
Yeah,
to
sure.
try before I go to bed?
You're good.
It's the YouTube video where you got $10,000 worth of pennies and go to the bank. Like, I want to deposit this.
No, you go buy a car with like $1 million in pennies.
Yeah, because I gotta legally count all of it in front of you.
Well,
21.
there is, if it's quarters, they have to. If it's like more than
21.
that, they can refuse.
You manage to realize that there is probably somewhere around north of about 50 to 60,000 gold pieces, at least in here. However, you manage to realize they are in a mix of about maybe a quarter in silver pieces, and the rest seems to all be in copper pieces. And that's not the end of the bag from what you can figure out. There still seems to be more. That's just how much you're able to roughly guesstimate.
60,000 in other. Because I need this category now. Because fucking damn it.
Can't we just go to like a
You
low
wanted to
room?
have a nice number to put in, but you can't.
Can we not just go to a low room on the ship and just start pouring the bag out until it stops?
You could.
Well,
I will do that tomorrow.
he didn't think it was going to be this bad.
Now, let
I
me-
didn't think that I would literally be, hey,
Guys,
here's rolls of
Did we
5
say
pennies.
this? Did we say this was a long ship or? Yeah, this was a long ship, right? Yeah.
This one's a long
No.
ship. Yeah, it's.
I think we might be at the point where we actually have to install that vault we joked about camera onto the ship.
The one that can hold all the money and make the exchanges itself.
Well, yeah, the vault for the more expensive shit to make sure it's not stolen. We might have to actually put it in the fucking ship.
Or we just have to invest in stuff, because if you keep everything on the ship, if we lose the ship, bad things happen.
Hear me out.
In terms of
We
we lose
buy
everything.
a ship called the banker ship. It's just made. It's just.
Well, if anyone finds out it's called
I
the
might
banker
look, what we
ship,
might get,
man,
if
what if
we
it's gonna get
find-
raided?
If we find the cloud giants, we might put in for some upgrades
Alright.
on the ship.
We could
So-
build a bank.
As as
Do
you
things
lot
exist?
kind of finish up counting this over the next 3 hours, kind of eventually accepting the fact that there's just too many coins in there to make it worth counting right now. James kind of, I imagine, almost yawning and kind of holding the bridge of his nose at this point, looking up. I imagine the two of you kind of head off to bed at that point, back down to your rooms.
James will set the contract by drift
Okay.
under paperweight. That way it doesn't float out.
Okay.
And lock the captain. And I'm not leaving the coin in there. I'm not that stupid.
Yeah, dragging
Yeah,
it with
that's
you.
We have a save.
It
You
gets
go,
struck
safe.
down into James's room.
Okay.
Alright.
As you head down with it into your room, the two of you eventually head down. Rollman, you're not called for the guard duty, as there are other people already in the rotation. As the night goes on, the three of you get your full 8 hours of sleep, relaxing and resting. As the next day comes, dawning around about 6 a.m. as you hear Grandpa kind of come knocking on each of your doors to kind of get you guys up, as well as notify you that breakfast is served, as you are notified your table's waiting above deck.
Roman, the disciplined individual, is already up and getting his morning.
James already up and probably out of his room at 6. Cause I did say that usually around sunrise he'd be up and out. So
Mm-hmm.
I guess it depends. Is it sunrise before around 6?
There's no sunrise in this country right now. It is basically like England. There's light clouds and there are dark clouds.
Well, on average, when would sunrise be for the locations that James has been in the most?
James, you have just been traveling time zone to time zone. You have no fucking idea,
I am
roughly.
shell shocked. Believe me.
Yeah,
I'd be up and probably out
Shell-shocked.
heading to go do my prayer.
yeah. No
Do you have
worries.
to face a certain way for your prayers?
No, I don't. But James has more or less found a spot that he likes to do it in on the ship. It's between the two giant fucking magical engines.
Oh, that's like most of the ship, buddy. They're kind of on both sides of the ship.
Yes, but there's an area that we can walk onto them that we learned about when Hardress got launched off.
Got launched off.
Oh.
And there's
Now-
a little place between them that's still on the ship.
As the three of you are gathered up above deck, around the table, Grandpa kind of sets out what it seems to be the sweeter drink. As you kind of get a whiff of it, it looks to be the same color as coffee, but it gives off a sweet and almost like sugary aroma as you take a deep breath of it in. It seems to be warm as he kind of smiles at you a lot and goes, "This is from the lands in Krekek, I believe. I managed to get a hold of it while I was here in town. Enjoy it." As he looks over at Rollman and goes, "It's part of our rationing.
What is it?
Just drink
I'm going
it.
to smell it. Does this smell like chocolate?
It smells like chocolate."
I would drink it.
James is going to smile and drink it. James would have had this before, given it's something that'd be expensive and traded, so...
The hot.
I'm not holding back, I'm sipping it.
Yeah, as you down the hot chocolate, it is sweet and seems to be freshly made. As you watch James kind of down this almost immediately, it looks to be a creamier thick and mixed with milk to be made. Rollman and
thought
Alar.
instantly crosses James' mind as he looks over to Alar and wonders, can Alar have chocolate?
Well, you wouldn't
I
know
said I was
that.
drinking
I was gonna say, okay, yeah.
Can I have chocolate?
I was gonna say, first off, that wouldn't be a thing that you'd outright know, and outright that's a medical thing, a very modern medical thing.
It's more of a thing that you're gonna find out if you
Yeah,
have food
usually.
poisoning later.
Yeah, you've never had chocolate before. As you smell it, it's very sweet to the smell. However, there is something about it that makes you want to gag every time it gets close to your mouth.
I think I'm good. I think Alar's gonna push it a little bit away.
What does
Hey.
Roman
James will
think
reach
of
over.
hot
Roman-
I'll
chocolate?
take it for you, Alar.
Lord, you watch as James just downs it happily. As you just
Like a
don't have
shot.
as you kind of had to hold like the vomit back almost after
I-
smelling it.
I think while he's drinking, Roman sees me visibly gag and then look away.
Yeah.
Take.
Roman, it's
I will create water for Alar. That way they have nice drink.
it is sweet. Well, I mean, Grandpa would have set out glasses to drink from that aren't just that. But Roman is quite sweet. It does give a chocolate and very like thick milk flavoring. You can definitely taste the dairy in it. Is he kind of smiles at you? Grandpa kind of smiles at the three of you and goes, we've also got so this is a sautéed of a potion cream vial with a little bit of. I only was told was some sort of fish in the market. It said it'd reinvigorate you and give you a bit of a zap, if you will.
Is it eel?
Are we about to eat electric eel covered in health potion?
As you look down at it, it looks to be a like long piece of red fish that is sautéed in a very thick red, like cranberry-looking sauce.
Me eats.
Down the hatch.
As you do,
I trust Grandpa's cooking.
Alar, do you are you eating it as well?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. As the three of you do, you find yourselves gaining 20 temporary health points, as well as feeling yourselves gain a slight immunity or a slight resistance to electricity of 2.
Wow.
Oh,
How nice.
how intriguing.
Grandpa just kind of gives a wink to Alar as he walks back down below deck, leaving you lot to kind of eat amongst yourselves as the rest of the crew is down below eating.
This whole meal was to fuck with me.
Why?
The electricity thing, a thing dogs can't eat. I'm being fucked with.
Well,
James is
same.
pretty jolly as he's probably now sipping on water after 2 very rich hot chocolates.
You know, James, I don't know if you can have that much chocolate. You might get a bit chunky.
Dwarf
Let's see. Uncle Gerald managed to down 8 mugs of that before he passed out. Then he got diagnosed with something, and we don't know what it was, and he died a foot less and
Oh,
being very sticky.
dwarf
So-
gonna die.
So good reason to not do more than like a couple, right?
We learned 8 is the limit in one sitting.
I guess so.
We go questing now?
I'm out.
Oh,
Oh, you're back
actually-
to yourself.
Why would Alar not be self?
Oh, you know, you were Karsus earlier, or yesterday rather.
Who?
One
Magic
of your
Man.
vestiges thingies.
Oh, Magic Man.
Yeah. Do you not know the
James has
names of
learned.
people you? Do you not know the names of the ones
Oh.
you summon?
Most Soulbinder people need no name. Soul people just like Alar.
Oh, okay.
They just kind of come down when Alar call.
Strange.
Well,
Watch runs.
first, I need to go make sure that Drift has signed the contract before we head out, because do I see the ship set up out here now?
Yeah, as you look about,
That
you
I
do
purchased.
see a total of 5 ships currently there, kind of set up at the docks around you. 2 of which you immediately recognize as that one long ship from earlier, as well as the one with the many chains on the outside. You do recognize Metal Brand's ship as well, docked about 2 ships down or 2 docks down from you.
I make a mental note not to mess with Metal Brand's ship because Zilpip is still on it. Last I knew, I saw him crawling through a window.
What?
It's true.
Do you
We
say
saw him
this?
crawling
'Cause
through a
I'm-
porthole. No,
We saw
this is
roll
mental notes.
specifically
Wait.
into a cannon. Into
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. It's probably not a good place for a Silpip to be.
No, because the poor man who shoots that cannon's gonna be in for a lot of trouble.
So, what quest be doing?
Good question.
Well,
We hunt fire doggies. We hunt metal armor people, gobos.
We could do the let me why is I'm trying to find it in the list. Soldier cleanup.
Soldier cleanup sounds decent.
Metal covered people. Yes.
Yes.
Along with, I want to
Soldiers.
leave the capturing of the dire lion mage and the bounty notice of Voldor the Singing Eye, if they're here, for Rain to do if she wants to.
Can I look at the Voldor one? Not to read anything, just like so I can see the number, the money reward, because I can see.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Oh yeah, you see 45,000 gold pieces, as well as noted as a 3-deck 26 cannon airship.
Alar just goes big number, no hunt.
No,
Does
but Rain
Bob
might
seem
do it
dangerous?
because she
No,
enjoys
no,
that kind
no.
of
Do I
thing.
see that
big-
that ship?
Big number, no hunt.
I see that ship?
You do. That
The
is
3-deck
the
26
that
cannon
is
ship?
that is the 5th ship that is off to the side.
The chain one?
No, there I said there was 5, which 2 of
Oh,
them that
okay.
James recognized. One was Metal Brand's ship as well, so it'd be technically 3, and then 2 I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
describe. Yeah.
I see. Does it look fancy?
As you look it up and down, it looks to have be gilded out with gold railings. The outer wood looks to be black with a bit of white accenting. The upper deck or the deck of the ship looks to be made of a very thick red wood. What looks to be once the tarp or the sails have been torn down, there aren't any current up kind of hanging up at this point.
Yeah. This might be some sort of dangerous individual. Is there any information about this person, or to say?
I will look over the bounty.
As you flip it over, looking at the back, it just says what the reward. It just details where the ship can be located as you look at the location, and it has been posted by Griggs Maratom himself.
Yeah, I want
I
to
don't
deal
know,
with that.
but if I'll leave it for Rain to decide if she wants to. She takes
Andra,
interesting
that
thoughts.
Andra Casti people, yes, Casti bird people.
Is that true? Do we know what the clan
That's
of
the
Andra
first
is?
proposed clan, dude. That's the first proposed clan.
Oh, is it?
Give me an intelligence check to see if you remember the name of the clan, because you actually went to go see him fight Rollman, you might
true.
remember him. So yeah, give me an intelligence check.
9.
That date was really amazing. Drift looked fantastic. Some guy fought 3 dragons.
Yeah. He was really muscly. And
I'll be honest.
He used drow magic.
I'm gonna be honest. Drift was more interesting the entire fight. You were not.
The dire lion
that was a little
mage
interesting.
The dire lion mage. I have full confidence that that Rain might like to deal with that.
A dire lion? That's a mage? That seems ridiculous.
Well, most likely they would be a form of lichen.
No.
No. What do you think it is, Alar?
Oh, it say there, lion.
Yeah.
Whatever
Yeah.
the case may be.
It say on
Rain wants to
paper,
deal with that.
lion.
And we can possibly, and then we can go out looking for any soldiers. We are not touching the aboleth. James is going to look at both of them. If we see one, we run the other direction.
Fish taste good.
Dangerous creatures?
Very powerful.
Oh, it's also said by our
Given
friend,
the
the
rumors
goose.
and whatnot.
I'm sure he would love
What?
for us to take that quest, too. It's by Goose. You know, the guy who hates us. Is the poor master.
No, wrong goose.
No? Wrong
Wrong
goose?
goose.
Dang it.
No,
I'm
there's
sorry,
a
I'm
guy
being racist.
named Goose. It's the Goliath looking dude.
There's a guy actually named Goose who Monday has been dealing
Monday
with.
and Sunday have both met him. He's a guy named Goose.
Nice.
Separate person entirely.
An Australian named Goose.
Yeah, he's an
Legendary
Australian.
hunt Dagamarian salamander. I'm interested. What is that?
I know. Well, first of all, I'm gonna tell you now what Dean told me how to game. That's a Sierra 15 monster.
As the party kind of starts to take a minute to look over their quest, we're gonna take a moment for the viewers to pause and let you guys. We'll be right back when they come to their decision.
Yep.
All right, now we're good. Go ahead.
We'll give I will take the Dire Lion Mage capture down to Rango. I think you'll enjoy this one. Life's preferable, but dead's acceptable if he's giving you too much trouble.
She kind of looks at you and goes, "Why would I want to fight a lion?"
And I peek downstairs. What friend ring like fighting?
No, I kill people, not
Bounty?
most of the time.
I hold the Singing Eye Bounty quest.
She shakes her
Bounty?
head no immediately.
No? I look at it, not understanding really. As a lard.
Well, then you can look through whatever one. Well, we're gonna go deal with soldier cleanup. You're welcome to look through and see if there's one on there that you would like to do that you feel you can do safely. Go ahead, Rain.
She nods.
As I will then do what I've been doing and make our own kind of semi-job board with jobs still there from the last territory we were in, and take those down, hang up the ones we aren't taking, and take the one.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Head
look.
out.
Job on the ship.
I'm gonna look at James' alarm, and I'm asking a question that's gonna heavily change what happens right now. Soldiers stab good?
Probably.
James is gonna slowly look at you. Go. Generally, that's their entire job.
Alright, let's decide what I'm doing then. Let's see how this goes.
And every single soldier we run to for now, it'll be a mage.
1d20 plus
I mean,
7.
they do have mage cores, but
Shit.
they're usually.
Well,
Who are you being today?
Let's see, what's the downside? This character's influence makes you headstrong and recalcitrant. Once you make up your mind in particular issue, very little can change your mind.
Oh no. Stubbornness.
Whenever you don anything that boosts your AC, Savnok requires that you do not remove that protection for any reason.
You're just gonna go grab all their armor and put it on.
No, if I equip it, I will refuse to take it off.
Ah.
So I don my armor as Savnok, and I refuse to take it off.
God damn.
Look at Savnok's personality.
Okay.
Well,
Wait, whose armor are you taking to make clear?
This is my summonable armor as
Okay.
Savnok.
All right, making
This is-
sure.
Platinum armor that's soaked in like the red color that looks like blood.
Yes. Oh yeah. Okay. Oh.
With the giant burns on top, yeah.
Oh no. Okay. All right. Yeah.
Ah.
As
Holy fight! As I slam my fists together.
knowing noticing the change. Who are we speaking to?
I'm the great warlord Savnok. I conquered the heavens, stole from God.
He sounds like a monkey, I
Bold
know.
claim. Nice to meet you, Sabnock. I'm Rolaman.
It's a pleasure to meet a fellow warrior.
I'm glad you could tell.
Now, who are we stabbing? As I look at James.
We're going to be hunting down some soldiers that were left over from a recent war. We're gonna go to the guild first to get some information. Come on, Savnok, or what should we call
I'll pick
the
I'll pick a combined name during our walk.
I propose Sar.
Sevlara?
You want Sar?
I propose Sar.
I mean, Sar would be.
as you lot kind of head off, you heading into the city. You have 2 hours of walking. As you kind of think about this, are you going Solar or you're going Sar? Okay.
Solar is also not bad.
All right.
I'm just gonna do simple because the names kind of mix weird for Savnok and Alar.
So which one? It's all right. Savna.
Yeah, his title is the Instigator.
I'm adding it to my notes. We're getting there. All right. As you kind of head into the city, at this point, the Kobold Guard kind of recognizing you guys at the gate, he waves you through. As you go through, heading, I assume, to Guard's Grace. Is that where we're heading?
Yep.
The town seems to be kind of more packed as many people are seemingly getting up and doing business, laughing and joking amongst themselves as you kind of start to head forward through the city and towards the T-junction. A couple dwarves kind of seem to wave towards you, James, but nothing else seems to happen as you walk through, other than trying to
I'll
wind
give
your
them a
way through.
kind wave back. I'm in merchant mode here, so I'm at least gonna be polite.
Well, as you do, kind of giving them a way back, they seem to smile as they do. As you head on, continuing. Are you guys to make clear? Are you taking your wagon, or is it just the three of you walking into the city?
It would just be the three of us walking. I do not wish to take the wagon.
Well,
We're gonna need the wagon because of the loot we take as we
yeah, I was about to say.
people.
Maybe we take wagon.
We're gonna need something to carry the stuff from the people we hunt.
We're
Unless
gonna
you
need to
didn't
find
prepare
something to
the,
pull the wagon
list.
first.
Yeah, you didn't prepare it.
Yeah, I prepared for combat, not.
Stavnok's
We can manage without, I think, huh?
I was like,
You can buy
Stavnok's
one. Oh, you want to pull it? You want to pull the cart?
a proper workout.
All right, yeah, okay. We would have the cart that Savnak pulled, but we would have emptied it entirely for this.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not having the chest get stolen again.
As you left most of your goods behind, you lot with the wagon with Savnok kind of pull up the kobold, kind of not saying anything as you pass through, of course, but seeming to eye you lot up strangely. But hey, the city is the city. As you go through, the people seem to kind of make way as Savnok's really large personality kind of makes it so that way your wagon is noticed.
Strong speaking, belly laughs.
Yeah. As you kind of head through the streets, kind of turning up the junction and heading towards Garden's Grace, I assume. Am I correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you head up to the Garden's Grace, the tavern with the beautiful garden out front, walking up, opening up the gate and heading up the small cobblestones up to the door. The little bell jingles as Essa kind of smiles over as she seems to be leaning as she stands at the bar. The little impression of where your coin purse was dropped on the wood last time you were here still shows there, by the way. Most of the inn itself, the guild itself, seems to be kind of quieted down as no one seems to be working or walking about other than Nessa.
Hello, Asa. We're just here for some information this time on the job for cleaning up the soldiers.
She puts up her finger, turns, walks back of the tavern, opens the door behind the bar, walks through it. A few moments go by as you hear some shouting and yelling, and aggressive growling as Ice gets kind of almost unnaturally shoved out of the front out the door into the tavern. And Ice looks about and goes, "Oh, that explains it. All right, hi James.
Hi, Ice.
Are you all right, Ice? Do you need help?
If I blinked twice, you couldn't save me, even if I wished."
Does he blink
You're right,
twice?
because we won't fight Essa.
He does. And goes,
Wait.
no, I don't want to. You don't want an entire kingdom mad at you. She's got her hands around Greg more than anyone else at this point. What do you do? What can I do for you?
The information on the James will just set the flyer, the quest flyer down and go. Information on the soldier cleanup.
Oh, that's easy. Kind of digs down underneath the table and goes, "We have found a map of their hideout thanks to one of their people who we captured. Looks he lays this piece of leather down and goes, looks like this. As I don't know how many numbers there are in there. But we know there's some casters amongst their ranks, and they're the real problems."
Doesn't look like
So-
there's any extra exits, which means that we could smoke them out.
Before I say this, I just want to point out, it outrages Stavnok saying that he's not very smart. So I look at this, and I go, so they're hiding in a giant snake.
James
Holy
will
shit, I just realized that.
Look at Sar.
Oh yeah, that is cool. Look at that.
That's cool. Yeah, go ahead, sorry, James.
James is gonna look at Sar and go, no, they're in a cave system, but anyways, we can handle this very
It does look like a snake.
smart.
Roma just says.
I will say, due to the downside of this vestige, I look at James and go, no, it's a snake.
Do you wish them captured or?
Nice shrugs and goes, "We weren't told to capture him, just to get rid of him."
Oh, that's
Alright.
easy enough.
Well, problem is, like I said, casters are their high rankers. Most of the officers are noble blood of some sort. And what I've learned, if anything, is that casters like two spells. When they're soldiers, lightning bolt and fireballs. As you see his eyes go like to the distance.
Oh, great.
Yes, but with there being looking to be no other exits, do you know anything about the area around it? Is there other holes into this cave that allow airflow?
The water's natural. It comes from a spring somewhere. I know that the spring's gotta be thick enough to walk through. These individuals can't be dumb enough to be held up in a hole without an exit. That being said, though, they're in a panic. Who knows? Maybe they are dumb. Not one to say. My advice.
Where is this hideout though? Too.
About 2-3 miles south of here, there's a big hill on this side of the river, not on the forested side. Go on the forested side, and you go 3 miles south of here, you're gonna run into nothing but goblin country.
Yeah, we ran into that yesterday and dropped a bomb on it.
I understand that. Yeah, I want to know. He kind of looks at you and goes, they stayed on the opposite side of the river. My belief is they're closer to the lake. But again, we're not sure where this hideout exactly is. We were just told this was the map layout. The guy said he wouldn't give up anything else, and well, we tried.
Well, we'll go see what we can do.
Alright. Well, thank you.
So I shall charge through the gates and slaughter them. I understand. They'll start marching outside.
Sir, no. We do this smart.
It is smart. They'll never expect me to charge the gates.
I don't know if there'll be gates or not in the cave. Maybe there will be.
It's a figure of speech as I get outside.
Was the snake part also figure of speech? Because it does look like a snake, though.
No, it is a snake.
Thanks. Look, guys. Thank you.
Thanks,
for
Ice.
information.
We'll go deal with this, hopefully.
I see you have not yet moved on from having difficult teammates. You know, I thought you'd learn your lesson with Essa, but good luck.
I hope.
Off we go.
Well,
Yeah, here we go.
as you head back, now where are you heading exactly? Are you heading towards where he put it on the your map, or are you just heading towards the airship?
It's only like 3 miles, so that's not far.
It's 3
It's a lot.
miles, yeah. And
That's what they
it's
thought,
not-
yeah.
That's
I
what
see
they
no
think.
reason to move the airship because they're gonna then see us coming.
Alright.
True.
Okay.
Yeah.
Off we go on a walk. It'll
Sure.
take like an hour.
Traversing through. Yeah, as you head south,
James
you.
would hop
Mhm.
into the back of the wagon to do a little bit of praying and shift his spells around a little bit.
Okay. You heading with with Roman sitting at the head of the cart and Sar pulling it. You lot start to kind of move, heading south. As you do so, James, you're looking at your map during your prayers and in between, every once in a while taking a second to look over. There's no hills on your map. There's a lot of forest. There's not a single hill.
It's a map wrong.
My map's magical. It updates with what's going on around here. So, no. Where is the nearest hill marked on the map?
As you look back, you just see thick forest heading all the way down to the big lake.
Strange.
I say Sar, who has not stopped pulling the cart, is continuing, just going forward, I imagine, with intel given other direction.
Part of my manifestation of my fucking that one over there is when he makes a choice, he does not think twice about it.
Nope. So you continue. Yep, you're just continuing looking, watching. Give me a search check, Sar, since you're going to be kind of on the lookout for anything that would catch your attention in this.
Yeah.
As you're single-mindedly just focusing, looking for this this hill that was described.
9.
Never mind.
I only have a +2 to search.
Can I give a search check trying to figure out where the fuck it might be?
Sure.
Great.
I say we just head there and maybe it's some sort of illusion. Do you think they said they had casters?
15.
15. As you continue looking about, this is flat country. This is most of the trees as you look about look to be somewhat cut down and chopped up, but the forest itself sticks mostly on the flat country. You look in the distance further to the south, and it could be hills, but that could just be an optical illusion. It's hard to tell given your time with travel. You know, you've traveled enough flat roads to know that sometimes what looks like to be a hill could be a mountain or could be nothing more than a pebble.
So there's something I see.
As you continue heading down, the looks like there's something that could be in the distance, but again, it could be just the
Mhm. Is it more than 3 miles away?
Easily.
It's gonna take us all day to walk there.
I say we stop at the forest and check that out. And if it's not there, then we probably think.
Well, let's go look around.
You say we should stop. Desar, though.
Hisar knows that it was also near a lake, so that also might imply that it's there instead.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, it was near a water source, a spring, not just a lake. Small hidden springs can be unmarked on maps for years, especially in this age.
I'll bring it up.
I will
Sorry,
actually
you want
say-
to check out this forest? Might be around there.
I'm gonna put the wording to keep in mind how he thinks. To really make this hit home.
Well, what if you don't see a goddamn hill?
It's not the hill. He's looking for the map, the location of the map.
We were told it was this way.
Yeah, this way, and then we look around this way, which is the forest.
As the cart continues going forward, Sar is just gonna keep going. As you kind of keep your eyes out, the forest gets thicker and thicker as Sar kind of just starts walking through the area where the most efficient path is for the cart, dragging it through. Some of the trees seemingly almost kind of pushed and bent over as he kind of drives or walks through a lot of the roughage. As you continue pushing through, eventually finding yourselves at the edge of the river, just south of the city. After about half a days of marching, you can see on the other side vast goblin camps throughout the trees on the much lower portion of the continent that's kind of almost slightly cut off from the higher end of the river. As you look towards the second, you see camps as far as the eye can see, wooden stakes, goblins walking about with throughout their tents, hides and creatures that are being what look to be penned up. What looks to be some farming plots kind of developed as well throughout this massive camp that goes on for miles. But as you look off to the right, you see a very large opening in the side of the cliff where you can also happen to hear a light sound, what sounds like running water coming from inside or from it.
Is it on this side or the other side of the
On the
river?
same side as you are on.
Oh look, there it is.
I will say, it's almost strange as you hear the rushing water below that you can specifically hear running water coming from that cave.
Wait, waterfall in there? Is it way too far away for it to be like normal?
As you look over, the cave mouth is about, from what you can tell, is Sar gets to the edge of this cliff, kind of stopping only once he sees the vast jump would be probably too far for the cart to survive. It looks to be about 50 feet down to the right of you guys as you look over. From what you can tell, looks the sound, like I said, with the sounds of the rushing river down below, even though the river is some about 70, 80 feet below you, crashing about, it seems to almost be unusual, like you can hear specifically from that cave throughout the area. It's like as if it's almost echoing throughout.
Weird. Is there a way down this cliff that is not straight down?
Does not look like there's a way down to the mouth where the mouth opens up.
So is this
Just
the
looks
cave
to-
entrance like in some like in a
On the
valley
side,
or something?
on the side of the cliff.
Oh, so it's up here. I thought
Yeah.
it was down
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, no, it's
Oh.
up with you guys. Yeah, it's up on the same side. It's just that it's down a little bit below where you guys basically would be standing if you went
okay.
right above it. Yeah. It looks like it comes out in the cliffside.
Okay.
James will reach in his bag.
And do what?
And realize he doesn't have any rope.
Dang. We don't need
Alar.
rope. We don't need to go down anything.
I'll say Alar has
It
ropes.
is
there.
down a little ways. That was
Down the
stated.
cliff, yeah. And so you'd have to definitely hang off the cliff to get into it if you wanted to go through that entrance, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a silly way to get in. Then let's look where somewhere else for entrance. If there's no path to get in there.
Yeah, that also leaves them an escape route.
Well,
Bothers me.
escape route out onto a cliff. Although they might have
They
some way
can
getting
climb up.
down. Yeah, that's true. All right. Should we look around for another entrance?
Ja-
Yeah, let's find one.
Alright. As, James, give me a wisdom check.
All right. Once everything would like to scroll up there. 23.
Nice. As you kind of take a second and look about, something catches your attention with the across the way where the goblin camp has been set. You see some large vines, kind of almost meticulously set off, not like attached to a tree, just kind of laying out on the ground, off to aid of where would be a direct, almost straight shot from that cave mouth. As you look about, you sense almost a presence of magic still in the area that is seemingly emanating from the cave that entrance to this cave.
If you two go, well, I didn't prep stuff to empower this time, really. So, but one thing.
Rollman, while James is kind of looking at this, give me a survival check, or actually a profession mercenary to see for your own thing, to see if you have an idea of where soldiers would hide out around here. Like, what would be a good way to get into a cave like this?
Okay. 12.
Not the greatest, but as you look at the whole and think about the fact of the value of the quest, given and also the soldiers, the quickness of the war, and the fact that most of this battle came down to mercenaries, from what you heard from the locals in the area. There's no way these soldiers are that capable. Looking at the cave entrance there, that looks like it'd be a pain in the butt for the average soldier to climb up and down to. There's got to be a much easier way. If you were in this situation, you definitely think you wouldn't bother with something like that unless you were like trying to hide out. Which, if they're bandits, doesn't make sense as much.
James is going to do
That's-
something about the little cliff edge there.
I did
There's
say
a
I was
little
going to
bit
look for
sticking
an
out,
entrance.
correct?
Yeah. Go ahead and give me let's just say a search check while you go look for it. And yeah, what are you doing, James, with this?
I'm casting Sticky Floor. It's going to be there for 3 hours.
Okay. As you go and lean over what's the range on that? Ooh, nice 21. Okay.
Sticky Floor, as long as it's within 30 feet of me right now, I'm
Okay.
set.
Yeah, as you walk over.
The area is a 10 by 10 foot square, which you said the
Yeah.
cave entrance was smaller than that, so.
Well, no, I didn't actually give the description of how wide it was, but that works. As you go and lean down, or kind of lean over a little bit over the cliff edge, casting this down, is it verbal or somatic?
It is verbal, somatic, and material as I eat another
Okay.
hardened tree sap.
Dude, yeah, James's diet is horrible most days for his spellcasting. We don't need to talk about that. As Sar kind of watches this, Rollman kind of heads over into, a little bit into the forest and starts walking. Sars, I assume you'd follow after Rollman, who looks like he's looking for another way in. Or Sar
Yeah.
would. Okay. I didn't know if you were going to just jump into the cave entrance down below.
Yeah, usually you can jump in.
I'm thinking about it.
That's what I was about to do. Like, I was clarifying, yeah.
If it takes too long, I will.
Yeah, Rollman, as you start heading into the forest, you find where there looks to be a larger tree that kind of catches your attention, as it looks like it's been almost pushed up a bit and almost unrooted, or uprooted a bit. As you kind of circle around the edge, just kind of eyeing it out of the side of your eye, you notice there looks to be a door, a wooden door, like set there, or a wooden hatch kind of blocking the way. And as you put two and two together, it makes you realize that this is probably the one of the entrances. As you kind of think about that secondary area is probably like a side portion of the underground.
Okay. Is there a way I could look at the map and think of a way, like how it would be oriented with this this door I found, or?
As you look at the door looks to be the entrance to at the very bottom of the map you were given.
Okay.
From what you can tell, though, it seems kind of strange as it should be shrunk. It shouldn't have that much space in between you and the cliffside. As you count maybe 40 feet worth of distance, which catches your kind of attention immediately about the map.
Magic. I just whisper the word.
Imagine you
I'll
whisper
go-
this with Sar just kind of standing over you with the wagon making kind of coming through, clattering against the roots and such.
Magic casters are weak.
They're
You
unpredictable.
say that as James has entirely already made sure that they can't quite fucking leave.
Oh, Sar's fully. Yeah, no. In Sar's eyes, you're weak. Yes.
All right, I motion for James to come over here.
James will walk on over. Well, that'll last 3 hours, so we have that long to clear it out. It'll also catch anyone, just about, that goes into it.
Okay. It's time to open up this door. It's probably trapped. We don't have a trap person here anymore. I'm gonna look for traps.
I was about to ask if
Can I do that without a traps thing, or is that not a thing I can do through?
it is. You can.
It's just above a certain DC of trap you can't.
Okay.
Yeah, so you gotta give me a second to pull up my
I do believe it's a
notes.
search check.
It is, but that's not what I'm looking for. Okay. Alright, yeah. Go ahead and give me a search check.
Okay. 16.
As you kind of go walk to the side of the door, realizing not kind of listening to make sure no one was at the door or listening in, examining it, not really getting too close at first, just looking for any obvious tripwires, anything that would be like a something to cause a trigger. You look about and there doesn't seem to be any sort of trigger. Nothing seems to kind of catch your eye. It just seems to be a normal wooden hatch. It looks to be poorly made. The knob barely doesn't look to actually turn. It just is set there to pull up. The hatch looks to more be like a set on the hole rather than actually like inlaid into the
door.
hole. Yeah, that's why. So as you realize, you could probably pick up the entire thing and just move it to the side like a sewer plate.
I will ask out of the corner of my eye, do I see anything magical? Because wasn't informed of their magic casters. So
As you
check.
do, you do not see anything magical.
All right. I looked out of them. I'm gonna
James
quickly
is at the
remove.
ready as he pulls up the gift that he got from you, a very nice morning star.
Okay, and then I look to Sar. Is Sar ready?
He has both his hands on a stick. It's like he's about to play whack-a-mole.
I'll go ahead and quickly grab the door and move it away.
As you do, you feel something give way, and as it does, I need a reflex save.
Oh, dang.
Damn.
I'm not good enough at this.
I know, a 16, a 21, man, almost.
I think that's alright. Yeah. Come on. 11. Okay, cool.
All right, they're starting off the night hot.
I rolled a 3.
With
Awesome.
5d6 of lightning bolt damage as you feel 19 points of lightning damage.
Actually,
Shoot-
17.
Yeah, 17 shoot out through into your body, and as you kind of twitch as the bolt kind of comes through, you see a marking on the one of the roots that immediately catches your attention that was hidden perfectly by the door. That seems to be in a symbol of what looks to be a old woman like figure.
Oh, that hurt a little bit. I did get the door though, or is the door?
Oh yeah,
still there?
you pulled the door and set it off to the side. The string
Okay.
seemed to snap that was attached.
That stung a little.
No time to waste.
Okay.
Going in.
As Sar goes in first, I assume.
Star taking point.
Okay. All right.
I'll look
Mhm.
at Rollman. You want me to heal you, or are we waiting?
Now we're good.
Well, that was only 10 page, baby.
Then go in.
Yeah.
It was. Grandpa's fucking thing is coming in handy once more.
Yep. Yep. I'll go in next, I guess.
All right.
Bastard
And
sword
then I'll
ready.
bring up the rear.
All right. Let me just make
Yo.
it.
Hey,
Always
they
do,
can't
little
sneak
guy.
up on me as easily. I'm touching the ground.
I would hope
Super. Super good at
Alright.
not being.
Give me a second. Alright, because I gotta roll up everything. Because I did not do my prep like a good DM, and I didn't fucking write my initiative list for this. I forgot to.
so. That's fun.
So, give me 2 seconds as you guys rush through the doors. And last. Alright. Okay. As we go charging through, so with Sar in the front, I'm gonna use this as an initiative. Go ahead and roll your guys' initiative for me as you walk in. So,
You know, I don't trust this for initiative, but so we'll do this.
24.
nice.
19.
19. Okay.
What does Sar get?
I don't know. Hey.
Hey.
Nice. Alright. So,
Oh, 37?
Yep. All right.
I wonder who that is.
Oh my god. So
Whoever it is, we aren't fighting them.
Guys, what you didn't know is Utham's already down here.
Oh,
He's
no.
fighting. He's getting them all.
Utham
He doesn't want their weapons
has.
or anything, so we're free to take them, but he's killing them.
Don't
I'm just
listen.
saying, if I see you guys down here as Utham, I mean, I think you're all bandits. No one else here.
What do you mean? We totally don't look like bandits.
You're in the bandit cave? I wasn't told anyone else is coming.
Alright.
But you recognize us, or at least
we
two of
knocked
us.
on the door.
James
Oh well, knock is a liberal term. You know, I didn't really knock on. I kind
We
of
knocked.
moved it.
Also, he would have vaguely seen you two because he didn't talk to either of you.
Yeah. So you recognize us.
Roman, you had 24? Goddamn.
Yeah.
Holy hell. So much for Lar being first here. Alright. Almost got the initiative right for what you
I
guys
did
said for your
not-
marching.
Did that 20. That's
I
not
know.
a
You
20.
tried. I appreciate it.
That only counts for saves and attacks.
But yeah, as as you head in, you hear the sounds of laughing in the distance as the cackling from within kind of echoes throughout the cave. The three of you go walking in with Sar in the front, shield up forward. You hear the wooden hatch kind of almost moves over, and like the wood slamming, making an echoing sound behind you, seems to cause the entirety of the cave to echo with the noise of it slamming on the roots, wood slamming onto hollow wood. As you hear the cackling go, "More bandits in my domain! Oh, you're going to enjoy this!"
I feel like it's retreat time. There's no bandits here.
It's time to eat. My pets are hungry. As you hear these sounds of
We're not bandits,
charging.
We're actually looking for the bandits.
As you say this out loud, you hear the sounds of stomping or of clattering feet, the sounds of metal hitting on stone. As something seems to be coming towards you. A lot of somethings. As you come to that first crossroad, standing there with, as you look to the right, there seems to be nothing there but a slight glowing green liquid coming from the distance. To the left, a couple of torches, and in front of you, what looks to have been at one point a cooking area. A couple of pieces of meat set up and skewered.
Which way do we hear the stomping from?
Sounds like it's echoing throughout the entirety of the cave. Give me a search check to see if you, or listen check to see if you can identify it directly.
I will give this as well.
I would hope so, because I think listen is wisdom. You should be very good at this.
I'm not
Just
so
a
good
matter
at
if I
this.
can fucking scroll because my mouse doesn't like me.
Moving troubles.
That's a 12.
Okay.
15.
James.
I'm not very good at it. I won at a wisdom thing? What the fuck?
Wow.
I have the same.
rolled on World Anvil.
I'll say I have the same plus you do.
It's true. Also, Roman didn't roll on World Anvil.
No,
Uh,
I did. So
Usually you get 20s on that. I don't know what you're complaining about. I watched literally one session. I watched you nat 20 like 4 times. Anyways, so as
He was
you,
nat 20 multiple times in a session is chest, and
I'm pretty sure I looked at your dice rolls. And he did, but his dice are weighted, and I know that. I'm gonna fucking shred that dice when I get the chance to. I'm coming for it. But as you look about, listening in, you start to pick up that they seem to be crowding in from from all 3 sides. Though at first it sounds like the immediate first grouping seem to be coming from either right or left. From what you can tell, there seem to be the sounds of feet kind of slamming against the ground on either end.
Did it sound like a hag?
You hear metal footprint and.
I meant the person.
Oh, the purple person cackling.
Yeah.
Given the sound of the prophet's mother-in-law being the only other one you've met, they sound similar almost, and the cackling you recognize as almost the same thing she did before she attacked you lot, and specifically before she lightning bolted you.
Yeah. I'll just quickly say it might be a hag.
oh, that's not a great sign.
Okay. From all 3
I
sides.
can
That's
block
cool.
off 2 of the sides, but
I'll take the left side, and I'll just be readying myself.
Okay.
We're gonna roll
ready-
something.
Ready an attack.
All right.
Hold on.
Okay.
If someone steps in front of me.
All right, that is Roloman. As he kind of waits and readies himself, kind of staring down the hallway with the column to the left. Lar, what are you doing?
I rolled a 2, so I start like a bull, pawing my feet at the ground like I'm about to charge forward.
Okay. Readying a charge.
Lar, please don't charge.
I gun it.
All right.
I have to play the vestige.
I need a reflex save.
Lightning.
No, much worse.
I'm good at reflex saves. I am. Let's see.
I hope so. You might want to bring out your loaded dice. You're about to need it.
You want me to?
Listen, I'm just giving you some advice. If you're about to
Is
play a
this
reckless
permission?
character, you're gonna need this.
This sounds like permission. Where's my dice tray? Where did I put it?
Man's getting at the god dice.
21.
21. Thankfully, you do succeed. As you manage to jump over the edge as the ground seems to almost give out from underneath you, heading straight through, as you'd expect this to be the most stable of corridors as it goes into what looks to be the cooking area, immediately the ground behind you as you step off of it seems to fall out from underneath as it turns into what looks to be a very deep pit trap with what, as you recognize, poisonous snakes at the bottom kind of slithering about and small spikes kind of sticking out with what looks to be bright copper kind of smeared on the top of them, melted on.
I'm just perking my little knoll ears. I'm looking for enemies.
All right. James, as Lar kind of stands now in the kitchen, the cooking area, just in the next room up from you guys. What are you doing?
So going forward is where Alar is.
Yep. He is where that little fire pit little room is. With Roman looking to the left towards
How wide is the
corridor.
pit?
It's the entire blockage of that corridor.
It's like 15
How wide's the
feet.
corridor?
Sorry. The corridor is about 30 feet wide, and about the hole looks to be about 20 feet in length. Depth, if you roughly guesstimate, you'd guesstimate about 50 feet deep.
Big hole.
Yeah.
Should probably wear with the path to the right.
Yeah, I can't make that very well.
You are a dwarf.
Yeah, the jump. No, the jump DC is at least 20 for this.
All right. What are you doing?
Well, I don't need things coming up behind us, but I also don't really want to waste a second level spell yet.
Cameron, I love you. I didn't even think about that. Thank you so much.
What?
On what?
Don't worry about it. You just give me a great idea.
Well, now I'm definitely using it. I'm going to set up blocking the way out and behind us so that we can only be approached from one way.
You want to block our exit?
This comes with a caution. It could be something coming behind you, but this is also your only escape if you get cornered.
This won't last long. That's why it's either I do it now,
We won't last long
or
if
I
we're
do it in the
stuck.
middle of the fight.
Roman just looks back at me with panic in his eyes at that, as seeing what James is doing.
Just cover your corridor.
Fine, fuck this. I will cast Enlarge and ready the mace for an attack.
All right, as you kind of step to the right corridor, casting or watching your hands start to glow as you cast your spell, smacking yourself in the chest.
No, I'm not casting on me. I'm not good with melee. Fuck that. I need my dex bonus for AC.
Oh, you're gonna cast on Roman?
Have fun.
Oh, all right. Yeah, as you turn and kind of pat Roman on the back, Roman, you feel yourself grow one size larger as Jameson pulls out his mace and turns to the other corridor and readies himself
Morning
as he.
stars at the ready.
Yep, staring
honk.
down the corridor. You ready yourself? All right.
Actually, you can't. I've seen your melee rolls.
Look, they got better with me being able to, with me, taking a level 1 fighter. It got better a lot faster. I got 50% better instantly.
Depressing.
You hear James as you hear down the corridor that you're kind of facing as you're looking down the one with the glowing green water. I'm just kind of watching at this point. You hear the voice of Rain go, "James, I've been captured. Please save me." In the most obviously, but sounding exactly like her, but very fake voice.
I call bullshit on that.
James, I don't understand. Please save me. Give me a will save,
If Rain
James.
ever got captured, I'd be the last person she'd ask.
James, give me a will save with advantage. You're not wrong. I'll give you that one.
We take those.
Alarm my foot, figure something out. Oh, okay.
He found something out. It's a livered old lady.
Right.
They know I'm here, so I'm shouting. It doesn't matter anymore.
That'd be an 18.
You succeed, James. Nothing seems to happen.
Hey.
Don't fuck yourself. You're not Rain.
You ugly green hag, get out here and fight me.
You
We
hear.
don't know
We
they're green.
literally only came for the soldier remnant. We just want to beat the shit out of them, take their shit, and leave.
With that, as you say that, she is going to go ahead and do that
James isn't
and
lying.
end her turn. Two of the soldiers are going to come rushing up around a corner, seeing coming up straight down in the straight call or the forward column, seeing a Lar standing there. Both of them kind of get out their long swords, both wearing what looks to be pretty hefty armor on them. Their faces fully covered, standing about both about 6 feet in height. They seem to be somewhat thin, but the armor seems to kind of bolster their size as they start walking forward. Both are going to charge at Alar. Not literally charge, but like as in like
Charge.
run.
Attack him.
And they are going to try to get if I can add. Did I really?
Is that what?
That's my
That what?
second nat 1 tonight.
Don't worry, we've all rolled that.
What? Man, Avra hates me. What the fuck? All right. Yeah. As the two soldiers go to attack, charge at you, Alar. I assume a 12 does not hit.
No.
As you easily manage to shove aside the long swords, as the two seem to be almost clumsily kind of falling forward a little bit, pulling themselves back up as their armor jingles clanks on them. Both stand up a bit more. All right. Let's see. I'm just doing this. Yeah. As we go into next, the kobold or a group of kobolds that are all that look to be somewhat young, with their bright green scales, their faces clearly shown, wearing just what looks to be a mix of light leather armor as well as some studded armor, come walking around or running around the corner with spears, staring down the same corridor as Rollman. You count 4 of them as they charge forward, Rollman, at you. As all 4 of them are going to try and make the attack working together. Hopefully they aren't
Does my
flanking.
prepared action go off?
It does. That's correct. I forgot you made a prepared action. My apologies. Yes.
I'm gonna swing at him.
Well, let's go ahead and make a swing. I assume it's the first one that comes at you.
+1 from your enlargement. Have fun.
I get a -1 to attack rolls.
It evens out.
Yeah. I get a +0 to it. Well, I do get
Yeah.
extra range.
Yeah.
Prepared action, I need to check. Can I use a maneuver? Prepared action? Prepared.
Don't worry, while you're thinking, I'm just whispering to these two that attacked me. I'm going to feed your to your friend next to you.
Oh, you can prepare a standard action, so yeah.
Yeah, that works.
So I'll
You
do
get more
steel
damage, so.
steel wind to hit 2 of them at once.
Oh shit! It returns. Oh, the legacy of the
It's not the same thing.
Oh man.
The legacy, actually, technically, the legacy of the anime protagonist still is strong.
It's true.
Oh, they technically, if we're still wins a legacy, then Rollman's the starter, not the legacy.
That's true. That's true.
It's so fun.
It
So
comes
long
later.
ago.
Right.
It was.
We now know who fathered him. Who fathered
This is
him?
a technique
Fucking Fraz's
throughout the
characters.
ages.
Oh yeah.
We found
Alright, let's
Fraz's
see.
ancestor.
All right.
Alright, so that's a +7. So this will be for the first one. 12.
To hit.
Yeah.
Does not hit.
Alright, the other one.
They seem to easily move.
11! Does that one hit?
We're going down.
You know what? Wait, let me do my math. All right, calculator says no, so I'm gonna have to stick with it.
Oh, your calculator's wrong.
You know, I've been telling that the same thing for years, but my math teacher keeps telling me I'm
I
wrong.
use Uno reverse card.
Right.
It's the calculator gets hit instead.
God damn it. But as you go to swing at both of them, the kobolds, seemingly almost recognizing the attack, not being unseasoned soldiers, seem to jump away as you strike, and then seem to continue their charge forward.
Okay.
All right, and that ends your prepared action, correct?
Yeah, it does.
Alright, then now it is time to face the wrath of 4d20s plus 2.
All ones. All ones.
Oh, watch this. It's going to be all ones. What do we got?
I think if you somehow get a
Yeah,
quadruple
well.
nat one.
Alright, well,
I'll say
there's
if you get a
one.
quadruple nat one, die. Like,
Oh,
If you get a quadruple nat 1, they should just all instantly stab each other.
Let's see. Does a 12 hit, or 13 hit you?
No.
17?
17 does.
Oh, one of the kobolds, as you manage to dodge out of the way or shove away the spears as they come at you, one after another. The final and fourth one kind of seemingly catching you by surprise as he strikes forth. Alright, let's see how much...
How much does he do?
I will note, they have a minus to this. I actually rolled a 1 minus 1. Alright. As you feel the spear kind of like slams into your the stomach, and expecting it to fully run you through, Roloman, seeing almost your life flash through front of your eyes for a moment, it kind of seems to hit. But then as you look down, you see the very dull end of the stick and realize that this kobold has used the wrong end of the spear to hit you with.
Oh.
As you now feel the slight bruising on your stomach as you look up at him, he seems to kind of realize and slightly panics as he pulls back, changing the spear.
oh, there we go.
Yeah, Mr. Satan fighting Cell here. You know, gone fantastic. As these kobolds end their turn, now facing off all shoulder to shoulder against Roloman, spears at the ready, staring you down. Across the other side with James, as you kind of stare at this green, or kind of stare at the entrance to the long corridor, towards the green water, you watch as shadows start to expand out as 6 soldiers, all of what look to be mixed color of black and red scales, kobold-looking like, come rushing around the corner and come charging towards you. Though 2 seem to have stand behind, with only 4 of the smaller ones kind of going forth. 2 in the back seem to be slightly larger and kind of smiling as they tower a little bit over the others. The first 4 are going to come in for a charge. How lucky do you feel, James?
Do you have a lot of
Well,
luck?
my AC is a lot lower, I think, than Roloman's, but we'll see.
Don't worry, it's not a 45.
Hey, a nat
a nat 1 on one of them. Alright, so we got 21.
That'll hit.
12.
That misses.
3?
That misses.
Damn. So, 17.
And the last one will hit.
So 2 of them. Let me roll for that last guy.
I'd love
Does
for
he
him to
impale
trip.
himself?
No.
He's holding it backwards too.
No, thankfully. Alright, now let's see if I can manage to do this again with the spears.
He's holding
Alright.
it backwards. I've called it. Oh, man.
As you take 4 points of damage, as 2 of the kobolds manage to get up towards you and stab at you, as you stated, you're not the combat. This is your first real time getting face to face with soldiers, and these men are grizzled. As you see the fear and hatred in their eyes as they look at stare at you.
However, James smiles because Grandpa's meal made this a lot easier.
It does, as you feel
Don't say easier.
nothing seems to hurt. Roman is right. As we're not done, we do have 2 more attackers that are going to stop halfway through and throw their javelins. The first one is a 14.
Neither of those will hit.
So 14 does not hit. Okay.
14?
Yeah, 14.
My AC is 14. Okay.
It does not hit, because as I stated, meat does not hit for players, at least this round.
Okay.
As I'm trying to keep you somewhat alive. As the javelins go flying past you, James, you watch as they seem to land in the ground behind you. Both of them kind of stopping, and you hear the slightest laugh coming from the 2 kobolds that seem to be standing in the back that just threw them. There's no sign of them being upset that they missed. As they kind of stand there, ending their turn. We run up to the top. Roloman, you're up.
There's some kobolds in the way.
There is.
All right. It's time to hit him.
And they're staring at you, ready to do battle.
Yeah. All right. Da-da-da-da. Give me a second. Checking my maneuvers, see if I have anything. I don't think I do, because I still only have like 3 ready at once. All right. Yep. I'll hit the one that actually hit me, but with the blunt end of his spear.
Okay.
First I will go into a frenzy, which gives me +4 to strength and dex.
Okay. As Rollman starts angrily, just fuming as you hear seeing the slight change of his skin tone to a more reddish as the veins start to pop up a bit more.
Really should have had Augment True Friend with the ready.
Let's see if we murder this fucking.
Oh, that's a 20. That's a nat 20. Go ahead.
We'll see if we murder this man.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and. Oh my god. Yeah, that's confirmed. Yeah, that's crit. Go ahead. Double the dice or double the damage.
Double damage.
Okay.
Which is gonna be a lot. Hold on.
Because he's technically a large creature now, wielding a huge weapon.
It's 3d8. Yep. So that's +2. I believe that's.
Because everything on him went up a size category.
Oh man.
As you turn
30 damage.
this kobold to paste, as the blade doesn't even fully you don't even fully turn the blade, as it seems to fall down as like a club. You watch as it just slams in. You feel and hear the crunch as the body is squished down to an accordion. That there's nothing left of that poor individual as he is dented into the floor.
All right.
God
Next
damn it!
one.
We need their armor, Rollman.
He hit me.
Roman has a
Alright,
bruise
next one.
on his stomach. Yeah. Go ahead.
Next one. Which one looks the most not afraid?
All 3 look like seem to have these grizzled looks on their face as if they're prepared to fight to the death.
Dang it! I thought they'd be scared. All right. Oh, that's a crit, by the way.
Oh my
I'm pretty sure
god.
they're being controlled.
Probably are.
Yeah,
Let's see if I
well,
confirm.
I don't think they can.
Rollman's taking out some aggressions.
No confirm. No confirm.
No
It's
confirm.
still damage though.
Go ahead.
Da-da-da-da.
Yeah, Rollman's over here like, I had a bad week. He is upset with someone. This is his.
Boy. 26 damage.
Oh my god.
That was
As-
high roll.
The second one, as you just turn, looking at the one off to the right, left alone now, and just slice down. You cut clean through the leather armor and right through the kobold's shoulders. As the body slowly separates and falls at an angle, dropping to the ground. The 2 other kobolds look unfazed though.
All right, that's my turn.
All right, Alar. You've got 2 knights that just charged you with long swords. What are you doing?
So I rolled my first to hit while I was waiting.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a 23 to hit.
That hits.
I have to keep my word. I told him I'd feed his entrails to a friend.
You said that? When did you say that?
This is while you were looking at something for if you could use your thing on your held action. Yeah.
He was whispering
16
sweet
damage
nothings to
first
them.
hit.
16. Okay. As you slash into the creature, you feel as you watch. Now, are you using your shillelagh, or are you just punching people?
No, this is my morning star.
It's your morning star. Oh yeah, pulling out your morning star as you slam into the knight, where you would expect to feel resistance from the armor. You watch as your morning star goes right through the armor itself, as if it's almost illusionary. As you make contact, slamming into the individual, a loud crunch is heard as you hit what feels to be their shoulder. Feeling the nice satisfaction of something of the morning star slamming thicker or harder into the shoulder and leaving something there. As you pull it away, you can tell you broke that shoulder.
Is he still walking?
He's still standing. Just seems to be completely silent. With the masks or the helmet still covering his face.
The 22 hit.
Yes. Oh no. It begins.
The slaughter.
As you slam in. Yeah, as you slam again into the other side, you feel as it seems to almost slightly move as you almost by accident, as the individual reacts to you, seemingly trying to block, turns to their side as the morning star slams into their chest. They go dropping to the ground as you feel the morning star kind of have to plop out as the individual's body falls to the ground, with a satisfying crunch.
That is the end of my turn, so I just turned to look at the other guy.
They don't seem phased.
I figured. I'm like readying up a baseball swing for next turn.
Fair enough. James, you're up. Got four
Well,
kobolds
take...
standing in front of you, two behind them about 10 feet. Go ahead.
Yeah,
and we know one of them's the hat.
Yeah, that's why I'm about to do what I'm about to do.
What you got?
I'm going to be casting a spell called Wall of Gloom as I take a 5-foot step back.
Okay.
As a part of that. A shadowy wall will appear as James reaches into a pocket, pulling out a bit of black fleece, and as he says, "Farewell," and says the arcane word for shadow wall. A wall of shadows blocks the entire hallway, and with him still being within 5 feet of it, I'm obscured.
Okay.
If I step another 5 feet back, I am totally obscured, meaning they can't see me.
Mm-hmm.
Anything with 6 hit dice or less that try to pass through this wall, can't.
Okay. So they're just pushed back.
They are pushed back, and they will be. Let me get down to it. I'll just copy and paste this. It is a will save to try and pass through.
Okay. Okay. All right,
also
gotcha.
have it for me as well, but
yeah. Okay. As the wall kind of expands out and you step back, you're 5 feet now, watching and waiting to see if anything comes through. I imagine still holding your mace in your hand.
Yep, I will prepare an action for anything that can pass through.
Okay, so
swing at it.
As you hold the second half of your action, ending your turn. All right. Now obscure. That technically means those javelins are fully obscured with how they landed, which means I have to roll with a. All right, Cameron, pick a number between 1 and 20.
Roll it.
Give me just 1 second.
It's not. Okay.
I'm gonna roll it.
It's been more than 1 second.
There we go.
You're
17.
Good. Okay. All right. Okay. As you watch a bolt of lightning fly past your head, just missing you, James, slamming into the side of the cave entrance. Some rock and stone kind of collapses on the ground. The dust kind of spittering out as it does so. You watch as the spell that just got shot off seemed to miss its intended target, or at least you hope it was missing its intended target. That is half of the turn. The other half is going to be used to cast this, because you can't see it either, so that's going to make this fun. Alright, ends their turn. The living knight is up. He is going to swing. He's living. He's alive. He is going to swing, and he's not going to roll nat 1. As he's going to try to smack Alar. I didn't roll a nat 1. I rolled a 2. Fuck you, dice.
You got what you asked for.
Yeah, it hurt me. I assume a 13 doesn't hit?
Does not.
Does a 23?
It does not.
I say Sar is our tanking personality. He is high AC.
I have a 24 AC in this form.
Oh.
I can hit you. I just have to roll well.
Halfway decent.
Yeah.
Well, 14 or higher.
That ends that knight's turn as he just stands there after swinging his longsword at you twice. You feel as you easily manage to just kind of push it away with the handle of your Morning Star. Not with almost as if it's a young soldier trying to swing at you for his first combat. It's almost laughable for a moment, Alar, as this happens. But that ends his turn. The two kobolds left fighting Rollman are going to continue to try and swing at Rollman.
Come at me.
And do what they can.
Roll really high and then that one on damage again. Come on.
Oh.
Alright. Ignore the +2. That was a mistake on mine. So that's 16. Oh, no, that's 17, actually. That is supposed to be correct. So, yeah. 17 for the first one.
That is my AC.
Damn. And a 5?
No.
Oh, well, shit. Alright. They're gonna make a second run of it to see if they can hit you again as they're not moving. Let's see.
I believe in you. Oh, that might be good.
That's a 12 and a 20.
The 20 hits.
We got you, gentlemen. Let's see if we do damage. As
Come on.
the
It'd be really
kobold,
funny again.
kobold goes forward, charging with his spear in hand. You see the look in his face, a bloodthirst as he stabs you, finally managing to actually cut you, or what he thinks is cutting you, as you take 3 points of damage.
You removed all my tip HP, man. What the hell?
The last of Grandpa's protection has left you.
Ending his turn, yep. James, the kobold in front of you are up. The first 4 are gonna try to go through, and each are gonna make a will save.
Will save.
Will save is 17.
Alright, so that is... Don't worry.
Oh, one of those.
So-
Made it through.
Yes, someone.
That's a 19 for the first one, an 18,
Those two can make it through.
a 14, and a 9.
The other two
No,
cannot,
no.
and they have a -1 on any future, another -1 on every future attempt.
They all kind of go rushing forward, shouting and yelling, as they charge. 2 of them kind of slam, and as they feel the impact, kind of fall back and look at the wall. Confusion as 2 others come running through at you, James, as they're going to try to run
I'm
you
going
through,
to
but
bonk
your
the first
action
one.
goes first. Yep, you go up.
Bonk one of them.
Bonk
Hit where it
'em!
hurts.
Smack 'em!
Show us you can actually hit something.
You still can't hit anything.
James actually puts a decent attempt in swinging
James,
it.
like a bat, takes it like a baseball bat and swings and spins around a little bit and goes, "Don't do
This
that."
is why I cast spells.
As the kobolds, unaffected and unsympathetic, are both going to make an attack on you.
Don't worry, they're gonna
Swing
hit you with the wrong end.
In the
Oh, that's not good. So that's a
hit.
17. Okay. And a 7. Woo! As one charges forward with bloodlust in his eye, he stabs into your armor, just managing to slash at your side. The glare he has on his face and the hatred in his eyes, he looks at you as if you just shot his dog. As the eyes just almost look like they're filled with unrelenting hatred. Alar, you are not a dog, you have rights.
Well, he was allergic to chocolate, so.
The other two...
No, you have a dog with rights.
That's true.
There's a difference.
The other 2 are going to... the other 2 kobolds that stood in the back are going to also charge through. And they need to make a will save as well.
Will they make it?
That's not the greatest. So,
I don't think so.
that one's an 8, and the other is an 18.
Oh, hey.
That's
The
the
18
hag.
makes it through, and that's the hag.
All right, as the one kobold comes running through, kind of standing slightly taller, having like javelins on their back. They seem to smile at you as they do so. As they push through, I need you to give me a will save, James.
Will save.
This is literally your thing.
As she locks eyes with you for a moment. The
Fucking
female
hell.
kobold. James got a 14. Thankfully, that actually succeeds.
Oh.
Just barely. You manage to not feel the effect. You see as her eyes start to glow, and for a moment,
Go fuck yourself.
as you feel your heart pounding, it clears, and as you shout this at the kobold, it looks at you and just stares in utter confusion. As
James is gonna shout, I may be known as the Dragon Lair, but I ain't laying your
Oh,
ass
come
out.
on,
wait,
man.
wait.
Now you're racing it? Come on, man.
Is it
They're
a
all
fucking
gonna
sea
die
hag?
anyways.
Cyclops?
no, that's not
We're
what he
fighting a
said.
sea hag.
Sea hag?
It's the
Oh.
only one that has a gaze thing. I know the DC is not very high on them.
Rolaman, up to the top of the initiative. You're up.
There's 2 kobolds left.
There are standing in front of you, and they seem unrelenting.
Oh, but they're about to be relented.
Oh no.
26 to hit.
Maybe, yeah,
Oh,
that
God.
does hit. Oh no.
Die. 27 damage. Oh my god.
As
Oh my
Rolaman just shouts, "Die!"
Is that max?
You watch as the sword comes down. What would normally cleave the kobold in half, but the sword's too big. It just squishes him down and kind of splits him like a watermelon. As you pull your blade away, half of his body is kind of split in half. The rest of it's crushed in on itself.
Your max is 30. You were so close.
Oh. No, it's a bit more. Oh no, it is 30, yeah. I can't do math.
It is.
I feel that.
You were 3.
Give me a
You
second.
only got one more trying to fight you.
Yeah. Then there was one.
I would say it's perfect timing because James is getting overwhelmed on his end.
True.
Oh, I
already.
have a thing for her specifically because I
Yeah,
figured there was
look.
gonna be something. I have a thing.
You'll be able to join that, and if it's a sale, I think sea hags don't have a lot of health. I don't think.
Maybe. Who knows?
Well,
I'm going to.
I know they're the weakest in the hag tiers because it goes sea and then green and then Anna's.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and use one of my feats, Weapon Supremacy, to make this next attack roll. I'm choosing to treat my d20 roll as a 10, so it'll be a 19 to hit the last one.
Yeah, that hits.
Weapon
Damn.
supremacy.
Yeah. So take
Poor
this.
guy.
Oh, not that much. 16 damage.
Does your
You got super high and then you got super low.
I mean, if you did minimum damage, you wouldn't kill him. But I don't. Even if you do average, as you watch cutting this individual down, you watch as the individual's almost split around the stomach as the body kind of the torso falls back, the legs kind of collapsing, leaving a pile of bodies all in front of you. But no more kobolds that you can hear coming your way.
Okay, that's the end of my turn.
All right, Alar, it's your turn.
I need to kill you.
Oh.
Well, so be it.
All right.
Murder.
That's in 20. That's it.
Nat 20.
Oh.
You wanna know the
Yeah.
best part? So I'm trying random death rolls. I'm using the stock Google roll a d20 thing.
Why?
I don't know.
It's kinder than Avery.
It is better than average.
I beg to differ.
You know what? I'll
Hey,
test
you-
that for my next dice.
I'm sorry. Overall, for rolls for you, it's fucked you more than it's helped you.
It's true.
It's getting more even. It's getting more even.
But go ahead and roll for to confirm.
I'll roll that in here for confirmation. If it's a +7.
Come on. Oh,
No.
Not too bad, but go ahead.
no crit.
Just an auto crit.
Go ahead.
really
let's
hard,
see.
though.
Exactly. As you slam into him, you watch as the it hits slamming into his chest, the dent in the where you'd expect there to be armor. You feel it hit cave in something, but as you pulled away, the sounds of blood dripping from the individual, the knight stands tall and seems to still stand ready to hit you with his longsword.
Grumpy, we're gonna test your theory. I'm gonna roll my to hit with that ray.
Okay. Well, I said for me, so it might not be kind to you.
We're gonna see.
Well,
It's workable.
19, that hits.
Caleb.
As you slam into him,
Is he still alive?
you feel as the second hit blows into the chest as you just giving all of your strength this time. You feel it go further and hear the loud crunching and snapping as some of the individual starts coughing, and you feel something wet splatter onto your arms. The darkness around the area, almost as the individual falls, seems to kind of expand out as the fire pit goes out immediately. Body drops to the ground, and you find yourself alone in the darkness. No, as you kind of poke at your feet, you do feel that the knight is no longer moving.
That is the end of my turn, but I will turn around to see how the other two are doing.
Looking back, you cannot see them.
You are past a big old hole.
I have 60 feet of dark vision, so if I can't see you two, that's concerning.
Well, you have a boar behind. There's, the way
We
it's
also have
designed.
rock walls blocking us off with how we're.
Nope, that is not
No?
it. He should be able to
Oh.
clearly see at least the outer edge of where you guys are firing, and he cannot currently see that. James, you are up.
Yeah. 5 foot step back is a immediate action as I cast a very fun spell. It's going to be a ranged touch attack on the hag, on the female one, for Seeking Ray.
Okay.
As I will paste what it does, and then I will make my attack. Does it
Hey,
have
like I said,
spell
damage.
resistance?
It does.
Roll.
So first,
Yep.
1d20 plus 3. Fucking hell!
As your spell fails to connect with the creature, you watch as it just goes awry off to the side, almost kind of being distracted as you're casting it. It seems the kobold seems almost unnaturally able to cause you a lack of concentration, lack of focus as you look at it.
I'm so mad about that. That would have probably killed it in one hit.
Well, technically, you haven't moved, and the immediate action
I
thing.
can't
That's
cast it again.
That's fair. All right, what else
It's a
would you
level
like to
2
do?
spell, so. Well, looking at what I have, as I did make my 5 foot step back. Well, I guess it's time to go fucking give myself resistance, because it's the only other thing I can do right now, so I'll have a +1 on saving throws.
Alright.
I'm making it harder to fucking do anything to me.
What if they hit you?
Look, I can only do so much. That'll be the end of my turn.
Alright.
I have buffed.
Okay, as you buff yourself up. Alar.
I will also say as a free action, roll him in, the hag's over here, it's the big one.
Alaris, you've muted. I want to see, are you stepping away for a second, or are you still here? Alright, that answers that. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna roll something here then.
Oh, they unmuted.
Oh, there we go. Oh, you just saved Rollman. Alright.
Oh, wait.
Alar, as you find yourself in this unnatural darkness around you, can you give me a fortitude save?
Fortitude.
Of course I can. That's that. What's my plus? That's again +7 fortitude. That's a 20.
You feel as you're breathing and the air starts to thicken, and as you feel yourself almost having a hard time being able to breathe, it seems to almost unnaturally clear up, and you hear the cackling begin and the voice come back. So you're the strong one, the leader of these little bandits. You'll taste great in my soup, youngling.
Soup.
I am Lord Savnok. I conquered these lands once. I can do it again, and I'll start with you.
You hear the cackling pick up more. Alright, thus ending their turn. Let me do this. Alright. As they end their turn, the knights are dead.
Big dead.
The other kobolds are dead that we're fighting. Roll them in!
Yeah.
And as we get to the kobold that was still standing, staring over at James, with his spear in hand, looks at James for a moment, grabbing it, he is going to charge at you once more, James, charging it forward.
He's coming.
Let's see if I can roll. That's a 10.
That's a miss.
As you easily seem to push aside the spear, the kobold
Look,
seems
just 'cause
angrily
I
at
can't
you.
fucking hit you doesn't mean you get to hit me. Fuck off.
The kobold guy looks at you angrily for a second.
I'll say
As
that in Draconic too. That way it's more insulting.
Okay. As you do so, the kobold kind of it seems to look at you annoyed, but so you can't do anything else as it ends its turn. The other two now, if they failed that save, can they not attempt the wall again? Let me check.
No, they
They
can
can
attempt
again,
it.
but there's a -1 each time.
If they fail. Yeah.
That's going to be even better. Okay, we're gonna do 2d20, and this will be technically both of these will be
Oh,
minus. Well, one that's 9, the first one, and the other one's 17.
DC is 17.
We've come to the same conclusion as the two kobolds kind of bounce against it once more, not able to get through, annoyed as they jabber and smack at the wall with their spears, ending their turn. The larger female kobold that is standing in front of you, James, is going to stare at you and smile once more, and is going to go ahead and cast. Give me a second. Yes, thank you. I need a reflex save.
I'm glad I cast resistance.
Yeah.
I
Oh.
am very glad I cast resistance.
Nice. As you watch a little portal
Dark Souls
open up
natural.
underneath your
Portal.
feet, you manage to dodge out of the way as the thing seems to close up, and you hear the kobold go in Draconic. You little shit! I will capture you for the pot. The grandmother must be fed.
I don't like
I
that.
ain't here to become soup. I'm here to kill soldiers. Fuck you.
And she is going to cast it again. Give me another reflex save.
God damn it.
Remember that dwarves have bonuses against spells.
They do.
Oh.
Saves. I don't know if you've calculated that in your saves yet or not.
Well, he's not technically saving against the spell fully yet. He's just trying to dodge
Well,
the initial
If
spell.
is this part of the spell like description, like you make every reflex save?
Yes and no.
So then it would.
That's fair.
If it's in the description of the spell.
That's fair.
Again,
Then that's
yeah,
true.
it'd be
Yeah,
another
then-
+2
so-
on spells and spell-like effects.
Go
So,
ahead. Yeah.
I have
Roll.
a little bit more. I have a +6 to this. I didn't know.
I've decided I'm going to eat their pot before they can.
That's
16.
a 16.
James. As you fall
Join the
through the circle, the circle underneath you that seems to open up with blue light, you find yourself now sitting at the offering area of what looks to be a massive cobra statue carved out of marble and stone. You find yourself sitting sitting now in a warm, almost lukewarm bath as you look about the large iron pot, a massive fire underneath you, just starting as you can feel the water, just only warm at this point, like I mentioned. You see a massive, fat, boiled, covered, and what looks to be pus, with pus yellow eyes looking at you, a green hag staring, her teeth are all rotting and slightly having holes in them as she smiles down at you. Looking at you, she cackles and goes, "Ooh, toppings!"
I'm just here to kill soldiers and make some coin. Why does it always have to be fucking hags?
James is having a breakdown in the background at annoyance.
Oh no, I have an idea. It's just not gonna be fun.
Toppings.
As that ends your turn, the other kobold is going to rush through that stood back. Actually, hold up, let me see. No, they're actually going to use their full movement speed to go all the way around and come there. Never mind. All right. Ending their turn. Up to the top of the initiative. Rollerman, you're up.
Did I see James go down a hole?
You did as you turn, kind of turning back to head towards that
Kill
direction.
the hag. James did tell you which one it was.
True. Do I see the hag?
You see a kobold
Barbell.
that looks to be larger and that's standing
Yeah.
back.
Can I reach them?
They are.
The shadow wall's still up, by the way.
It
I did
is.
check for that.
They are from you. It would be roughly about 30 or 40 feet if you're trying to get up within 35 feet because 5 feet. Yeah,
35 feet.
Just enough walk.
yeah. You don't have to You don't have to get in their square. You have to be next to their square. So 35
You can be
feet.
10 feet away because you're big. You have
Yeah.
more reach.
So 30 feet for 10-foot reach. Yeah.
Yeah, could do that. I'm going to charge them because
Okay.
that's more fun.
All right.
Charging them. I need to move up charging again. Da 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 da. Yep. So move up to double my speed. So yep, got up right up next to him.
Okay.
All right. So bull rush. That's what this does.
Oh no.
Bull rush.
Wait, do you have improved bull rush at this point?
The maneuver makes it so I don't provoke attacks of opportunity.
Okay. Got you. Oh no, Lars planning something
get
in the
to hit me.
background. I heard the typing.
I have a plan. I need to message Chess and make sure. To see if
Oh,
this
yes.
works.
Oh, so, Lar, you came up with a plan that you gave James.
No, I came up with this idea.
Okay. Good to know.
Okay. All right, you and the defender make opposing strength checks. So hag has to make a strength check.
That's not good.
I'm of a really big bonus. It's 8.
For you.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Oh my god! No! Fuck you! You're rolling that one!
32.
God damn it, this game hates me today. Oh.
Yeah.
Alright, you rush the individual.
All right. If you beat the defender's strength check, you push him back 5 feet
Into the wall, they're pushed up against
into
it.
the wall.
They have to make the will save.
Make your will save to go through the wall.
God damn it. Okay, so it's gonna be 1d20. 3 this
I do believe
time.
this attack is
That's a
important.
16 this time.
Oh, they failed.
They're going through the wall.
I believe
Roll 'em
my
in.
attack goes on through before they go through, though. I need
Okay.
to check.
I say you're going through the wall, Rollman.
I don't have to move with them.
Okay. Because
So just
otherwise,
pushing them back.
they're obscure, or they become half. They've got the obscure thing, so 50%.
Your strength check exceeds, you deal bludgeoning damage equal to 2d6 plus strength modifier. And I also get attack. The attacks before they get pushed through, I'm pretty sure, because it's like a.
That works for me.
Like it's hitting them and then pushing them in.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so. Plus that.
Oh
Hit
no.
him, please. 21 to hit.
That hits.
Nice. So it's this
Down.
plus.
Wait, what?
He's moving the map down again.
Oh, okay.
2d6 plus.
I had just
another.
bar, so I didn't do one.
That's
All
fair.
right.
No, fair enough.
42 damage.
Holy
God.
shit.
Die.
Yeah, as you go rushing into the hag, as you shove them through, realize as they drop the illusion, you see the visage, the horrific appearance for the hag. Normally I'd say, give me the fortitude save, but due to you being in a frenzy during the attack, I won't call it here. As you go pushing them through and attacking into them, With running your blade through them, they go shoving through the wall, and as the creature drops its illusion, falling off your sword, or getting almost pulled off your sword unnaturally as you pull it back through, the wall seemingly repelling the body backwards, leaving as your sword comes back out. From what you can tell, that creature died.
All right. I'll take a 5-foot step back so I'm not completely surrounded, and then that'll be my turn.
Okay, I would say there is
Looking
still a single kobold like right behind you now that's like standing there that was attacking James earlier that had been failing. So,
All right. Now that their boss is dead, can I intimidate this man?
yeah, go ahead and roll intimidate.
Intimidate. Ooh, I have decent ranks in this. 20.
As you stare at the creature, or at the soldier, kind of glaring at him to give the message that they'll be next if he doesn't surrender, almost unnaturally, he still stares at you with bloodlust in his eyes.
There's still someone else.
All right.
Well, yeah, she did say she was sending me to the fucking grandmother.
I don't know if I heard that part.
Alar, as Roman finishes his turn, you're up.
I want blood.
Okay.
Blood for the blood gods,
I've seen
skulls
that.
for the skull throne.
I'm comparing the fastest round. So I saw the soldiers coming from the top area, right?
Uh-huh.
The knights. So I know there's not a pitfall there because they ran over it.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well,
As you run up that way, as you get up right to the junction to the right, you see at the end of that hallway is another large kobold that looks to be very angry as they seem to snarl at you as you walk around. Their dark brown scales with highlighted black tips seem to give a demeanor of a different kind or a stronger kobold.
how large are they?
Large.
Ooh, we're the same size. I snarl back. This must be a dance.
Roughly about 8 feet tall is what you gather.
I'm gonna be
I'm
fighting a
2
green
inches
hag by
taller.
myself.
Oh my god. He's
going
won
high
already.
with it.
Their muscles their pecs kind of do a bit of a dance as they stare at you.
Alright. You know what? This will be the fight for next round, I guess. I'm getting ready to battle this
Alright.
fucking creature.
James, you're in a pot. As you look around, you see the offering temple, or statue right in front of you. The fire is starting to warm up. You give yourself maybe 2 more rounds of sitting in here before you're gonna start really feeling a bit of a sweat.
Also, I'll put out there, sadly, his plan will not work.
Yeah, I
as
don't even have that spell prepared. I was just thinking this would be an interesting time to have that.
as you look about, you see the little water kind of like dribbling in the little river. A bunch of bodies kind of strewn off to the side that have been gutted, some that have been skinned. Obviously, clearly, many of them being soldiers, as you recognize some of the copper and bronze plating. As you kind of look around the soup, without even having to do anything, you see bits of bone, other pieces of meat in there that you're pretty sure comes from the soldiers. As you look about this entire room, it's just you and this really fat hag that you now, as you get a good look at her, measure her about 12 feet tall, about half as wide, and she's nothing but rotund as she looks at you with her very greenish skin that seems to almost look like it's falling off the bone as it's so heavy as it sags.
Well, spell won't work on her very easily. It's not going to be a fun time. I'm not melee built.
Are you soup built? Are you good in a soup?
So,
He's gonna kill you.
how big is this pot?
It is made for a gargantuan monster, originally. So
Big pot.
it is a massive pot. However, as you look about, you'd guess it's about a 30 foot to swim to the edge.
Yeah, let's swim to the edge.
Okay. I will say that does stir an attack of opportunity from the, what's inside the stew.
Oh no. There's things in the stew.
There are things moving and swimming in the stew with James, and he doesn't know it.
I don't give a shit.
I imagine, though, this is like the moment of, a giant sea creature in the water with you, a giant shark. It's going to try and take a bite out of James's feet.
Not his feet.
That is a 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
As something bites you, James, you feel the piercing damage from the fangs of something kind of grab your foot and let go as they do,
That's still
taking
temp
7
HP,
points of
baby.
damage. As you feel the wound, almost expecting it to kind of continue, feeling your calf to rot, you feel the wound almost clean itself up and close almost immediately.
Grandpa's a better cook than you.
Don't insult our attackers, please.
Doesn't ever work out for you, it's true.
James is thinking this. He's not saying this. At
That's
this
fair.
point. He's just getting out of the stew.
What's your swim speed, James?
Oh no.
You didn't
10 feet.
calculate your own swim speed?
10 feet.
Alright, tell you
So
what, give me a
I-
swim check. If you don't know what your swim speed is, you give
I
me a
just
swim
said
check.
10
feet?
feet.
100%? Oh, I
Yeah.
thought that was a joke.
No, I
Um,
went and checked. I have it here. It's on my sheet. I just didn't know right at that exact moment as I was scrolling to it. Damn it.
You should know these things.
Alright, yeah, you should know all these things. How dare you?
You should know every single plus to every single skill check you have too.
Off the top of your head. I mean, I know it for all my NPCs. No. But with as you move the 10 feet, swimming in the heavy armor is not comfortable, James,
I'm
and
not
you're
in
not.
the armor. I'm in light armor.
Oh, that's
He
even
doesn't have his plate armor yet.
feeling the
He
light
fails.
armor as you go swimming the 10 feet over to the edge. The thick brown stew getting in your mouth. It's a sweet taste. It's very savory. As you taste the meat, it definitely needs a bit more pepper though. It's a little too salty in your opinion as you kind of continue
James is a
through.
cannibal.
I said the soup, none of the bits in it.
You said the meat.
Listen.
I would have only drank the soup.
Oh, okay. Only the broth of something.
Men
that's-
spitting chunks out. All right. The great.
If I can, I'll just use my full turn to swim, get me 20 feet.
Yeah, as you make it to 20 feet, you still 10 feet from the edge as you end your turn. The great grandmother looks at you and smiles as she does so. She's going to smack you with her wooden spoon to bring you back towards the center of the pot and shove you down.
Fuck off! I'm getting out of the soup!
You're lucky that she has a ship modifier to her spoon. That's a 20.
That's not a shit modifier, that hits.
That is a shit modifier compared to what she actually can do with her hands. Alright, as that hits, as you take 7 points of bludgeoning damage as she kind of like starts smacking you back towards the center. She is going to do that again as she's not moving.
She's beating the food in the thingy.
That's a 19.
Yeah, that's gonna hit. How far back does she push me?
She is only pushing you 5 feet because she cannot do more than that with her spoon. This spoon is a magical item specifically.
Great. I also have to roll something because I just took damage.
If we survive, can Alar have spoon?
Right?
I don't know.
James, you get smacked by the spoon again,
man.
but go ahead.
Alright, concentration, that's still up.
Okay. As the second hit comes in, as you continue focusing, keeping the spell, you feel the 7 points of bludgeoning damage as you're slapped again another 5 feet back.
Ow, you old bitch!
She goes, "It's not nice to talk about your betters like that, sweetheart. You're gonna taste great in Granny Stew."
How close is she? Is she up like on a ledge
She
looking
is
down into the
towering over the pot, looking down at you. It looks like.
Would she fit in the pot?
From what you can tell, she looks to be bigger than the pot.
Oh my god, I
This
Good
must have been your
colossal.
bathtub once.
Sweetheart, I am fat and I am proud of it. As she kind of like snaps her fingers in front of her face. As
It's
she,
fine to be fat and proud, but damn, you're taking it to
Stall
a
them,
level.
no.
that ends her turn. Going on, those groups are dead. The one kobold is now looking at Rolaman, is going to roll his 1d20. That is a nat 20.
Hey, I didn't beat it.
Oh,
didn't beat
no.
No, you
This
didn't
is a 16.
He can still fail.
Alright, just an auto hit, which is still funny. Yeah, it is
Zero
still...
damage.
Still roll a 1.
It's too. I could still
Roll 0 damage. It'd be funny.
Oh, 5
Man.
max damage as the kobold,
I pissed him off.
as you intimidated him earlier, just glaring at him, trying to get him to run. Taking this as a personal challenge, tries to run you through with this spear as he stabs at you. The other two are going to make their will slaves to try and run
I don't
through.
think they can even make it through anymore because if they have a -3, it's DC 17.
They have a -3, yes, and the DC is 17.
Oh no, it's a save. So if they roll 20, they get through. So they're rolling for a nat 20.
Pretty much. Let's see. We got a 19 and a 3, man. That's. I'm got a 0. So close, so close. One day, as they both slam into the wall again, staring at it annoyedly. They're going to kind of hold their actions as they wait to see if anybody comes through after they saw the body that got thrown through a minute ago. They're one of their commanders. This creature, the large kobold now staring at Alar is going to kind of give a growl at him as their fangs come showing forth, and they're going to charge at you to try and grapple you.
I'm going to eat you, and I'm going to add blood to my armor as decoration.
Do they have improved grapple?
They do.
Grapple time.
They are going to grapple you, so let's do this. Pull
You both are large. Let's see who's stronger.
My grapple rule again, because I gotta find my modifier here for it. Alright. Yep, okay. Let's see what we can do. Plus that. That is a 34.
Strong person.
Oh yeah. This kobold is ready to go hand to hand with Alar.
It's a nat 20 grapple. My thing's still lower.
Oh.
As you are grabbed in and hugged in, the creature seems to, the kobold seems to kind of hold on to you. It is going to now with it since it hasn't. Oh no, it did move because it had to move to get up to you.
Yeah.
Thus that ends its turn. Unfortunately, it can't do anything
Now.
else as it's got you grappled.
I'm gonna start headbutting.
Back up to the top of the initiative. Rolliman, you're up. There's this one kobold just smashed into you with his spear trying to run you through.
So how long are you willing to fight these people while James is God knows where?
Well, I'm just gonna murder this kobold because I'm gonna use weapon supremacy to auto get a 10 on the attack roll for 19 to hit.
19, that hits. If I kill James with a wooden spoon, you guys aren't gonna live this down.
I'm getting out of this pot in one way or another, and you're
because
not
of my
gonna like
vestige,
one of
I'm
these
actively
ways.
not trying to save him. I'm just looking for fights.
20 damage.
Damn. As Roman has had enough with these kobolds as he slashes
Just
into
behead
them.
him really quick.
The head goes flying, slamming into the wall as it falls to the ground. A body seems to still kind of stand ready to fight for a few more moments before it finally notices it's dead and drops.
No bell.
As you kind of stare at the individual, the eye still, from the decapitated head, still staring at you with ferocity, ready to kill you.
Alright, so the middle path is too long. Oh, it's gonna take a while to get there.
Yeah.
Alright.
Fucking sucks.
Time to start running.
Before this ends, let this be known, this is our hard mode. Here we go, yeah. And you're running off to the left?
To the left.
Okay.
25 feet.
35 feet? Alright. As you manage...
I get attacked, so I can't run.
Yeah, just getting about a quarter of the way down that corridor to the left, that first corridor, you kind of start running at full speed, trying to get through. Alright. Alar, you are grappled in the hands of this brown scaled kobold who is growling at you with their teeth shown.
I don't know if there's much I can do but fight the grapple. I don't think
You can
I
attack
do
while
their neck.
grappled.
Eat them.
I can attack while grappled.
Pretty sure. Grapple.
So technically, I think, yeah, you can make attacks against your opponent with a -4 as long as you're using a natural, unarmed, or light weapon.
Yeah, unarmed strike, natural weapon, or light weapon.
Yeah.
You get a -4 penalty though.
He found the same thing I just read you.
Well, I think I only have one light weapon to use. Does it even count as light? I would think it would. But I have
What
to
is
check.
it?
Quarterstaff.
I think
Quarterstaff?
quarterstaff's
I don't
alive.
know.
You can use one-handed as if and a light weapon. Yep.
Yep.
There you
So
go.
yeah.
Bonk him on the head with a stick.
It starts to grow spikes.
All right. Wait. Now I have a
Spikes.
question. Do you have Sorry, I'm checking. Is it somatic? Spikes.
From
Does
the
he cast
items.
a spell?
Yeah, it is.
It is. Then you cannot cast it.
I said I do not think it is.
Oh, if it is, then yeah, you're fine.
It is not.
Okay. Then yeah, you're good.
Because of the spell normally is because of the staff.
Yeah. Wanted to make sure, cause yeah. If otherwise, yeah. So yeah, you're good. Good.
It's also funny. You could use their weapon if it's a light weapon. You have to win a grapple check, but I think that's funny. You could just use their own weapon and hurt them.
It's an 18 to hit after the -2.
That does not hit as
20 plus 2.
Oh, 20? That does hit.
Beautiful.
Oh no, here it comes.
Bonk and stick.
Don't forget, that thing's still got a chance to become really dense and dangerous.
Yeah, I haven't did the other buff I can do to it yet. 14 damage.
14 damage. Okay. The creature seems to be unfazed as you slam into it. It seems to kind of almost as you do so, you watch as a bit of black blood kind of smears out onto the stick as you pull away your quarterstaff.
Oh, I can't swing. Oh no, I can. No, I can still do one more swing.
Yeah, you're not moving.
Well, I rolled a 16 instead of a 15, so it's just a 21 to hit.
That hits.
I want you to die. I want you to get off of me.
Get the fuck off of me!
Roll twice.
Oh,
It is.
you rolled the same damage twice.
Damn.
The exact same dice.
It's the exact same rolls too. Wow.
It is, yeah.
All right, as you smack into the creature again, you feel the blood. You feel it hit something wet and hear the smacking. As something seems to be given away, but the creature seems to hold tighter as it does so.
I'm going to maul you to death.
All right, as that ends Alar's turn, as he stares at this thing angrily, James, you're in the pot. You've been smacked by a wooden spoon. You're now 10 feet back from where you were a moment ago. What are you doing?
You made ground though.
So it's
aimed
5
down.
feet each time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
yeah.
you're
So you
20 feet
basically
away
you
from the
moved
wall.
20 feet and then you lost 10 feet. So you only moved 10 feet. So you
Move
still
2
have
steps, step back once.
Yep. So you still got 20 feet between you and the edge of the pot.
Okay.
Thankfully, the pot's
I'll
almost
swing
filled to
my
the
10
brim.
feet, but I'm going to use prestidigitation. I'm going to use this in a funny way.
Okay.
This needed some pepper. Black pepper is now in her nose.
She's gonna make.
Sneezing fit.
She's gonna make a fortitude save.
If she doesn't have a high fortitude that size,
Why did you do that?
She, as you see the pepper kind of sprinkle into her nose, she kind of her nose kind of crunches up, and she goes, "Oh dearie, you're almost as spicy as my ex-husband, but he's down buried there with you." As she cackles aloud.
Because even if I would have made it to the edge, I would start taking fire damage next turn. 'Cause she's gonna bonk me with that fucking spoon.
You were doing it. Do it now. You're gonna take even longer to get there. If you got to the edge, you could have grabbed on and then not get pushed back potentially.
All right, you still got your secondary action or your movement.
He already moved 10 feet. He said.
Oh,
I
you
moved the 10
moved
feet,
the 10 feet.
yeah.
Okay.
I swam my 10 feet unless I can get another
Nope.
swim check and move further.
Nope, and she's going to continue to hit you with the bonking stick. And she's gonna do it twice. Wow, I rolled like shit. So 14 and 17.
Only one hits.
Nice. All right. As she smacks you with it. Those 2d4.
The pepper did do something.
Is what her. Let me find my note. Yeah, okay. There we go. Fucking 3. Yeah, apparently it does. She pushes you back 5 feet only. As you feel the bonking seems to be lighter now. She kind of seems to move her hand around with her, or move her other hand around as she seems to almost be not paying attention to you. The fire seems to grow more, and you start to see the edges of the water, the water you're kind of swimming through start to boil a little bit, and start to
I
bubble.
also cast Prestidigitation for a reason, because I can do something with it, and this is why I did it. I can prevent at least a cubic foot of it from getting as hot, so I can cool off a bit.
Well, that's if you would have cast
Cast
it
on yourself,
doing
yeah,
that.
to do that.
That's if you get that effect.
You did,
But
you did
yeah.
pepper.
As the
peppered.
ends the great grandmother's turn, the kobold in a hugging match currently with poor Olar is going to do their main attack. And I'm sorry, Olar.
Do they need to be pinned, or is it grappling?
It's just grappled.
Okay.
Remember that as an attacker, they have a -4 to their stuff as well.
Why?
If you're grappling, you have a -4 regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be the case. If this wasn't
Unless
a
the attack
specific
says-
creature, that's a 28 to hit Olar.
That hits.
All right.
He's been hit.
That is
Crushing.
9 points of damage as you feel the first of the claws attack you. The second one is going to go as well. That's a 24 to hit.
That misses.
Oh, you lucky bastard. Oh, I can't do my thing, damn it. Alright, as the creature goes to shred at you, pulling away, you manage to pull yourself, kind of wiggle about, and causing them to refocus on the grapple. The creature seems to not manage to rake its strong nails across your back, causing you more bloody damage, as you feel the slashing and tearing of your flesh at your back.
You have done the first damage to my temp HP.
I'm proud.
You did it.
I have not been hit yet this combat.
It's true. That ends the individual's turn. All right, Rolleman, you're up.
I'm running. I'm running.
All right.
So that's 140 feet.
All right, as you go running across, I need a jump check for when you jump across the little river there.
Okay.
Unless you're just
How
gonna
wide
wade
is it?
through it. It's about 10 feet wide, so
Alright.
if you're hoping to
Jump
base
time.
what I say on the skill checks, Cameron, I don't use their recommended checks. I do based on my own.
Oh, I know.
It's +6. Alright. I don't have any ranks in this. It's okay.
You've got this. I believe in you, Rolleman.
16.
As you jump across with with panicked breath and rushing to save James, you manage to finally end your turn right at the edge of that room with the little river in it. Kind of coming to the edge before you. What you can see now, looking down the hallway, looks to be a sleeping quarters where you see a bunch of bedrolls laid out.
Okay.
All right, Alar. This kobold is tearing into your back with their claws every chance it can get. What are you doing?
I'm gonna keep slapping them on the ass.
What?
All right,
Fuck, you hurt me, motherfucker.
go team, damn it!
Go team, spiky stick is going up the ass.
Oh no!
You sound like average
I
Star.
learned that there's a dwarf I knew. I don't know the point, but
He said something about heads up asses.
fucking 23 to hit.
God damn! All right,
Caleb,
with 23, that hits.
wish you roll the same exact damage again.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Stick!
As you slam into the last time, smacking them in the ass, you hear the creature go, "Oh, I haven't been hit like that in years!" As the kobold transformation changes, and you see a dark-looking, ugly troll with black skin that stares at you with its long nails, its very powerful physical build, massive muscles. and long hair that looks to be kind of all cobweb. It is green. It seems to be have green warts all about its face as it looks at you and smiles and goes, "Round 2, little shit."
You die or you be wife.
What?
Sorry, this is how Sar dates. Don't worry about it.
Oh, he's found something he
By
likes.
the way, at the end of my last turn, the wall would have vanished.
Okay,
Same roll, 22.
that hits.
Going to either kill or take wife.
Hit him hard again. Oh,
Nope.
well, that's venom damage.
You shouldn't have said anything, you fucking asshole.
As you smack her into her now, the slamming into her chest, the staff seems to make a small hole into it, and as you pull it away, she looks down at it and kind of wipes away the blood and goes, "Oh, sweetie, I feel alive. It's time to make you do the same."
Feel alive?
Yeah. Alright, Lard, does that end your turn?
Yep.
All right.
Swings.
James, you're in the pot. You got 10 feet, man.
Fully swimming.
10
What
or
up there?
15,
I'm 5 feet away from the
15
edge.
feet, my bad, yeah. Swim with all you got. Rush into the edge. You find yourself at the edge of the pot and you feel the hottest of the water.
Jump
Throwing
it.
myself out.
Alright, by grabbing the edge
And
of
if
the
I
pot,
can't, I'll hold onto the edge and yank it down with me.
give me a fortitude save first for grabbing the edge of the hot pot.
Oh, he's gonna have to hold on to it.
Sure.
Listen,
Do you have gauntlets on?
dwarves are hardy.
I have a gauntlet on.
A gauntlet.
He's gonna throw the gauntlet down at this hag.
It would take at least a few seconds for the gauntlet to heat. You got a chance.
He's got one good hand.
Oh, James, as you manage to grab a hold of the thing, you, although sadly, do succeed. So you will take half damage. You take 2 points of fire damage.
I'll take that.
As you grab hold of the pot on the edge, what are you doing?
I'm throwing myself out and trying to yank the pot down with me.
What, you're gonna pour it on
All the
yourself?
Boiling water.
You're gonna cover yourself in boiling. Okay.
I'm going out with it, and I'm going to kind of try and throw myself away from it at the same time. If I
I don't think you're
can.
gonna be able to turn the pot, man. It's really big.
It's a
Okay.
gargantuan pot. I'd be shocked.
Give me a strength and a jump check. Let's see what you got.
It's full of water too. Even if it was empty, I don't think you could flip it.
If nothing else, I'm getting myself out.
True. Very good thing.
Let's see what you can do. The strength is
That's
9?
strength.
Okay.
I don't
Would it be
think the-
tumble instead of jump?
No, because if he couldn't pull the pot, I was accounting for that. He is jumping from the edge.
It's him trying to
He's
lift
jumping-
himself.
Because he's trying to get away from the
And a
pot.
15 for the jump.
As you jump, kind of jump off the pot, pulling yourself over, and really jumping out of the water to pull off over the pot, you find yourself going tumbling down, falling towards the edge as you hit the edge of the pot, kind of slamming you hard enough to send you flying into the water off to the edge or off to the side as you come to a landing in the water about 20 feet from this massive hag who's now staring at you.
Would it be more because of the pot's 30 feet?
No, he's just bouncing off 20 feet from from his
I
from what
dinked myself
oh
off.
from what he can see as far as it goes, James does. It looks like she surrounds almost the entirety of the pot.
Oh, you're really wide.
The further you get away, James, it almost looks like the bigger she gets. All
I'm
right.
not food, damn it.
As you end your turn after the multiple checks, she is up, and unfortunately for you, I need
back in.
a will save.
All right, roll a good will save this time.
Is this a spell?
This is a spell.
Because of what Grumpy said. Oh my god.
Damn. All
Oh,
right.
he's not. He didn't want it.
She goes, all right, dearie, you don't want to do this the easy way. Then we're going to do this the hard way. Give me a reflex save.
Oh,
Oh no.
you're being
Is this a
ladled at
spell?
that kid.
This is a spell.
Okay.
Come on. 22. It's not bad.
She kind of, for a second, looks over at you and goes, "You little shit, I will have you." As you manage to avoid the lightning bolt. However, unfortunate for you, you're sitting in water.
It's true.
This is still gonna hurt, but I have 2 electric resistance. This is
So
nice.
you will take half damage to this. However, I do have to account for that. So that'll be 3. Oh my god. Wow. So you take 4 points of electricity damage, 2 after the resistance.
James really wants to get away.
Was it resistance 3 or resistance 2? It was resistance 3.
Resistance 2.
Resistance 2.
Oh, okay.
She kind of annoyed at you, kind of looks at you and goes, "Okay, little one, I understand this game." And as far as it goes, she is going to burn.
Has she done 2 things already?
I'm checking something to see if this counts
Cast
as...
2 spells, so.
No, I know that. I'm checking if this counts as what I'm thinking. No, it does not count as that. Okay. All right. And that ends her turn. As the now what you realize, this muscular hag, as we jump over, stares down at you, well, up at you, Alar. She smiles and is going to charge in again for a grapple.
They're still grappled, I believe. They never stopped grappling.
They were still.
Oh no,
grappling,
that's right. I
never
thought you. Yeah, no, he did because he broke the transformation. That would have that would have broken. Yeah, that would have broken. Yeah. And thus she is coming back in with it. Michael.
Alright, come on. You roll good, they roll low. Maybe you can succeed.
I rolled low.
Oh.
Roll a 7. Damn, with an 18.
I roll high.
As you manage to hold them off, kind of pushing them away, she just stares at you and goes, "Alright."
Wife, no grapple.
She goes, "No grapple, huh? Do you know what our coven's famous for?"
Grappling.
"No, dimension door, motherfucker." Give me a reflex save.
Dimension door offensively? I don't know if you can do that.
That's a custom version of the spell a player made, because this is literally something Amno spent a month action making.
Or of course he did. Of course it's Amno.
Because as soon as I made the spell as a DM, he wanted to custom it, so...
Let's see.
I'm going to bully Amno's character.
Good luck.
Rolled a 13.
As a world leader.
Modifier, it's not horrible.
Total? 18?
Yeah, 18.
As you manage to dodge out of the way of the portal, kind of jumping to the side, she looks at you and goes, "Ah, I see you too learned from the Great One."
Great one.
I am the Great One.
I don't think you're the great one.
Me force wife to submit.
Ending her turn. Ew. Rollerman, you're up.
Alright. Run it some
I'm
more.
not okay with this.
As you
Keep
come
scrolling
charging,
in.
you come to the edge of the stairs. As you get to as you run through the kind of bunks and many bedrolls kind of set aside. No one in there at this point. As you look about, it looks like it's been left in dust for a while. But as you come to the stairs, you see James kind of paddling in the water. This fat hag sitting around this massive pot, this gargantuan pot. She looks to be huge, and then behind her you see the smallest, what looks to be statue of a giant, like, white snake, with a bunch of red bloody offerings in front of it.
Break statue.
I'm going to.
I'll go ahead and try and taunt them. Hey, you ugly old hag, what are you doing?
Sweetheart, I pull more tail than you do in a week.
Yeah?
I bet you couldn't even get laid if they sat on your face and wiggled.
What if that's what I'm into?
Oh, sweetheart, I bet you're into a cow and a poke, aren't you? You look like the type of guy who goes into a Waffle House with expecting pancakes.
What's the Waffle House?
What the fuck?
She goes, "If you don't even understand baked goods, you don't have the right to come into my house."
Oh, you better deal with me then, huh?
As you taunt her, ending your turn. Lar, you're up.
Swim away.
Now I don't have -4. I beat with stick.
Stick.
Right, just sticking two hands going forward at her.
I can hold it with both hands now.
Increasing the power of the stick.
Man's going full barbarian on her.
26.
26 hits.
I beat with stick.
They beat with stick. It's as simple as that.
Stick.
Stick.
17 damage. As you smack them, she just kind of, you see the hit kind of slams into her head, kind of causing the head to unnaturally swing to the side. She kind of looks at you and then spits on the ground some green blood and a sharp tooth landing on there, and she goes, "Oh, sweetie, you couldn't even get me in the mood with a hit like that."
21.
That hits.
Hit him again.
Hey, look, higher.
As you swing again,
damage
in the other
up.
side, she goes, "Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Maybe in a few years I'll be turned on by this."
This fight has gotten weird.
Don't worry about it. You don't have to see it.
We're not hearing this.
The
Don't worry,
dark
James.
corridors. Yeah. All right, James. As you look on, Grandma, what you assume is Grandma at this point, now staring at you. You see Rollman off to the side talking shit with this hag. As you're kind of
swimming out
floating
of
in
the
the
river.
Are you just going to the edge to where
Away.
the stairs are?
Away from her.
No, get out of the water faster.
Yeah, as you swim 10, well, are you going just towards Rolliman, or are you trying to just get away from her altogether?
The nearest shore that is not towards her.
There's a rock, and okay, I'll say because after seeing Rolliman and seeing that Rolliman's kind of trying to get her attention, you decide as you kind of swim toward the general direction of the little pillar off to the side that has been kind of cracked and sitting in the center of this water. Manage to climbing on top of it. You find yourself kind of standing on not steady footing, but at least enough to hold yourself above the water now as the hag kind of stares at Rollman and is talking shit to him.
Alrighty, I'm aiming at that statue.
Okay.
I have a sling and I have a rock.
Let's make an
Sling.
attack.
Let's see. Yeah, okay, this will be fine.
You're gonna really
I'm
regret
better with
this.
the fucking sling.
As the rock goes
Pebble.
flinging, give me
Don't
roll.
make
Deals a
No, it's gonna do
D4
much
damage.
Yeah, go ahead and roll damage. You watch as this rock kind of goes and pings off the statue, and you see the old hag go pale, and she goes, "You Oh no!" As the statue, at first, the pebble just kind of smacks into it and lands and drops to the ground. Doesn't seem to do anything, but as it starts to crack, and spatter, the old hag looks at you and she kind of looks with fear in her eyes for the first time, obvious on her face. James goes, "Oh, you did want to die, you dumb bastard!" As she looks back at, and you see a snake kind of start to slither almost out as the statue starts to break apart and reveal a gargantuan snake of red scale coloration.
Well, it's got a big meal there.
Well, good luck, guys. I'm turning around.
I'm leaving.
James, that ends your turn.
As I hop away, if I can hop away, I will.
That's all your movement. Granny is up, and Granny is going to cast Dimension Door on herself and disappear out of the
She's a large
hole.
creature. That can't happen.
I'm pretty sure.
Dimension Door does have a size limit, doesn't it?
It's just a willing individual.
Yeah, the willing creature alongside has a side.
Yeah, it's only if
alongside.
if they're bringing something else with them.
So,
Yeah, that's an
If they wanted
object.
to bring someone, they could only be medium or smaller, but themselves.
Now, hold
No,
on.
she's leaving the
The
pot.
snake probably gets an attack of opportunity, so that's probably next to them.
The snake is breaking apart from the statue.
No.
So it can't yet attack it.
It cannot attack. That's otherwise it would have attacked James immediately, as it rolled the same initiative as James. So, as far as it goes, we continue on as the hag vanishes.
So it spent its turn getting unstuck, and now it's unstuck.
The statue, the thing's cracking apart. Yeah, the statue's cracking apart.
It's
Yep.
gonna take it a
It's
few
the process.
turns, probably. In that time, we're leaving.
Um,
I
as
know. I kill.
as the hag ends her turn, having disappeared, we go to Hefty Strong Hag, who's going to kind of staring at Alar, kind of takes a second, and you see she kind of goes almost pale as she goes, "He's been released." And turns and is going to, even accepting the attack of opportunity, is going to run for it.
No, you mine.
She's out of spells and can't cast high enough anymore. I used too many dimension doors trying to capture James.
Is it 28 hit?
Fuck yeah.
You no leave. You belong to me.
Now, are you trying to kill them or are you trying to knock them unconscious? To clarify.
Knock him unconscious.
Okay. Oh no. 14. As you slam into them, you watch as they turn and start to run, slamming into their back. They seem to go completely out cold as their eyes roll back in their head and they drop to the ground, falling forward into the wall.
Excellent.
Ending their turn. At the top of the initiative, Rolaman, you're up.
So there's a snake.
A gargantuan, red-scaled snake with green eyes now staring over at James, and then down at the pot. That's still boiling and cooking.
The pot's got to be a more enticing offer. It has to be.
Yeah, it's super tasty.
Meat
Is there anything
pepper.
special about the snake other than it's big?
It's massive with red scales and green eyes. It's pretty much, it doesn't look, and it just came out of a statue.
Yeah, that's weird.
That's not normal.
Yeah.
Beyond that, there doesn't
But-
seem to be any unique features about the snake. It looks to be like a normal, massive
Is
snake.
it- What about the out of the corner of my eye? Is it any different?
As you look outside the corner of your eye, you see a cult of what looks to be people cloaked and bowing down to this figure. Individuals offering what looks to be dragons and giants to it to feast upon. These individuals look to be of red skin themselves, though almost appear to look similar to trolls as they stand in front of this individual being. And as you look on, you count more beasts that seem to kind of hide in the shadows behind it.
Is this one of the
okay.
Red Orc gods?
It's time to go.
Roll them in. Just, oh shit, nope.
That's a Red Orc god. You should go quickly. You should...
I quickly go at 140 feet.
I didn't think they existed yet.
Turn
We're back
and
the same
run.
route.
Yeah, turning
I
and
was
running.
like, oh
back.
man,
Nope.
I just got here.
Yep, sing James and being like shaking your head. Nope, turning and running.
Good luck, James.
All right, Alar, yeah, we come back to
That
you.
2 damage was all that was preventing that thing from escaping.
I think 1 damage probably would have broken it because DM started saying, "Oh no," when you hit it in the first place. I think
If
any
it was
damage.
that
would have broken it.
fragile, you wouldn't sit there and leave offerings.
Well, I'm just gonna drag this hag with me. She's trying to leave for a reason, so I'm gonna start going to the exit.
All right. The hag weighs 325 pounds.
I could pick her up if I wanted to.
Okay.
Throw him over the shoulder.
All right. As you go rushing
less-
out.
She's less than half of my lift.
No, yeah, fair. James, we jump to you as you're left standing on this pillar. The snake seemingly looking at between you and the giant pot right in front of it. As you stand on this pillar in the with water all around you.
Fun
He's gonna
fact
put
about
you in the
snakes:
pot.
if you start leaving and the other target doesn't, it'll usually go for the unmoving target first.
I'm going to just hop down and leave.
It's usually a snake fact because they don't like things being in their area more than anything.
All
I'm
right.
leaving.
As you swim to the edge of the wall and then kind of over towards the bank, towards the stairs, it takes you your full 20 feet to get to the edge
was
to
on
the
a
bank. Yeah, jump. Yeah,
I was
the
on a
rock in the
I was
middle of
gonna
the
hop
water.
off onto the.
Yeah, on the right.
But
If you
I
look if you look on if you want to make a jump check, sure, I'll take it. If you want to try
Okay,
for
no,
it.
never mind. I see where I'm at now. I'm in the middle
Yeah,
of
you're on
that
that little
lake, not
rock
in the river.
Yeah, as I said, yeah.
Yeah.
If you wanna, yeah. So as you take the full 20
No.
feet to swim over towards the edge of the thing and pull yourself up onto the bank, the snake seems to just kind of stare at you and then look back towards the pot. As you as
I'm
you're 20
not gonna
feet.
show. I basically at this point would have stowed the weapon and I'm leaving.
The snake
No
is gonna
hostilities.
make a roll.
He gonna put you in the soup.
The snake is going to start attacking the pot, and you watch as it opens its mouth, and a weird black liquid starts spraying out onto the pot. You watch as the metal the like heavy copper metal seems to start to disintegrate, almost piece by piece, as the liquid seems to itself evaporate as this poison seems to hit it. The creature seems to hiss and snarl and seem to swack at it with its tail as the pot goes flying off to the side over where you were just standing as it smacks that rock. James kind of dropping into the water.
All
I
right.
didn't like the soup.
It
As
ends
everybody
its
else
turn.
is leaving, I'm guessing it's gonna come back around to me.
Going back up to the top, Roman running, Alar running,
Uh-huh.
James. Yeah, it comes back
Running.
to you. All right.
He's running.
And I'll go. I will run out following the left path, I guess.
Okay. As a lot of you start to run, I'm gonna roll one last. It was the seasoning. It was the seasoning, if you will.
Sizzling.
There you go. Yeah. As go ahead, Sar, and roll me some a strength check just to see how long it takes you if you can manage to get all these. As you start
You got
doing
more
that.
bodies.
Maybe.
As as the two of you rush out to the left, James and Rollman, you hear the sounds of something smashing against the walls as the creature the snake seems to get agitated, hitting against the entire area that's in. You can feel and hear the rooms starting to almost give way as dirt starts to shift around you. You lot find yourselves watching as the walls be almost collapsing as you guys start running at top speed. What'd you? Oh, 16. Okay. As three of you find yourselves finally at the exit, you see as Alar has managed to get about four of the kobold bodies and the the other hag's body onto the cart, leaving behind the two that had managed to knock themselves unconscious while attacking James's wall.
Do I get to pick
Oh.
which bodies I got?
I'd assume you would be taking the closest ones to the cave exit.
Well, because I would have had to pass through the two knights that I had.
Grab them and drag
The
them
two
out.
knights would not be there any longer.
Aw, that's no fun.
As you would return their bodies, the imprints on the ground, as you would look, kind of, if you just decide to spend time to take a look, you would notice the imprint on the ground of a dark shadow. In the same shape. Yep. As you kind of continue
Would I be
on.
able to? I have extra time since I'm a lot faster. Am I able to grab a body or two?
Yeah. If you want to help as you kind of come running around the corner waiting for James, I'd say you managed to grab the last two corpses or the last three corpses you were waiting on, or four. Yeah, it'd be four in total because it was 8 in total kobolds. Managing to grab the last four of them, you guys kind of pile them up on the cart. Give me with between the two of you, it doesn't take much as James kind of comes jogging out, panting. The sounds of the behind him as the caves are closing in, and you can hear the sounds of things collapsing in on themselves.
Don't have to tell me twice.
As all three of you head out, bodies now on the cart. Sar kind of hooking himself up to the cart to get ready to pull it.
I am going to report to Ice and Essa that they should have been more careful and done more research. There was at least 2 hags in there. What
3.
the fuck's up with the troll? There was an entire coven.
I would say you'll see an unconscious hag at the front of the cart.
Why is she still breathing?
Yes,
As you head
Why
into,
is she still breathing?
mine.
as you kind of start walking forward to the forest a few feet, you begin to look around, and as you do, give me a search check, all three of you.
Search time.
Still only have a +2 to these.
That's a 10.
9.
Thankfully, these creatures are quite large and not hiding too well, as you count 4 ogres returning from what looks to be a patrol, each of them carrying a club and staring at you lot as they watch the ground behind you collapse in on itself. And that's where we're going to end session today. We thank you all for watching. We hope you enjoyed, and we will see you next time.
We should have